liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir starten jetzt mit dem Bundesparteitag der Besetzung der Plätze.
Weil dann passiert ja nichts. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, nehmt bitte Platz.
So, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, begrüße euch alle ganz, ganz herzlich zum zweiten Tag unseres Bundesparteitages. Wir freuen uns von hier vorne, dass ihr alle nach, glaube ich, einigen auch abendlichen Aktivitäten gestern alle wohlbehalten hier wieder angekommen seid und wir, glaube ich, auch mit den heutigen Diskussionen die gute Stimmung des gestrigen Tages auch
And we very much hope that we will be able to continue the good mood that we had yesterday in our discussions. And before we
Orientierung gebe, was heute so ansteht,
get going and I give you a bit of an orientation of what's going on, I'd just like to tell you that we've got a few new guests that we'd like to welcome here. So I'm very, very pleased to welcome Franz Müntefering.
in dieser Runde muss man gar nicht sagen, was
And we don't even have to say who you are and what functions you've had in this party, because we all know. But one thing I would like to say is that the awareness that black is just dark, dark red sometimes. And I think we have to remind our Christian Democrats that, who have taken the color black as their color, that sometimes their black is actually just dark red. Color of the Social Democrats. I would also like to welcome Michael Vesaliades, the chair of the IGBCE. A warm welcome to you.
und
Warte, ich würde.
diese Verbindung, die sich nachher nicht nur durch das Grußwort von Jasmin Fahimi
And Yasmin Fahimi
Vertreterin der
has said that there's a new there's Cosima Engschneider is here as the deputy representative of the EVG, and we're very pleased that the trains are rolling again today.
Gleich wir ja wissen, das lag nicht an euch gestern.
Although we know it wasn't you. We know it wasn't you striking the trains yesterday.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Welcome.
wie gesagt,
Comrades, as I said, we're going to kick off today
ein Grußwort
with
unserer DGB-Vorsitzenden.
our head of the DGB, Yasmin Fahimi. At least any of you who are in the Federation of German Trade Unions, the DBG, will know that. I'll give you the floor in a moment, Ms. Fahimi. I wanted to tell you what's going to happen next over the course of the day. This morning, our Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, will be speaking to us.
Lieber Olaf, du merkst, die
Olaf,
freut sich darauf.
you can hear that the party is pleased to hear from you, and we're very much looking forward to
Zum
hearing you, and we'll connect that to the debate about 02, our notice of motion, which is available to you in open slides, and it addresses the versions of the previous notice of motion, INI 07 and INI 10. They are merged in the new version. As I said, these motions will be debated after Olaf speaks to us. And then in the afternoon, we're going to get a bit more international. We're looking forward to Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister of Spain, and the PSOE chair, who will tell us about a social democratic response to a world in turmoil. And a bit later, Katharina Barley will be speaking to us, and she'll be looking at Europe for Europe of the future. And this afternoon, we're going to have a strong, appropriate, I think, Europe bloc at our party congress. Now, another important job that we have ahead of us today is filling out the party leadership vacancies. The elections this afternoon will continue, just as the elections for the Credentials and Controls Committee, as well as the Arbitration Committee. And I'm sure we will get through that successfully. In parallel to that, we're going to continue to debate the motions. I'm just going to read out what we have undertaken as your presiding committee, and hopefully we'll get through this today. Over the course of the day, we would like to deal with S, social affairs, TH, cross-disciplinary issues, issues of the interior, public administration, immigration, housing, local authority policy. So maybe it's a bit of a spoiler, but if we get through everything properly, then the party evening will start a little earlier. So that's the motivation, hopefully, to get through everything quickly today. Now, comrades, that's given you a bit of an overview of what's going to happen next. That's all from us for now. And I'd like to pass the floor on to Yasmin Fahimi. We look forward to Katja, thank you very much for your friendly words of introduction. And maybe just as a general term, let me say that if anyone hasn't joined the union yet, come up to the front row here, and we will accept all applications and take you all into our trade unions. First of all, Saskia, Lars, let me say thank you very much, or congratulations on your re-election, and well done on working together so well, and all the best for you, Kevin, too. I know what your job is. I know you have the hardest job of all, but I wish you all the very best. Lots of strength, lots of endurance, and that you work together well in the future, as you have in the past. Congrats. Comrades, traditionally, at your party congresses, the heads of the German Trade Union Federation get to speak to you, and I'm very pleased that I'm able to do that now, because you will know that social democracy and trade unions are a political home for me. As the chair of the German Trade Union Federation, I want to tell you a bit about the realities of the companies in this country. Now, it is the case, and we have to say this very seriously, that the mood is tense and the situation is becoming more and more confusing. Some have already announced the end of the crisis this year. They got that wrong. Crisis is reality. It is the reality among many people and in many companies, and we as trade unions in this year have always held our ground against it with very good rounds of collective wage bargaining, ones that are supposed to ease the inflation shock. But what's also true is that only 1 in 2 employees are covered by collective wage agreements, even less in Eastern Germany. And what's also true is that your right decision to increase statutory minimum wage last year has already been eaten up by the cost of living and inflation. And the employers have only increased this a tiny amount. So it's not been increased properly. The employers refuse to do that, and I hope that they are ashamed. We expect you to reform this committee so that it never happens again the way it happened now. What's also true is that many feel that the lack of investment and the closing of certain locations, that their job security is at risk. In other words, many people in this country are doing worse than they were a couple of years ago. And we are therefore risking a promise that we have made to them, namely that a better tomorrow is possible. And I'm aware of this. I'm thinking about the economists and the politicians who last year already told people in Germany the whole time that we're all going to get poorer. But they didn't mean themselves. And they didn't take this as an occasion to call for countermeasures. They just announced what everyone else has to just tighten their belts. But we can't settle for this situation, and we're not going to. I know you won't. It's certainly not ours, and I'm counting on you giving counter pressure here. And it's not enough to just tell people you're going to get poorer now. No, we need solutions to make sure that things get better in the future. And we did this together last year in many many issues. You know, the housing benefit, the introduction of citizens' benefit, and the power and gas break, where you supported us very quickly. So we did achieve some things. And I want to tell you very clearly that it was this German government, led by the Social Democrats and Chancellor Olaf Scholz, which really helped the economy and the employees to get through 2021. Now, don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Ja, aber die Krise ist eben noch lange nicht vorbei.
But the crisis isn't over yet, and you can see the conflicts there are about getting a share of money, getting a share of political opportunities, and you will find out how this pans out. You have to ensure that there are fair jobs, that the infrastructure is in place for the 21st century, and that there are jobs that are green. And you have to understand more about the labor market than neoliberals who just accept whatever means industrial shrinking, because the ideology of the conservatives are not interested in the impact on people. They don't care where private profit is made. But we do care. We want value to be created here, and we want to ensure decent work and prosperity shared by all here.
Ihr habt dieser Marktradikalität etwas entgegenzusetzen.
And you have something that you can do about this market radicality, and you have to join forces against those who are chanting populism about trying to play off the poor against the even poorer and the middle classes against the lower classes. Now is the time for solidarity. It's easy at fair weather to behave fairly, but when there's a crisis, we see what you're really made of. And we expect, and we are right to expect, that you stand your ground. If you are trying to play off income support against citizens' benefit, you're just feeding the fascists in this country.
In dieser Partei.
In this party, and I know what I'm talking about, because for decades I've been a member of this party, and my origins were in the USO, Youth Social Democrats, in the debates there. We have always looked at battling for a share of everything, but the ultra-right wing are just putting down the poor and trying to just play into the hands, it's all playing into the hands of the fascists. Now, instead of pushing problems further down the food chain, you need to make sure that we have a society where you can retire from decent job, where everyone can have economic a decent livelihood, working times that fit to people's lives, that give people an opportunity to actually live a decent life. You have to stand for a working world in which progress creates more decent jobs and improves prosperity for all. So first and foremost, make sure you have a strong act on collective bargaining, because if that isn't definitive for this country, then the German model of the social market economy will be destroyed. And you cannot balance this out with social market reforms. This is a clear leverage for making sure everyone gets a share of prosperity.
And this
is why the time has come, though, for active industrial policy, which is reliable and gives planning security and incentives for investments. And here, too, yes, we hear you. Impacts on the market, detours of investment, China, US, France. Are they all heading for realpolitik and socialism? No, they understand their investment policy and subvention as not an intervention in the market, but rather as an opportunity to play at the forefront. And we know that the market will not regulate everything alone. And this is why we need to at least to ensure that we have an industrial energy and electricity price so that we don't get left behind with our industry, because now the decisions are being made about who is going to have technologically primacy as well as being in the forefront of the green transition.
Und weil ihr, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
And comrades, because you are in favor of a just working society here, then you have to also have a society in which everybody does what they can to contribute to the positive development of prosperity. In a country without a wealth tax, we have to ask ourselves why super rich people get richer and richer from each crisis, while the rest of us are talking about how much citizens' benefit we should have. I think that makes it clear what battles for a share of prosperity are out there, because more than ever before, this is becoming clear.
Und auf der einen Seite können
And on the one hand, everyone can complain about how infrastructure is dilapidated and what educational disaster the country finds itself in. But where is all this supposed to come from? The provision of essential public goods is not a matter and services. You know, we're talking, it's important. We're talking about health care, mobility, education, infrastructure, all the rest of it. It's about a fair distribution of opportunities in this country as well. We need to have a school, healthcare, public administration that's user-friendly, security in public spaces. These are all factors that we need. These are essential public services that we need to have for our democracy. And if you don't want to get involved in that, you have to be forced to do that with a inheritance tax and a wealth tax that is worth its salt. You made the right decision yesterday.
Ja, aber nochmal, ich will nicht.
But once again, I don't want to pretend that we haven't got any challenges. 2023 remains a difficult year, a year in crisis mode, terrible wars, and a lot of dispute which many people can't understand. But one thing I would like to see is that 2024 becomes a year in which the German government can follow on the idea of a coalition of progress. Don't give up. That's what it's about, making courageous steps forward and explaining them to everyone as well. Because these challenges of the century that I've only touched on very, very briefly, that of transformation in times of crisis and wars and overcoming that cannot be done without a reform of the debt brake. Nobody can succeed with that, and everybody knows that across the country, on every level of government.
Deswegen ist es jetzt
And this is why it's necessary to stick to Democrats who are aware of responsibility, make progress. And I know how hard it is to secure majorities for these things. And I also know that many of our trade union members have their concerns. They're not so sure whether going further into debt is the right approach. You think about your own wallet. Well, of course you do. But in reality, it's got to be about thinking like a big corporation who doesn't invest at the right time in the future and then will go belly up. For too long, we have just lived off what we can't really afford to live off. So I would say we should have a special fund and set this out in the basic law, and the transformation challenges that have become even more acute from the crisis have to be seen as separate from the regular budget, and that should be part of the Constitution. That will give us security, that will ease the burden on our normal budget, which has its own issues that it has to address. Comrades, my message to you is stay confident and focus on the essentials. Don't get distracted from all the populist side wars that are going on here. Focus on ensuring the social affairs, focus on solving the problems of the future. So that's expanding infrastructure, building bridges for trade and industry, and creating a conducive environment for decent jobs. We have to work without stopping together. I know it can be done. I know a better tomorrow is possible. All the best to you, and Glück auf, as a minor.
Herzlichen Dank, Jasmin, für diese schöne Einstimmung.
Thank you, Jasmine, for setting the tone for this day. And comrades, another guest who's just arrived, who's among us now, and who has committed also hard work to the opposition in Turkish politics. So he's now the new party head of our sister party, the DHP, and we'd like to extend upon him and his comrades lots of strength working for the future of Turkey. And he's with us and will also speak to us later on, Özgür Özel.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wie angekündigt, steigen wir
Comrades, as announced, we're now gonna talk about or deliberate the motions from the section of social affairs. And there's one notice of motion 04, and the Motions Committee recommends to refer that to the parliamentary group. After that, S1 to S63, and you can all find them in the Book of Motions, page 560 to 614. And I now pass the floor to Kerstin Griese to speak on behalf of the Motions Committee.
Ja, guten Morgen, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen. Ich weiß, ihr wartet alle auf die Rede des Bundeskanzlers.
Comrades, I know you're waiting for Olaf Scholz, but first of all, let's talk about social affairs. This is a perfect fit for this topic before Olaf's speech. And I have no problems in being a fast speaker, so no worries. We're talking about the welfare state, old age pensions, and inclusion. And we would like to see this in an overall concept. So we need to be proud of what we've achieved over the past 2 years with our social welfare state concept, the citizens' benefits, to also strengthen an inclusive job market. So also a vote of thanks to Hubertus Heil, our Federal Minister of Social Affairs, as he stands. And this also underlines that we must not question our approach that we've had so far. And also thanks to Verdi, together with AWO, VDK, and all the other social associations for an existential minimum in human dignity. So also thank you to all of these players.
Aber die Debatte zur Zukunft des Sozialstaates ist natürlich nicht beendet und soll fortgesetzt werden. Und deshalb haben wir euch vorgeschlagen,
so we'd like to suggest the following
2025
with the general elections of 2025 in mind, to also refer many of these motions to the party executive so that we can frame our party program for the general elections accordingly. So we'd like to suggest to also refer most of the motions to the parliamentary group. It's talking about accessibility, also how to implement the UN's report, then also a report on the situation of people with a disability in workshops, and another notice of motion with respect to the budgetary policy that also shall be referred to the parliamentary group. Our recommendation for S63 is a motion for the Federal Working Group for Educational Affairs, and that is all about the recognition of the study periods of future teachers. So all of that for a future, or the future of a welfare state fit for the future. And we'd appreciate it very much if you would support these recommendations. And thanks also to the team in the Willy Brandt headquarters who have prepared all this work. Thank you, Kerstin. So, and we, of course, want to also thank all these players. So I have 3 calls for the floor in the frame of this debate. First of all, I'd like to ask Julia Maiano to the front.
S32 und wir würden dann weitermachen
on the topic of S32, and after her, Jana Bartels from Berlin. So if there are further calls for the floor, you know what to do and how to apply.
so.
Schau mal, du kannst es dir auch noch hochstellen oder runter, je nachdem, wie du das möchtest. Das ist jetzt auf die niedrigste Stufe. Ja. Sollen wir das einklappen?
Ja, wenn das ein bisschen reingeht, ja, das ist gut.
So, bevor Julia das Wort erhält, ich weiß,
Julia,
alle ganz
before
gespannt auf die Rede
your part, I know everybody's awaiting Olaf's speech, but please also show some respect for the 3 contributions that we're going to listen to now. They're also worthwhile, your attention and respect.
Du hast das Wort.
Julia, the floor is yours. Comrades, last Sunday was the International Day of People with Disabilities. Tomorrow is the Day of Human Rights, International Day. So where do we stand with respect to these issues? And also, or let's start from the positive end. Finally, all the people with a disability are entitled to vote, and we have been fighting for that for over 10 years now.
Auch begrüßen wir, dass der Koalitionsvertrag
And we also
positiv gewertet wurde.
agree that it's positive that we've worked towards this end and that our political requests have been taken into account as they stand. But we also would have liked to see that there were no budgetary cuts with respect to these topics, because it's not only about increasing the wages, but it is positive news that we have been working towards this on the job market, in the workshops, or within the political parties. We are often being reduced to our disability. We are confronted with limitations that you are then also referring to our needs and our possibilities of participation. They are not in line really with the needs that we are confronted with in our daily lives. So that's why we call for more co-determination in all these fields. Roughly 10% of the German population have a disability. So why not then also having more people, like 10%, on our political lists?
Nichts über uns ohne uns.
So don't talk about us, talk with us. Also, when we talk about education and training is also a daily reality of children with disabilities. Also, in the nurseries, in the primary schools, that is, then if they're being included, that brings advantages for everybody walking alongside them. And also to support them according to their individual needs is a reality and is more needed than ever. Just take a look at the recent PISA study, which proves that. So at the federal level, there is really no guideline helping us out. So many federal states are still having separate schools instead of including these children in regular primary and secondary schools. And another question mark or problem is really that there's no right to housing adapted to the needs of people with disabilities. And many people with disabilities are deprived of their right of self-determination. Then also in the field of leisure and sports, most of the facilities are not accessible for people with disabilities, and that is apparently also not taken into account in the new budgetary plan. So we would need more resources for assistance in this field. So could you please wrap up your points, Julia? Thank you. So this participation is made impossible at the end of the day. Thank you for your attention, and I'm hoping for constructive cooperation in that respect.
Vielen, vielen Dank. Vielen, vielen Dank für deinen Beitrag und
thank you very much for your contributions and greetings to your initiative and to your friends and colleagues. So not talking about you, talking with you, that is what we need to bear in mind and put into practice. Next is Jana Bertels, followed by Ulrike Heffner.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, uns als SPD
Comrades, we, the women in the SPD,
Hilfe für in der DDR geschiedene Frauen gemeinsam ändern und
want to bring the next topic onto the agenda, women who have been divorced in the former GDR, and not referring it to the parliamentary group, but debating it right here, right now. So many of these women are living at the existential bare minimum and are not receiving the benefits and allowances that they would need. And why do we find ourselves in this situation? Well, the old age pensions of these women divorced in the former GDR seem to have been forgotten in all the treaties that followed afterwards. So they were never given the opportunity to participate in the wealth of their former husbands, because the retirement pensions of women in the former GDR were structured in a different way. And it's very different in the case of women divorced in the former GDR who had children in the 1950s and 60s, when there was no structure for the care of these children, when these women had to stay at home or family members had to look after the children. So these women could not engage into the job market, into gainful employment. And that's why it's important to us that we provide a safety network for these women via a new fund
und die Anspruchsberechtigung
details stipulated in the motion. So let's please set the signal and approve this motion. It would be a great sign. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Jana. Das Wort hat jetzt
Thank you, Jana. And next is Ulrike Heffner. Comrades,
Und es ist an uns,
injustice has been committed, and we need to put this right. So injustice in different shapes and forms. Jana Bertels has already spelled out one part of this topic, but I'd like to call upon you, if you really want to be serious about social transformation, we need to identify mistakes, correct the mistakes, and also make sure that they're not going to be repeated. And we're talking about women who have lived in the former GDR, who are growing older now. So why are we still waiting for a biological solution to the problem? We need a solution now. We don't need a motion being referred to the parliamentary group, but we need a decision right here and now to bring justice to the lives of all these women. So that would be my plea. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Ulrike.
Thank you very much, Ulrike.
Liegen mir nicht
I
vor.
don't have anybody else who wants to take the floor, so I would like to ask Kerstin to read out the position of the Commission, and afterwards we start the voting. Thank you, Katja. Thanks to Julia about her contribution on inclusion. We need to do better in inclusion policy, although we have achieved a lot. But it is an important topic for the SPD, and I can only add to Julia, please make sure that there is access to everybody on your activities, and the interpreters who interpret gestures are also here today, and thank you very much. Sign language is also important. We have had a very long debate for years, 30 years in the meantime, about the question how the pension systems was transferred to the West. You cannot heal injustice in the GDR, but we tried as a first government to create a special fund to compensate certain deficits, and the same happens for certain Jewish migrants and for such cases in East Germany of women who were divorced. And the Commission has to see what else we can do, but the legal situation is quite complicated. It's good that we have this fund for special cases, but it is also clear that we cannot solve all cases of injustice of the former GDR. Only provide help for people in their pension scheme. Therefore, I would leave this up to the parliamentary group, because the legal situation is quite complicated. So I would like to ask you for your support. Thank you, Kerstin. We are now going to vote on the recommendation of the Motion Commission, as it has been presented here. Those who are in favor of the recommendation of the Commission, please raise your card. Thank you. Votes against? Thank you. Abstentions? Thank you. So a majority follows the recommendation of the Commission. Thank you for this debate. So this part has been dealt with, and I pass the floor to Anke.
Ja, vielen Dank, liebe Katja, auch von mir.
Thank you, Katja.
Guten Morgen in die
Good
Runde.
morning to all of you.
An weitere Ehrengäste, die
Good morning to special guests who have arrived in the meantime at our Congress.
Das ist der Bundesparteitag.
Ah, well, the Federal Congress, of course. Not just any Congress.
Ich freue mich auf jeden Fall,
I'm very glad, anyway,
frisch gewählte
that the
Vorsitzende, und zwar
newly re-elected chairperson of the trade union of the metal workers, is here. Thank you very much. A warm welcome to you. She has not come alone. Jürgen Kahn came along, her vice president, Jürgen. You are welcome as well. We have talked about the industry yesterday. Today, I think the trade union family will be happy that there were so clear words spoken about the industry at this Congress, and it will be the same today. So afterwards, I would like to pass on to something that many people are expecting, waiting for, which is the speech of our Federal Chancellor, Olaf Scholz. For all those who want to speak about it in the debate, I want to point out that once Saskia has given us an introduction, we will discuss the motion 2 of the Commission. This motion 2 involves also the motion 7 and 10. So those who want to take the floor should already think about it and deliver their card as a sign that they want to speak. But in order to have the input now, I would like to ask Olaf Scholz, our Federal Chancellor, to come here. I think the applause shown yesterday and today shows that among your SPD family, you are getting all the support, and we wish you all the strength possible in these days of difficult negotiations that you have to lead, and that we speak about the situation, of course, in the position of the SPD at this Congress, but especially we would like to wish you a lot of success and a lot of support from this Congress. Welcome, Olaf.
Große Herausforderungen suchen die Welt heim und halten uns in Atem. Erst Corona, dann der russische Angriffskrieg, jetzt der barbarische Angriff der Hamas. Ereignisse, die massive Auswirkungen auf unser Leben haben. Und keinen Populismus, sondern weitsichtige Politik erfordern. Nicht durch Konfrontation, sondern durch Kooperation und Diplomatie. Mit Herz und Verstand. Mit Respekt für Familien, für lebenswerte Tage im Alter und für ein gutes Leben, das sich jeder leisten kann. Politik für eine bessere und gerechte Zukunft. Wir wollen und werden auch weiterhin mehr Fortschritt wagen und kämpfen uns zurück, wenn wir dabei Rückschläge erleiden. Denn klar ist auch, wer Deutschland gerecht machen will, der kann es nicht immer allen recht machen. Wir machen Deutschland besser gerecht.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
comrades,
liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich danke euch.
Comrades, thank you.
Zeichen von Solidarität.
Thank you for this sign of solidarity and support that is something that defines our party Congress and our party as well. And so right from the start, let me say congratulations, Lars and Saskia and Kevin, to your election results, and congratulations to all of the deputy chairs as well. That is a very good sign of a strong social democratic party.
Und ich will mich auch bedanken.
And I also want to thank you for the good cooperation
Mir und der Parteiführung.
between me and the party leadership, but also between me and the parliamentary group. I want to thank all of you for the very good cooperation that there is between the party, the parliamentary group, and the government. And if you look a little bit further in the history books of this Republic of Germany, then you will see that that kind of good coordinated cooperation on the basis of solidarity between all of the structures of social democratic parties, that is something we have rarely managed as well as we're managing it now. And that is the foundation giving us the strength we need for the future.
Und es ist ja doch auch die Grundlage unseres.
And it is the foundation for our success as well. At the start of the Party Congress, some of us were reminded of this. I mean, and I want to do it as well. You know, 2 years ago, before the elections, we were in a very, very difficult situation for the Social Democratic Party, and we have done a lot in order to be successful in the national elections in Germany. We got a success that nobody believed we could do in the years before that, but we managed it. And one of the reasons why we are so successful is because we join ranks together, which we have had since the Party Congress 2 years before the elections. We joined forces then, and it's still there. Nobody believed that we would manage to have this level of support for one another. Thank you for that.
Ja, und manche haben damit gerechnet.
In fact, some were predicting that this party congress would be the end of us all getting along well, particularly the many who report on us. And they should report on us, of course they should. But they will have asked you in the corridors questions they would have discussed. And what they will have found is we are keeping this level of support for one another. This social democratic party is joining forces and working together on the basis of solidarity with one another, and will continue to do so.
Und es braucht uns.
And we need to stick together as the Social Democratic Party, because these are difficult times. What we are planning to do for this term in office and for the future of this country, there's a lot that we have done for the government program in this term of office. But it's a challenge. And it's not just a challenge for us in Germany, but many states and countries are facing extraordinary crises that have hit us. Ones that we can't just get rid of. They're simply there. We can't pretend they're not. And we knew it was going to happen. You know, there was the COVID-19 pandemic. It was still going when the German elections in Germany happened, and there were deaths on the days of the elections and at the end of the last government. So we had to overcome the pandemic first. And then Russia attacked Ukraine.
Ein furchtbarer Angriff
A terrible attack
auf die Bürgerinnen und Bürger der Ukraine.
On the citizens of Ukraine.
Ein furchtbarer Angriff
A terrible attack
mit dem größten
of the country with the largest territory in Europe, a nuclear power attacking the second largest country in Europe on our doorstep.
Ich habe das eine Zeitenwende genannt.
I called it a turning point in history.
Weil Russland
for the reason that with this attack, Russia swept aside all of our understanding and agreements about peace in Europe. And Willy Brandt and Helmut Schmidt and the chancellors who worked at the Conference for Security and Cooperation in Europe said there has to be this clarity. Borders can no longer be pushed by violence in Europe. And this agreement on territorial integrity is something Putin swept aside.
Wir Sozialdemokratinnen und
Now we, as Social Democrats, since the founding of our party, have been a party for peace. And since our party was founded, we have always made it clear that it is not power that can dominate international relations. We accepted many risks, and we made many decisions and stood some difficult debates. But it was always clear to us that we do not want to live in a world in which a mighty country can dominate what happens in a neighboring smaller country, that they even intervene in their politics. We want small countries to be safe from their large neighbors and not have to fear themselves. That is peace and security in Europe.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
comrades, we have drawn consequences. We have ensured that we spend more on defense and create a special military fund for our German armed forces, the Bundeswehr. We have ensured that the EU, NATO, and G7 work closely together. New members of NATO became a result of the Russian war of aggression on Ukraine. Finland, and hopefully soon Sweden. What kind of a change is that in response to this war? A dramatic change.
Und wir haben gekämpft gegen die ökonomische.
And we have fought against the economic impact of this war of aggression, which affected Germany, Europe, and the world as a whole. And when I say the whole world, yes, everywhere. Energy prices have increased. Everywhere, food prices have shot up. And while we are struggling with the consequences of price hikes, some countries are battling for the food security of their own population and fighting to see whether they can even afford the energy that they need. This is another consequence of this Russian imperialism that we have to spell out here.
Wir haben ihnen geholfen und wir werden das weiter tun.
We have helped these countries and we will continue to do that so that they can get through these difficult times. We have ensured and we have fought to ensure that there are options to export grain from Russia and from Ukraine to these countries, for this is important. But we also know that there have been consequences above and beyond that that impact on us and impact on Europe, because increased energy prices are something that we have had to cope with, sometimes 10 times the price you had to pay on the markets in order to get the energy you required. And Russia was the one who stopped supplying energy in some cases, some from the far-right AfD and from others who always are cross-lateral thinkers, as we hear, talk about that. But actually, it was the Russian president who stopped the gas supplies through the pipeline.
Der Gasversorgung.
50% of Germany's gas supply was called into question as a result. 50 billion cubic meters of gas that should have come through the pipelines were no longer available. 120 billion cubic meters of gas are no longer in Europe that were supplied by Russia before that. Of course, that has an impact on prices. Of course, that has an impact on everyone who has to respond to this change. And that is why we acted quickly by looking for other supply lines, getting more gas from Norway through the pipeline, more gas from the Western European harbors, and expanding our infrastructure so that gas can come to us from the north and from the south, and by building LNG terminals at the North German coast at an incredible speed for Germany, a speed we have not seen with planning permission, etc. in Germany. Comrades, we got Germany through this winter.
Und wir haben weiter diese Aufgabe und wir erfüllen das auch weiter.
We continue to address this issue. We continue to ensure that we have a good, reliable energy supply and that at the same time that we are focusing on ramping up renewable energies. But I want to say again, in no uncertain terms, it remains the case that even though the prices have dropped, considerably dropped over what we saw in the crisis year, they are still not back to the level that they were at before, and we all feel that. For sure, that is a major challenge for a big economy like ours, which is globally connected, just as it is a major challenge that the consequences of this war have impacted on growth in the entire world. And we feel that as a successful export nation. But it's part of the consequences that we are able to do what is necessary for a long time to come. And at this point, I would like to say that with no uncertain terms. We will continue to support Ukraine in its defense of its own country, in its battle, and we will do that financially.
Wir tun das mit finanziellen Mitteln.
We will support them financially, and we will support that by delivering weapons to Ukraine. And of course, that is a major financial challenge for us. There were many debates about what we should do and what we should supply in terms of weapons. These are debates that, when I speak to citizens, are very different than when I answer questions that are asked in a political context. Many asked, is it right that we send weapons? Is it right that we placed sanctions on Russia? And I say yes. But it's okay to ask the question, because then we can present our arguments about why it's right. But now, and in this situation, what's important is that there's one clear message from the world, from Europe, and from Germany to the Russian president. And this clear message has to be, he cannot count on us easing up the pressure. He must not be able to count on us being able to provide what Ukraine needs with its 46 million inhabitants to defend its country from Russia.
Nein, dieser Krieg ist wahrscheinlich so schnell nicht vorbei.
This war won't be over anytime soon, that we would all wish that it were. And this is why we have to be able to keep up the pressure. We have to be able to do next year what we did this year and the year after that. And this is why, when others are running out of steam, we have to maybe increase our contribution to supporting Ukraine, which is why we have to take decisions, and I'd like to say that in no uncertain terms, decisions that will make us able to do what we have to do. We have to help and be able to help Ukraine on the basis of solidarity.
Mit dem Krieg Russlands gegen die Ukraine verbunden ist auch die
Connected to Russia's war against Ukraine is the fact that many of the citizens from that country have come to Germany. 1 million fled Ukraine, and we took them in. There is no country in Europe that has taken more Ukrainian refugees than we have. And I'm proud that we have done that. I'm grateful that countless citizens, many, many parts of Germany did their bit to ensure that we could manage such a challenge. And that is also something that has to be said here.
Und deshalb ist es natürlich eine Folge auch dieses Krieges, dass die Zahl
This is why the number of those who are fleeing their countries and coming to seek refuge in Germany and the rest of Europe has increased. And it is right that together with the people who fled Ukraine, there are many others who have come here. And this is why we have to take special care that we solve this challenge and manage to offer refuge to those who need it, and ensure that there aren't many who are coming to us who are not entitled to this kind of protection. And this is why I want to say expressly that it is correct and right that we be open for men and women and children who are seeking refuge, but it is right that we put rules in place to ensure that we concentrate on them and don't give others a perspective to be here for refuge if they are not coming to us for those reasons. I'm grateful that in an intense debate with the 16 federal states in Germany, we've managed to find a common solution, because it retains Germany's capacity to accept people fleeing their homes from war if we manage the system well, so that nobody can access these entitlements to refuge who don't have a right to it.
Und für mich, das will ich dazu sagen.
And what do I want to say? Well, I want to say that it means as well that we must not be distracted from something we intended to do for this term in office as a reform program, not just to defend the right of asylum, not just to ensure that we counter those who want to get rid of the individual right to asylum. Comrades, friends, Germany is a country people had to flee from, who sought refuge elsewhere. And that's why the fundamental right to asylum is part of Germany. We will not give it up.
Nein, wir haben nicht nur diese Aufgabe, Schutz.
No, we don't just have the mandate to offer refuge and to restrict irregular migration. It is also our job to ensure that for the future of our country, we ensure that those who come here have a good perspective, to ensure that those who
schon lange nicht mehr in dieser Weise sich
could have a good job here need to come here, because Germany's prosperity cannot be guaranteed and wouldn't be as successful as it is if hundreds of thousands hadn't come to us from other countries, or whose parents came to us from other countries. And the question of irregular migration means that we also want to say that we want to ensure that this country is open to students and to skilled laborers and skilled workers and their families who can come to Germany, because Germany as an immigration country needs to take on the perspective of those who can help us get to the prosperity we want to get to in this country, because there is a skilled labor scarcity.
Deshalb ein klares Wort.
And so, let me make this clear.
Nicht richtig losgegangen in Deutschland.
This hasn't really got off the ground yet. When we brought people to Germany who for a very long time were described as guest workers, Gastarbeiter, and they weren't guests, they were very quickly part of our society.
Da haben wir das immer mit der Perspektive gemacht.
There, we always recruited people from abroad, assuming they would stay for a while and then go back home. And as we know, some of the lives of those who came here also thought they would be going back home. But what happened was another model of integration than was the case in the US or in other countries who have always founded their prosperity on immigration. Namely, instead of saying that it is something that is a thing to aspire to, that you get a work permit, that your children go to school, that you settle into society, that you learn the language in Germany, the German language, but that it's also a perspective that those who come here to build up our society have the desire and the aim to take on German citizenship. And I'm pleased that once again we are aiming in this term in office to turn this around. I want somebody who comes to Germany and says, I want to be part of this society, I want to learn the language, and I want to become a German citizen quickly. This is something we want to see.
Ja, und ich finde, dann kann es auch Einbürgerungsfeiern geben.
And then I think citizenship parties will be something we will see more, where the whole family comes along, everybody wears their best clothes, everybody dresses up, and then we hear the national anthem played afterwards. That is integration in Germany, as I imagine it.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich habe von den Herausforderungen.
Comrades, I've talked about the challenges facing us.
Aber als hätten wir nicht genug.
But as if we didn't have enough challenges, what we've been experiencing in recent weeks, we find out what happens if a terrorist organization like Hamas attacks Israel.
Und ich bin froh.
And I am glad that in these times, one thing is absolutely clear and is not disputed by anyone. Germany is on Israel's side. We will support the country. And we support Israel's right to self-defense.
Wir, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wollen,
Comrades,
dass es einen jüdischen Staat gibt,
we want there to be a Jewish state in which Jewish men, women, and children can live safely. And that's why we want Israel to be able to be safe. And that's why we are pushing for a long-term perspective for peace in the region. For many years, we have been pursuing a two-state solution for the peaceful coexistence of Israel and a Palestinian state.
Und wir kämpfen dafür, dass jetzt in dieser Situation, so bitter wie ein solcher
as bitter as a war like the one we are seeing now is,
darüber hinwegsehen und dran vorbeireden.
We cannot pretend it is otherwise. It is bitter, but that it is waged in alignment with international law. And I'm glad that the U.S. president is a good partner in this specific crisis.
Das bedeutet für uns,
for us,
dass wir humanitäre
that
Hilfe
means
nach Gaza
that
bekommen wollen.
we want to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches Gaza and make it possible ourselves. For a long time now, we've been the most important supporter with many others together, but we have contributed in terms of the civil structures and the humanitarian aid in Gaza. We're a major donor. And of course, this means that we have to have clarity in Germany about this conflict as well. It is not okay for anti-Semitic slogans to be chanted on German streets when Israeli flags are burned here, and when some maintain publicly that it is okay if Jews are killed. All of this can be criminally prosecuted and will be. We will not accept it.
Und lasst mich das hinzufügen, so wenig wie wir akzeptieren.
And let me say that just as we do not accept anti-Semitic hatred to be incited, we also do not accept hatred against Muslims in our country. We will not accept that.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, nun haben wir ja noch
Comrades, there's another challenge facing us now, one that we have talked about at length, namely that with the ruling of the German Constitutional Court, the question of how our budget needs to be set up for next year and how we develop budgetary policy. Well, how can I put it? It hasn't made it any simpler, that ruling.
Aber ich will für mich sehr klar
But
formulieren,
let me formulate very clearly for myself
schwere Aufgabe,
that it is a very difficult
wenn man das nicht nur so macht.
challenge, particularly if you can't necessarily do it the way you think is right, but you have to agree with your coalition partners, which is always a challenge sometimes
Aber
in
ich will
democracies.
hier
But let me say here
die
clearly
Zuversicht,
that I am confident that we will manage
und das ist uns
to get our budget
die wichtig ist für die Zukunft.
sorted out in a manner that
Denn
is important for the future of our
Zuversicht,
country,
dass es
because
uns
the confidence that we will manage to achieve it has to do with the fact that it can be done. This is not a problem that cannot be solved. We just have to agree on the best way forward, and we're doing this in very intense debates to make progress with an agreement. But for me, it's quite clear that in a situation like this one, we are not going to be dismantling the social state in Germany.
Wenn man etwas länger in der Politik dabei sein durfte,
Now, if you've had the privilege of being politically active for a very long time, Franz, you know that
und eine
all debates come back again.
regelmäßig
And one debate that keeps coming back
Gelegenheiten
whenever the opportunity arises is
das
the
Problem
debate that the real problem in our society is our too generous social state. Not how I see it, people.
und ich folge da den Worten, die Helmut Schmidt einmal gesagt
And I remember that our Chancellor Helmut Schmidt once said, he said, one of the greatest achievements that Germany has achieved besides democracy is the social welfare state, something that we as Social Democrats have fought for right from the word go.
Kaiserreich, wie soll ich das nennen, in antagonistischer Kooperation
It was in antagonistic cooperation with Mr. Bismarck under the Kaiserreich
passiert,
in the empire, but
gewachsen ist, was zur DNA
something has grown up which has become part of the DNA of our country. And it is indeed the foundation of prosperity in this country, namely that you are not given up as hopeless, but that you keep getting a new opportunity to find your way forward and fight for your own perspectives. This is the foundation, one of the foundations of our prosperity.
übrigens
And while I'm on the subject,
viele Dinge passiert, die gar nicht viel
many things have happened that haven't been necessarily noticed so much, but that have actually improved people's lives quite
zum
significantly.
Beispiel
For
die
example,
Erwerbsminderungsrente für diejenigen,
we
die sie
have the
schon Erwerbsminderungsrentner waren, nachträglich.
pensions for people who were only getting smaller
Wir
pensions,
haben Gesetze gemacht,
and we managed to increase this.
eine Bevölkerungsgruppe ganz besonders gerichtet haben.
And we passed laws that were directed at a particular group
Jetzt
of
immer
people.
besprochen
one that is talked about a lot and where many people suddenly feel them, even though they don't even know anyone affected by it.
Das sind diejenigen, die wenig verdienen und hart arbeiten.
Those are people who
Wir haben einen
work hard and don't earn much. It was us. We launched an election campaign by saying that we wanted to increase the statutory minimum wage up to 12 euros because people earn so little working on minimum wage, and we can't let things like that continue.
Sechs Millionen Bürgerinnen und Bürger haben
6 million citizens got a raise through this because of 12 euros. Actually, many more did as well. And I always say that to the trade unions as well, who used that opportunity to ensure that wages increased across the board, and that with the increased minimum wage, there were also increases in the next and layers of wage earners. And I think that we can achieve greater successes as well if we increase the coverage of collective bargaining for our trade unions to improve wages across the board.
Ja, ich will nicht drum rumreden, was die Mindestlohnkommission da gerade gemacht hat.
What the Minimum Wage Commission just did right now, though, let me not mince my words, was not okay.
Und es war vor allem nicht in Ordnung.
And it was particularly not okay because the principle of the social partnership was broken, with namely that these decisions have to be made in agreement with representatives of union and management.
Aber wir geben nicht auf.
But we're not going to give up.
Wir kümmern uns diejenigen,
we are going to take care of those who earn too little, and we want to make sure that they are doing better. And that's why all of the measures that we have with reference to collective bargaining coverage and all of the things that we're doing for works councils and trade unions, because we want further successes. We want the statutory minimum wage to mean that there can be better wages paid in the lower wage categories. And I mean, we've got the experts sitting right here. There are still wages that are only just above statutory minimum wage. And I have to ask, is it okay that in Germany that somebody gets less than 16 euros an hour if they're covered by a collective wage agreement? We need to ensure that the trade unions are strong enough to be able to push through decent wages in these groups too.
Wir haben ja nicht nur das mit dem Mindestlohn gemacht.
We have not only achieved the minimum wage, we have done more. For example, we ensured that the social insurance contributions only started from an income of 2,000 euros. That's a real relief. And if somebody had earned only a certain amount and had to pay 50 euros, that was a lot for them. And we increased the child allowance to 250 even for the second child, also for parents who are on work but do have a low income.
Wir haben dafür gesorgt,
we have made sure that with the allowance for housing, pensioners can do better. That is a huge social political improvement. And therefore, I would like to summarize it in the following way. In this legislature, we have done most of our work for employees with a small income. That is the merit that we can claim.
Und deshalb
and therefore
ist es auch sehr merkwürdig,
it is strange if you hear the debate on the citizens' income. A lot of things have been said, so I don't want to add more. But I would like to point out the last increase of the salary was very low because of that mechanism in the law, and the next one won't be good either. Now there is a chance used by those who always think the people who don't work get too much, and now we can really attack the system. But I think we have to resist that. A law decided by the German parliament with the votes of CDU and CSU, a law that the Council of Federal States approved, and there's a formula involved that needs to be implemented according to the law, is an act that has a strong legitimate mandate, and in such a situation we also have to be able to resist.
Ja, und auch das will ich an dieser Stelle sagen. Wir werden
And I also want to say
einen Haushalts
that the difficult questions around the budget will not let us forget that we have to ensure the great future of our country.
Es ist wichtig.
And there are many aspects involved. It is important because the human-made climate change exists, and it does menace the future of the planet and also our prosperity, because there's a lot of discussion about what happens with gas prices, oil prices, etc. I just want to let people know prices will structurally grow. By the way, also because in the 3-4 decades something worked out. Globalization with different impacts, more or less, led to a prosperity gain in a big part of the world. Billions have
Und
been
gleichzeitig sind Autobahnen und Eisenbahnen, Millionen
spent.
Städte, Universitäten, Schulen, Krankenhäuser, Fabriken überall in der Welt.
Hospitals, factories, railways have been built which were not there 40 years ago. That is a huge success. And that's why I don't like protectionism or other perspectives. But I would also like to point out that these people want to have the same prosperity as we are enjoying. And those who say, well, we can do things just like in the 50s of the last century, I would like those people to imagine what would happen if in 2050 10 billion people perhaps have the prosperity that we enjoyed in 1950. I can tell you, if we don't change anything, nobody will be able to breathe on this planet, and then you can not pay energy or uranium prices. It is correct that we tackle climate change and that we go for renewable energies and an industrialization that ensures our prosperity and our industry location.
Wir wollen Stahlwerke
We want to have steelworks
ohne Nutzung von Kohle funktionieren.
that work without using coal, but they need to be built now. The investments have to happen now. We want to ensure the electrolyzers, the semiconductors, the factories, lots of things you hear. And one day they say, we depend on semiconductors. What's going to happen if we don't get them? We are discussing about chains, supply chains. And then movement happens, semiconductors are going to be built in Germany, and some people say, oh, do we want it? Is that clever? And I say, no, we need such developments.
Und deshalb werden wir auch setzen
And
darauf,
therefore, we will make sure that it happens, and that also the energy transition is going to be implemented quicker. It needs to be done quicker, so that 2030 we have 80% of renewables and biomass and hydrogen power and a broader electricity network. All this has to be done now. We cannot just go on as we did, as it was done many years before the current government, that in difficult situations new climate objectives were formulated, but then they were all tired of this procedure and stopped all activities.
Das Bundesverfassungsgericht.
The Federal Constitutional Court also said something about this part, the ruling about climate protection. You can read it, but you can also summarize it. It basically says, if you do say 2050, that was the objective at that time, not 45 as now, if you want to go there, can you not? Then you can't start in 2049. Well, we could have found out about that before.
Und genau das ist das, was wir machen.
And that is exactly what we are doing. We will achieve these aims with the steps we have taken. We can already foresee that. And the Pact for Germany, which we discussed with the Council of Federal States and hundreds of acts that we want to change, this Pact for Germany will create the speed which is necessary for economic prosperity. And we will go on doing it with the laws prepared by Karl Lauterbach to use the digital information in the health sector, in pharmaceutical investigation. We have growth potentials in Germany that we need to develop.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades, finally, I want to say something about a topic that is very dear to me, and I think to many of you. It is a question, why everywhere these right-wing populist parties are becoming stronger in Scandinavian countries, in the Netherlands, in Austria, Belgium, France, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Great Britain.
Mehr so als politischer Move innerhalb einer Formation.
More a political move within a formation in the US with Trump, etc.
Warum?
Why
gibt es eigentlich auch
are there
in all diesen Ländern und genauso
in all these countries and also here a insatisfaction and uncertainty?
Und ich finde, das hat natürlich was zu tun.
And I believe it has to do with the huge changes happening in the world, and precisely in those countries which are enumerated, the classical countries of the North, with the industry history and prosperity, who are not sure if those transformations will lead to a good end. And therefore my answer of what we do against right-wing populism is we need a perspective, a plan for the future. Confidence needs to be possible. We need to be able to believe that for us, for our own children and grandchildren, it will work out that 10 billion in the world and others can be rich. It is not a menace. It is something that we can achieve if we go for society in cohesion, and that is something that we have to put forward against the right-wing populists.
Und das andere, liebe Genossinnen
und Genossen, ist, something else. Comrades, we should not get confused about certain things.
Es gibt Leute, die
there are people
denken jetzt darüber nach,
who
was
are
rechtspopulistischen Partei halten
thinking what they should
sind, ob das richtig
think about such a right-wing party because they are also skeptical if it's correct to support Ukraine. There are some people who are uncertain about the future and wonder if we go for the right path or if we should just go on for 30 years with coal and gas. It's not the case, but there are people who pose that question. But there are also other people, those who think it's right to have all those resentments and hatred. And I find that as children of a inheritance of men and women in the 19th century, when they founded a party for social coherence, and they did not speak badly about the neighbors, and the separation of society was not a point of discussion, even if they were poor. So we should not allow that anybody develops the idea because they are worse off, they are right to have right extremist ideas. One thing has nothing to do with the other.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
wir haben eine Geschichte.
we have a history, we have a responsibility for democracy.
Das nicht geschehen.
Therefore, we must not allow this to happen. In the last electoral campaign, we gave a response. It was respect. That is more than a word. Recognizing different achievements in life. Respect that everybody has a right for the future and that nobody can tell you that you are an economic loser or whatever they might call you. We need to take care that there is a good confidence in our tool to ensure a democratic society is confidence. We have to fight for confidence in difficult times. And difficult times also mean, and I want to mention it briefly, that lots of discussions, controversies come about. And if I look around, the Netherlands is a government that came to an end due to a strike. And if we look at all the neighboring countries, there are these harsh discussions everywhere. We know that we also have such discussions, but around us, same thing is happening. That does not make it better. But we also need to say it can't be a coincidence that this is a situation. And if there are 7 parties that form a government in some countries, or 4, and they have it difficult, then that doesn't mean that it's easier for us.
Natürlich ist das ein Problem.
Of course, this is a problem. Because if times are uncertain and if it's necessary to transmit confidence and a perspective, then this is not a good idea immediately. And I want to say that also for myself. Things that have happened, I could have done without them, really. However,
was Deutschland nicht braucht, ist Leute,
what Germany doesn't need are people who don't go on working, doing their job.
Das sind wir. Das seid ihr. Das sind die Genossinnen und Genossen der Fraktionen im
comrades of our party, in the parliamentary group, all over Germany, all those who have a responsibility as social democrats in the municipalities, in the cities, in the different constituencies, in the federal states, and in the government. We need to stand together and maintain a clear course. And this is my hope. If we get the problem with the budget solved, and at the same time pursue a good plan for the future, if we ensure that Germany can look optimistically into the future, that you don't have to ask the question, oh, there's this big policy which I have seen on the internet or read in the newspaper. It has nothing to do with me. But the other way around, that we say it's just the other way around. We are here for you. We do politics for you, for the people who are in difficulties, who have to fight. We do our policies for people who are also well off, but who also proudly go to their job every day. And we will ensure that there is a future for our country and for each individual, that it will become a better and fairer country. Thank you very much.
Wow, lieber Olaf.
Wow, Olaf,
Für deine bewegende
thank you so much for this very touching speech. It really touched our hearts, honestly, touched our hearts.
Jeder und jede hier im Raum konnte
Every single person in the room was able to sense that this is your home. So thank you.
Wir sind stolz darauf, dass du einer von
We're proud that we can say that you're one of us.
Kanzler. Ich will dir sagen,
One of us and the Chancellor of all of us. And I'm personally happy that after the members had taken the decision to be party chair, to unite this political party, because you would never betray your political party. Your party needs you, it needed you, and 4 years on, we really have to see very clearly that we're living through difficult times. We had to maneuver through the pandemic. Remember the time without vaccines, without the face masks, without or bearing also in mind the lives lost in these years of the pandemic. And when this coalition, the traffic light coalition, took office, there were still sometimes hundreds of people dying because of the pandemic. And we had to come up and we had to find solutions for this situation, for these days of insecurity, that we had to take very difficult decisions at the time and had to be very courageous in terms of financial policy and financial decisions. You had the head of Minister of Finance at the time, so you also contributed a whole lot to these solutions. And this very brutal imperialistic attack of Russia attacking Ukraine, having prepared it for a long time, that didn't happen overnight. So there were other challenges that we had to deal with overnight, basically, and always also weighing the pros and cons and prevent the situation from escalating and keeping the door open for diplomatic solutions, to also take on over 1 million people, to look after them, and also to take this giant step away from this dependency, being dependent of Russian resources. And you managed to do all that. You managed the situation to turn it around.
Denn es sitzt wieder ein Sozialdemokrat im Kanzleramt.
Because there's a social democrat sitting in the federal chancellery, and that's why the conservatives are really alarmed, highly alarmed, and that's why for 2 years they keep on attacking us in all the different fields: migration, security policy, financial policy. Back in 1980, when I voted for the very first time, the CDU waged a campaign against national debt. But in foreign policy and crisis situation in the field of foreign policy, just remember the war in Iraq or the Balkans. So it was basically an agreement, an unspoken agreement, that the opposition will not make the life of the government more difficult in times of crisis. But today things have changed, because the opposition was questioning publicly Olaf Scholz's campaign and course with respect to Ukraine and Russia. It was unheard of. And now it's again the public coffers. The conservatives have now started to attack in an unfair way. Just think of the judgment of the Federal Constitutional Court recently and everything that is now being put into place. The Federal Constitutional Court taken this decision, and in situations of emergency, when exemptions with respect to the debt break are legal, it's being turned around now, and we're being attacked. Of course, it's a restrictive course, but Olaf, as you said, it's solvable. But it will become difficult when people are not ready to recognize and get aware of this new type of reality. So, comrades, it's clear to us that we cannot tackle these crises with a regular budget. And if we want to be able, we need to be willing and able to support Ukraine as long as it takes, with everything that we have at our disposal. If we are willing and able, want to be able to do that, then we need to again declare a state, an exceptional state, being able, because we, the Social Democrats, we are certainly not ready to cut social spending in the budget in order to finance this exceptional state that we are in at the moment. So people who depend on the citizens' benefits, students' benefits, and so on, we're not going to leave these people behind and alone. And Olaf said very rightly that those are the crises that are happening as we have to tackle other issues and challenges like the modernization of our digital system, the train systems, the school system, the school infrastructure. So we want to become climate neutral in the way we live, the way we work, and also not leave the economy behind. So we know what the right way is, and we're not opting for the wrong way in that respect. Because at the end of the day, there will only be those living happily ever after who have the financial means to do so, and this is not acceptable to us, comrades. Out of the experience from the pandemic, but also overcoming our dependency of Russian fossil fuels, let's put this very clear, that we need to enter into new dependencies and overcome old systems by launching a new industrial policy. And we are very aware that these tasks will not be covered or will not be tackled with the regular budget. And that's why we have launched the Climate and Transformation Funds. And that way we will be able to finance indispensable changes and modernizations for the lives of the future. But now we have run out of resources for this new fund, and we will not accept only liberal forces from the market. We will not turn a blind eye on certain decisions, because it does matter where semiconductors are produced and whether we will manage to save the jobs in the steel industry or not. And we will not accept that jobs will disappear from the map. We want to save and rescue the industrial bases in our country. The citizens, the entrepreneurs, the workers in this country need to be able to rely upon us when we say that we will save the situation, and we will do so. So this giant task and challenge to become climate neutral is also has to be part of the budget covered by the budget, and we will stick to our promise to guarantee solidarity for people with smaller income, small pensions. If we don't manage to do that, they will not have a good future. And we promised them they'll have one. So we know that strong shoulders can bear a larger proportion of the burden. And we have spoken a lot about justice for the generations. And at the same time, we've seen people wanting to erode the social security system and the welfare state. So that is not true. What about the generations for people in a country of peace and prosperity, protecting people of the consequences of climate change, the impact? And we want to foster social cohesion and a solid infrastructure. So we need to finance that, solid educational system, the economy, solid infrastructure. So we want to invest today into the Germany of tomorrow. And the suggestions and proposals by the Conservatives, by the CDU, would do damage to our country and the future of the people in our country. Cutting social security costs is basically abusing the decision taken in Karlsruhe, and we will not accept that. To attack the welfare state equal also an attack of the social foundation in our country, and all the people in our country depend upon it, because the social welfare state is not only protecting those people who are in need, but to all of us. And I'm very confident that we will manage to bridge these gaps within our coalition. And Olaf also shares this confidence, this optimism. He's never let the SPD down. He's never let the country down, and he will not do so in the future. So that's why I believe that a promising future does lie ahead, a promising future, and we will be able to tackle the challenges, because the Social Democrat in the Chancellery, Olaf Scholz in the Chancellery, means that he is doing politics for everybody in this country, a fair country in a Germany of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Liebe Saskia, ganz herzlichen Dank.
Saskia.
Nochmal auch zur Einordnung unserer Parteitags.
Thank you so much. And let's take a look at our agenda for today at the same time, because we're now talking about notice of motion 02 that will replace 07 and 10.
Wir kommen jetzt dann auch gleich zur Aussprache.
And we will deliberate
ganz lange
these motions, start our discussion, and we have received many calls for the floor. So that's why I would like to point to two aspects, so that those who want to speak can be prepared. So the list is available on open slides, so you can see the order of speakers, so everything's transparent and open. So also with respect to the speaking time, and I would like to suggest, because we have already received 40 calls for the floor, that we now want to close the list of speakers. I think everybody had the opportunity to hand in their speaking cards. So are there any objection to that suggestion? Okay, we close the list, and I think there's still a good opportunity for all these voices to be heard in the frame of our debate. So, and we have the order of speakers, but before that, I'd like to welcome more guests who have arrived to our conference. The representatives of the trade unions has grown as well. So I'd like to also welcome the food, beverages and catering trade unions, Guido Zeitler.
Und dann, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ist es mir eine
and also, comrades, It's a great pleasure to welcome another guest of honor at our party congress. Olaf has already spoken about the terrible terrorist attack on Israel. So it's a great honor and pleasure, and also opportunity to reflect our solidarity with the people in Israel, the Jews in Jewish community in Germany, but also across the world, that the Israeli ambassador is among us, His Excellency Ron Prosor. A very warm welcome. We're very happy about your presence at our conference. Warm welcome.
Ja, dann darf ich mit diesen Worten überleiten.
So, and then passing the floor or moving on in our debate, and the first speaker is already ready to go. Georg Thüringen from the federal state of Thuringia. The floor is yours.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, das war gut.
Comrades, that was great. That was amazing. That was very impressive. A very touching and very personal speech by Olaf Scholz. Olaf, thank you so much for making clear once more that you are our Chancellor, that you are really keeping all this club together. So you are a Chancellor acting in times of crises, and you're being very clear and with a clear compass. So it's our social democratic values that are guiding you. And you underlined really well what is at stake right now, which is social cohesion. And the cohesion. So what does that mean for people in Eastern Germany? People in Eastern Germany need to be able to trust that the promises of the government will also be met, particularly the promises with respect to the future investments into Eastern German industry and economy. And what people expect from us in the east of Germany is also that we will not fill the gaps in the federal budget by cuts in the social security. So we need cohesion, comrades, particularly on the 1st of September. There will be state elections in Thuringia, in Saxony, and a bit later also in the state of Brandenburg. So yes, democracy is under pressure. That's what we keep on hearing repeatedly. What does that mean, comrades? Just take a look at the polls, the current polls. The AfD, 34%. 34%, comrades. What does that tell us? Well, that is a percentage that can cause a lot of damage. The AfD can, for example, have a say when it comes to decide upon the future judges and also the scrutiny commissions. It can also block
Anspruch auf des Parlamentspräsidenten. Damit sind weitere Folgen verbunden.
So it can have deep impacts in the democratic running of our country and of the federal states. So if this becomes a reality, we really need to make sure that this does not happen, and we need to make sure that the democracy is being attacked from the inside, from our inner system, and particularly in Eastern Germany, in Thuringia, and we need to prevent that. We need to join forces in order to prevent that.
Comrades, on the 2nd of September 2024, I do not wake up in an authoritarian country.
Deshalb lasst uns jetzt zusammen kämpfen.
So let us fight together.
Wir brauchen eure Unterstützung.
We need your support. We in Thuringia, in Saxony, and in Brandenburg, we need your support, and we need it now.
Wer, wenn nicht wir, kann dem Treiben
Who, if not we, can keep the right-wing extremists back? We are the oldest anti-fascist force in Germany.
und die Konservativen
And the Conservatives will not manage to keep them back.
sich nach rechts abzugrenzen.
They can't even create a clear boundary between them and the far right. In the Thuringian State Parliament, a law was passed with the votes of the CDU, the FDP, and the votes of the AfD,
Windkraft im Wald
which was about banning wind power in forests. So that's what we're looking at. Comrades,
Schaut auf Thüringen.
look at Thuringia. Look at Eastern Germany, this wonderful part of Germany.
Nicht das Einfallstor.
It cannot be an easy pushover for the fascists.
Ich greife das auf, was Olaf ganz am Schluss.
Let me respond to what Olaf said at the very end. We will manage it if we hold together and if we are confident that we can stop this happening. Thank you.
Viel Erfolg bei eurem wichtigen Unterfangen für uns alle. Als nächstes hat das Wort
We wish you every success.
Wiebke.
The floor now goes to Eske Wiebke, followed by Philipp Thürmer, and then Sarah Riglewski.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
lieber
Olaf, I want to thank you for your strong speech. Saskia just referred to the notice of motion, and I wanted to speak because we also had a comprehensive notice for a motion. I think it's important that we talk about the current situation around the budget and the impact of the ruling of the Constitutional Court, which are so sweeping. But I think a party congress should also resolve on motions, even if you're still debating the budget, and with voices from the parliamentary left and the North Rhine-Westphalia, there are 4 points that we think are important. The first is that even if we've got the ruling from the Constitutional Court, commitments must still be valid. But because the Transformational Climate Fund has just been emptied, all of the commitments to the local authorities around the hydrogen industry, etc., have to be delivered on. So we have to stick to our promises. Then we cannot allow that there's a dismantling of the social welfare state just because we find ourselves in a difficult budget situation. Olaf was clear about this as well, and that's in our notice of motion too. Then the third part is, Olaf, you have spoken at length about the war in Ukraine, and it is naturally the case that we don't want to question our help for Ukraine. But if we're not questioning help for Ukraine, then that also means that there are factors that are impacting on this budget that are no longer under our control. And that is why it is right, and there's no other way of doing it than having a supplementary budget and excluding the debt break, because that's the only way that we are going to manage to not dismantle the social state and have very difficult cuts. And another point, one that's very important to me, that we have negotiated, the expression of solidarity between the generations and justice between the generations is cited at length by the neoliberals and the conservatives. It's being abused to dismantle the social state. And the question of solidarity between the generations is reduced just to what we have on our bank accounts. But what we leave to our children isn't the money on our bank account. It is the money for a good education system, a strong economy, and what infrastructure we all live in and live with. And if the recent years has shown us one thing, it is that we need a strong, capable state that is able to counter the next pandemic with a healthcare system, that is able to counter climate crisis, that is able to protect the peace and keep peace. And for that, we need a state that is capable of action. And so we have to ensure that we have a debt break reform, because it cannot be the case that the debt break is a brake on investment. It's been that in the past, but now with this ruling, it's even more so. I'd like to remind you and ask you to support the notice of motion 07. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Wiebke. Ich habe gerade eben noch mal den Hinweis erhalten aus den Reihen.
Now, I've just heard from the delegates that was a little bit longer, and that's taking away people's
Ich glaube, wir sollten jetzt auch die Gelegenheit
place. But let me just say, I would like everyone to be a little quieter in the room. So if you could be a little bit quieter so that we can actually hear the delegates speaking. If you've got something to discuss, maybe you could go out of the room and discuss it there, because the ones in the room should have the opportunity to speak. So thank you for that. So the next speaker is Philip Thoma, followed by Sarah Ryklewski.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
lieber Olaf, die Jusos und du,
the Jusos, the young SPDs and you, we don't have an easy history. We did everything we could to stop you becoming chair of the party, and that worked.
als du damals als
But
Kanzlerkandidat
when you ran as candidate then, that's when we supported you.
Das ist vielen in der Situation.
Now, in that situation, I think it wasn't easy for everyone here, but we did it out of conviction because we believed that with you, we would have an opportunity to shed some of the leaden heaviness of the coalition.
Und der Wahlkampf hat uns
And the election campaign gave us hope that there would be a better distribution of wealth and many other aspects. But all the same, and we mustn't kid ourselves, the country is currently more divided than ever. Olaf,
wer aus der Defensive will,
if you want to get out of the defensive, you have to play offensive. You're the head of the government. You are not a couples counselor of Robert and Christian.
dass du Empathie
People want you to show empathy and to explain, but to make decisions too. They don't want someone who is just a moderator of power. We cannot kid people. Even if we do our very best, there are so many people who have cold feet standing in the queues at the soup kitchens, and that is just shocking for a government run by the Social Democrats.
Ein Kanzler,
we need a chancellor who delivers on the promises of the SPD that they will have a better life. Instead, too often, we are leaving the stage up to the Conservatives, although we're in power. For over 3 weeks, or 3 weeks ago, the Constitutional Court ruled on this, and the whole envy-driven debate at the expense of others. And we still haven't solved the budget crisis, and much of what you have talked about depends on us solving the budget crisis so that we are capable of acting once again. Olaf, you once said if you order leadership, you're going to get leadership. I'm ordering leadership here, and we're waiting for you to deliver.
Da draußen brennt die Hütte.
You know, things are really, really difficult in this country. So we want there to be a stop on the debt break, and we want there to be a stop on the crisis in the government.
Jeder von euch, der hier sitzt,
every one of you sitting here trusts in social democracy, but the people outside, they're losing their faith in us. It's not enough just to be solid in your government. If your responses are not sufficient for the challenges facing us, change the course. Don't be a moderator. Become a fighter for social justice.
Olaf, wir haben alle dafür gekämpft.
Olaf, we all fought for you to be the #1 Social Democrat, the first Social Democratic Chancellor in the Chancellor's office. Make sure that that really means that everybody won't want you to just be the last one. Show everybody else the yellow card, the vision of a social democratic decade. We still believe in that. Our party can do that. And we are prepared to do everything we can to get there. Olaf, let me ask you, are you prepared to do everything? We have to get better than it is now. Thank you.
Die nächste Rednerin ist Sarah Ryglewski.
Sarah Ryglewski is the next speaker, followed by Veit Lemming.
Guten Morgen, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen.
Good morning, comrades. I also want to start by saying thank you. Thank you to Yasmin and to Olaf for the great speech and for everyone involved in the notice of motion of the party leadership, whether it be in the original version or the other one, because this motion delivers much of what many of people in this country expect from us and from politicians in general, namely setting a clear course that shows that we want to overcome the schism in this country. We can't deny that there's a divide in society, but we need to try to heal the breaches. But I'd also like to say to the Conservatives, if you have a far more complex understanding of what the grassroots, or rather what the foundation is of prosperity in this country, which is more complex than the Conservatives, then let me say that if you believe that a strong state and a social welfare state are contradictions in terms, you have just misunderstood what prosperity in Germany is all about. And you can really see that around this really insidious debate about citizens' benefit. Let me say it in no uncertain terms that before I became a politician, I worked as a neighborhood management. I was in the workers' welfare organization in Bremen. And this uncomplicated image of poverty is one I would reject. You know, if the Conservatives do that, they just don't know what certain boroughs in Bremen are like. I mean, they simply don't understand what poverty is. Poverty is a lack of opportunities. And we, as Social Democrats, have always pushed to try to overcome this lack of opportunities and give people an opportunity to shape their country according to their own views. Emancipation is the basic belief of our ideas. And of course, you can say it's not just about opportunities. It's also about combating existential poverty. And there is a connection here. If in Bremen, in one of the richest districts, 65% of the children do high school, and in the poorest, only 16% go all the way through high school, then there is a clear connection here. And you can invest in good schools and in nurseries as much as you like, but it's also about the fact that the mother of a child has to say to her child every day, you won't get that, no, you can't go to the cinema, you can't go swimming, no, you can't, all the things you want in the shop, to just baby say, yeah, I can get that, we'll buy that for you. That never happens. And that does not allow people to unfold their potential, which we need them to do for our country. And therefore, let us ensure that the dynamism that we've generated here, let's take that with us and make it even clearer and say, yes, we're investing in this country. We're investing in social and environmental transformation. We're investing in technologies that will make our trade and industry fit for the future. But if the social welfare state that we need and we want, with the citizens' benefit, with a guarantee for a training place, that these are also investments in our future that ensure that this country will be able to live in prosperity everywhere. And I mean each individual will have better opportunities. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Sarah als nächstes.
Sarah, and then Veit, and after Veit, Clara Greiditz.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, lieber Olaf, ganz herzlichen Dank für diese...
Comrades, Olaf, thank you very much for your speech. Speeches of this kind are ones we would like to hear more often.
Ich glaube nämlich, dass es tatsächlich sehr richtig gesagt
I
wurde.
think that it was quite right that we heard that on all levels of social democracy, we are doing a great deal in the German government, in our parliamentary groups, in the federal states, and in the municipalities. We are continuing to work hard, and we're not sticking our head in the sand, but the number of crises that we're experiencing here are more than I've ever experienced and many others in this room have ever experienced in the course of our lives. But we have to realize that social democracy is governing on many different levels and knows what it's like down to the very small constituencies, the small municipalities. But another thing is clear, all this good work has to be seen. People want us to show passion from the municipalities all the way up into the Chancellor's office. It has to be clear. They want to see passion. It has to be clear that the people in this country who keep things going, who are the backbone of our society, who are protecting democracy, because our democracy is in danger in a way it has not been for a very long time. And it's clear that social democracy has to show passion across the board and make it clear that we contradict the conservatives. We won't let the social welfare state be dismantled. We are going to push for this today and tomorrow with everything we've got. And another thing is very clear. If I see Friedrich Merz, who is harking back to another age, who believes that since he never became chancellor, everybody else is going to suffer in the country. We're not going to allow that. If somebody like that, who would rather fly with a jet and earns more money in one day than many people who are working hard in this country earn in a year, if he's saying that 600 euros is enough between benefits and wage, then he doesn't know what he's talking about, and we will continue to battle him. To make it very clear, if you would rather fly by jet instead of being in a traffic jam over a bridge that isn't working, or to work in a nursery, then they should just shut up about trying to dismantle the social welfare state, because they don't know what they're talking about. So that's my appeal across the board. It is important what we achieve, but it's not just about what we achieve. It's about that we keep our passion going. We need investment in infrastructure, in social needs, and this is why the debt brake has to be removed for next year, and we cannot allow people to try and dismantle the social welfare state. It's about democracy, and we will fight for it till the end.
Clara
Galwitz, followed by Oleg Shevchenko.
Guten Morgen.
Good morning, comrades. Of course, this federal government is not an easy situation. The wind blows into our face really very strongly. Olaf described the situation, and the triple constellation is not really the biggest joy and easy. But I'm very proud about Olaf and his speech, because he made it very clear. With him, the welfare state, social security in Germany is in very good hands. Over the last 2 years, we helped many of our electors to get through the day in a better way. And we haven't done anything that makes me as a social democrat ashamed over the last 2 years. I remember the situation in the Council of Trade Unions, the note between the SPD and the trade unionists when the last social democratic chancellor was in office. There could not be a bigger difference. So I believe it is important to say solidarity is something that social democracy always brought forward internally and externally. I remember how many people went to Kiev after the war of aggression of Putin against Ukraine. Olaf did not go for this competition and was heftily criticized. I do hope that the journalists remember this, because Olaf is a person who, in spite of a difficult budget situation, stands continually on the side of Ukraine. With Olaf, the welfare state is in secure hands. Olaf ensures that Ukraine gets the solidarity that they need from us. And it's not a coincidence that those who wanted to reduce the citizens' income are saying, well, development aid can also be suspended. You can't be more ingenious. I'm very proud about the work of Svenja, who intensively has been working to fight the causes of flight. I grew up in East Germany, close to the wall. I heard the shots, the dogs. I know what a wall looks like, which cannot be passed by anybody. And if you believe that Europe can build up walls around the continent, has no idea about it. That's why I say international solidarity is not just a word of social democracy that is remembered in the evening. It is part of our main activities. And Olaf repeated it. The business model of Germany is not a business model that is detrimental for other countries in the world. It is a policy based on cooperation and solidarity where we stand together. Thank you very much. Thank you, Clara. Next one.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, lieber Olaf,
comrades, dear Olaf, wherever you are right now, 2014, Russia took away my native city with the annexation of Crimea. Russia decided now to eradicate my country completely. And as a left social democrat, I was wondering, what is my position on defense policy? And all the more I discussed with my own party in the first days of the war. And I was cautious in the presidencies of our constituency. I showed how my friends, my relatives are struggling. And I said, we need arms delivery, and it was difficult. People were hesitant. It took some time, and therefore Russia had a lot of success in the first days, which Ukraine had to recover with a huge losses of human lives. We need to learn from this. Today we have stated on what side we are. We are on the side of Ukraine. But in the speeches we have not seen how long this path might take us. And that's why we have to look into the future and understand what's going on. Dear comrades, never again should we be as hesitant as in 2022. There's another conclusion that we have to point out. All of us are here in a warm room. Outside it's cold. In the Ukraine it's much colder. And people are not sitting, watching speakers. They are in trenches, in snow, trying to do what we can't imagine, which is to defend their own country. These people have the clear hope that here at the Federal Congress of the SPD and anywhere else in the world, we are on their side and we don't relativize, and that we make clear that the support is provided when it's needed. When I see flyer to, let's say, to dare more diplomacy. It is not in the sense of Willy Brandt, who wants to have more democracy, stands on the side of Ukraine, clearly, and doesn't go back to some kind of wording of the 1960s. This kind of policies from sitting on a couch cannot mean that we change our policies. Fame to Ukraine.
Nina, bevor du als
Colleague
Redner
Nina, thank you very much. Before you take the floor, I would like to welcome two
zwar möchte ich
special guests.
sehr herzlich begrüßen
I'd like to
Dennis
welcome Denis Vicidovic, member of the trial presidency, and will be vice president of our sister party, the SDP, in Bosnia-Herzegovina. I would like to give you a warm welcome.
Und ich darf darüber hinaus
And I
begrüßen
may also welcome Albin Kurti, the current Prime Minister of the Kosovo and
LVV, auch ihm ein herzliches Willkommen.
chairperson of our sister party. We would like to give you a warm welcome.
Vielen Dank, Nina.
Thank you, Nina. Now it's your turn.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Dear comrades,
von Olaf sehr
Olaf has made it very clear
was auch durch
what
unser Zutun und durch sozialdemokratisches Zutun und ganz entscheidendes
have done as Social Democrats in order to manage the crisis over the last 2 years.
deutlich eine Investition
Had we not promoted investments, had we not shown that aid needs to be provided, otherwise
Handschrift in die
there
Koalition
will be
gebracht hätten und dabei
failure.
das muss
If
man
we
auch
had
noch
not
Revue passieren, nicht groß
done that, and we did not have to really ask long for it, was the common denominator of this coalition government that we need to do these investments, that we need to provide the aid, because we provided billions, and as we did so, as we provided the help of such a strong state, we have managed to get through the crisis.
durch das
And
Bundesverfassungsgericht
I remind you of that because due to the ruling of the Federal Constitutional Court, we can't change anything in this political decision. The Constitutional Court only criticized the way how money was made available, but it has not questioned the authority or taken the decision to
einen Rotstift anzusetzen oder
change this political fundamental cause. And I think that is the big question, which Olaf also made clear in a speech. It cannot be about starting to cut the budget when we need investment. It can't be to cut money when we need to save our solar industry, which is in a difficult position vis-à-vis international competition. We need to ensure stability through investments, and therefore we need to provide public funding, and for 2024 we need to suspend the debt brake. And as we decided yesterday, we also need a wealth tax and other decisions already taken in order to ensure a solid budgeting for a strong investment which we need in Germany and in Europe. We need to put out that signal of social democratic signature. And often they kind of speak about us, that we should go for compromise, but it looks like they expect us to disconnect the engine for success. No, we need to strengthen the energy transition, secure the industry location in Germany, in Europe, ensure investment. That can be the only answer to the crisis. This is how I understand Olaf. It was a wonderful and strong speech today. And I also would like to call on you that we don't show ourselves smaller than we are. We are the leading parliamentary group in the German parliament. With this program, we were elected. And we are the original to really push for the realization of this full potential. So let's go for it and continue this course in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nina. The following one is Team A, and then Nina Gielicke.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen, liebe Genossen,
Comrades,
ich bin stellvertretender
I'm a vice president of the parliamentary group of a federal state, but I was working in a steel works in the Saar plant, and it was really good that we said over the last years we are going to manage to bring about a social ecological transformation in practice instead of only speaking about it. We are the party pushing forward climate protection and at the same time securing jobs for our people. This is the right way to go, and it is our DNA.
Und das sind dort gute Arbeitsplätze, mitbestimmte
We want to have decent jobs which are part of the collective agreement,
hier auch gesagt hat.
as it was said by
in die Zukunft dieser Grundstoffindustrie.
Therefore, investment in these fundamental industries are incredibly relevant. Dear Olaf, during the campaign you signed on a poster of the trade unions that you're going to support the steel industry, and the 14,000 employees in the Saarland are waiting for that, the companies are waiting for that, and that we are going to manage it. These investments will ensure that value creation in Germany, in the Saarland, remains strong and that other sectors will benefit from it. Therefore, this is a call to all of us to make sure together that these investments are made. And it doesn't matter what you call it in the end, but these investments are relevant for the future of this country.
Wir haben die Hälfte der Strecke hinter uns.
Half of the path is behind us.
Eine Opposition in diesem Land.
But I want to point out that there's an opposition in this country that applauded when the ruling of the Constitutional Court was pronounced. They applauded, and thousands of steel workers didn't know how to go on. This is not a responsible policy, dear comrades.
Und deshalb ist die Debatte die
Therefore, the debate about the debt break is good. We need to terminate it. But what we need to do now is to make sure that money is being invested, that people have a good future. Therefore, we wanted to write it down in our main proposal. Thank you very much and good luck.
Vielen Dank, liebe Timo.
Thank you, dear Timo.
Nina Gielicke und
Next one
danach
is Nina Gielicke, and then she's followed by Maximilian Schröter.
Liebe Genossinnen, lieber
Comrades, dear Olaf,
können wir die
as
Debatte
a
davon
party, I'm
Als
convinced
Sozialdemokratie zeichnet uns aus,
that
dass wir inhaltliche
we are
Kontroversen
characterized by not shying away from internal
besten
controversies.
Lösungen zu ringen.
We actually look for them to find the best solutions. So there is quite frequently a situation that we can stand for positions and know that we stand together
Aber
in
das tun wir
unity.
eben nicht
But
automatisch,
we don't do that automatically,
nur weil
not
du, Olaf, als
even
unser
because
Kanzler
you, Olaf, as our Chancellor, go forward.
genau das im Bereich
You
Asyl
have done that in the area of asylum and migration. Today, in the Spiegel, you spoke about a deportation offensive, and you said that you are sure that the whole party is behind you. I can tell you, you are wrong.
Ein sozialdemokratischer
A social democratic chancellor who puts the focus on deportation
an der Situation
does not change anything in the situation in the municipalities. I can't even grasp it. We have a social crisis in this country. Students can't afford to study anymore. Credits from the KfW just press them for debts, and trainees can't pay for their higher prices, and more young people and children live in poverty in this country.
Kein Geld für die
Poverty means there's no money to buy a winter coat, and let's not even speak about education opportunities. While the budget question is not yet clear, we have to fight for this welfare state. While more and more municipalities can't provide services of general interest anymore, and the old debts are still there, all of you talk about deportations have nothing to do with a humane social democratic policy, and they won't change anything in this social crisis.
Olaf, ich appelliere
Olaf, I call upon you. Together we have started this election campaign for social policies, fight against poverty and for respect. We believe in these values. Show what it means if we have a social democratic chancellor. We don't mobilize against refugees or in favor of deportation offensiveness. We fight for insurance schemes for children. We don't leave it up to the Green. We need to fight child poverty. Wake up, stand up for what you promised. We have done this election campaign not so that you then go against refugees. We do policies for the people to live a better life in this country.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Before Maximilian takes the floor, I would like to propose something, as we are going to have a broad debate, but also some more election rounds. We would suggest, even if it's not very common, but might be useful, we would already carry out the election of the members of the advisory committee. Maybe we can do that with all of them. Not at least start. That would be a proposal, if you agree. And secondly, I would like to ask you that people come back into the room, because we are going to distribute the ballot papers, and then we will have this election of the members of the advisory committee. So we would admit another 2 or 3 speakers, so that things work out well. So those who are still on the outside, on the floor, please, when the next people talk, come back to your seats in order to have the election of more members of the party executive. Thank you very much for your understanding. Maximilian, the floor is yours. Thanks for waiting.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, lieber Olaf,
comrades, Olaf, a super election year is lying ahead. 3 federal states, but also the European elections. And some in our country, some in our own party, seem to have noticed only recently that the organized right-wing extremists and their political representatives in parliament are not only a phenomenon of Eastern Germany, but it does have an impact on all of us. Maybe you will have heard of the so-called Thuringian project, and it's scientists and researchers who are taking a look into the situation. And
das allerdings sind keine theoretischen Konstruktionen in irgendeiner fernen Dystopie.
That this is not dystopical. We only need to listen carefully what Höcke and his fans are doing. And if we don't pay close attention, that'll really cause serious problems next year. And in order for history not to repeat, we need to defend democracy. And we need to do that. And this is our historic responsibility.
Und lasst mich in diesem Kontext eines sagen.
And please let me also say the following. This pseudo-debate on what happened in Thuringia, the cooperation between the Conservatives or alleged liberals with the parliamentarian arm of the right-wing extremists, that was not a coincidence. And there wasn't an outcry, not even in the media. So that was a door wide open ever since. So, and fascism is walking through that door, grinning and ridiculing us. So those people who are working against the right-wing extremists, and remember also all the promises in the coalition treaty, but some initiatives will not be able to stand the ground because there won't be any financial resources to support their work. So my question is, have you really understood how serious the situation really is? But even this piece of legislation will not be enough to save democracy. Democratic values have to become tangible, palpable, particularly in Eastern Germany. And as I'm running out of time, I'm just calling upon our government and upon you, Olaf. Please live up to your promises and to the respect that you've promised, particularly to the east of Germany. By the way, Olaf, you won, or the SPD won the elections, particularly in Eastern Germany, but by now the fascists have over 30% there. So there's nothing to be won if we don't change our course. So and need to move away from this topical scenario.
Wir wollen noch mal daran erinnern, dass wir werden jetzt noch 2 Redebeiträge.
Okay, thank you. And just want to remind you there's 2 more contributions now, and then continue the elections, the party executive. So, and if you please don't make too much noise. I mean, the level of noise tends to increase over time, but if you could watch over that, would be great. So next is Anke Rehlinger, followed by Henning Hohmann.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen, liebe Genossen, wir sind jetzt etwa auf
Comrades, we're halfway through today's agenda, but I still have a feeling that there is an important signal going out from this party congress for ourselves, but also for Germany as a whole, because it's a feeling of standing united and being really decided with resolve to give orientation, to give security to our country. And if we, as the Federal Party Congress, are really serious about this, then I can really say I'm particularly proud of all of us. Every single person sitting here today has contributed to this general sense, and particularly Olaf and his speech has played a major part towards this end. And all of us know, every single person sitting here, and maybe, you know, you said, oh, I wish I would have had the opportunity to add this or that publicly in order to make clear how serious the situation in Germany really is. And I hope that we will be able to grasp and to maintain this alert, to be aware of how serious the challenges awaiting us are, but more important, the conviction that we are prepared and able to solve these challenges. So we need courage, we need to believe in ourselves, but we need a clear cause as well. And despite all the political disputes, we, I think, can state that Olaf has identified the right course for us. So if we had followed Friedrich Merz and had followed through with the gas embargo as he had suggested, then this would have meant political and economic chaos in this country. It's only thanks to Olaf and his political course that we managed to get through this turmoil and not being irritated by the political daily headlines. Same holds true for the support for Ukraine. The discourse and debate in our society is shifting, but Olaf has stuck to his political roadmap from the very beginning. And that also holds true for the modernization of our country and also the budgetary crisis that we're seeing currently. We cannot accept any cuts or reductions in terms of social security and social welfare state. So, comrades, I want to be very clear on this. I would always prefer a chancellor who first thinks and then speaks, and it's the other way around in terms of Friedrich Merz. And Olaf, maybe you will never, show a Spanish temperament, but I'm also firmly convinced that nobody in this country is living up better to his political responsibility than Olaf has been doing and will keep on doing. And last but not least, some of you will remember, we from the Saarland will always know that. I'm talking about Ottmar Schreiner. Ottmar Schreiner once said, I want to be, dear Lord, I want to be where the storm is, and don't spare me anything. And Olaf and others in the federal government have been exposed to this storm for quite a few weeks or months, or ever since the federal government took office. So there is not only a storm, there are worldwide crises going on and continuing, but they are out there, standing stable and steadfast, and we are by your side, Olaf. You can rely on us, and that's what we will be doing. Thank you, Anke.
Jetzt auf Henning.
Next is Henning.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, die wichtigste Botschaft.
Comrades, the most important message that has to go out of this party congress is the same that Olaf had in his message. And I believe the most important part of your message was that the social democracy in Germany does not, first of all, focus on themselves, ourselves, but we will focus and be there for those people out there in Germany, in the German society. That needs to be the first message, and that is also the unique strength of our Chancellor, comrades. And there are many places in which social democracy should focus. And I know that Lars, Saskia have visited Espenheim in Saxonia. Look to Espenheim. There is a company, it's called Metal Float, and there are 150 people on strike for over a month now, who are working in a metal processing company, one of the largest ones in Germany, who have to stand the cold in the winter, the heat in the summer, in a that is fighting for the causes of the social democracy. And we are there with those comrades standing in front of their site and demonstrating together with them. And Metal Float belongs to a Chinese company with headquarters on the Cayman Islands. So what is very clear that this process of globalization, and on the other hand, Olaf and the comrades not wanting to allow that, German profits flowing to the Cayman Islands, and at the same time the Chinese wanting to push for production and Chinese working conditions in Germany. We will not accept that, comrades. Neither will we accept that the crazy neoliberals will prevail with their neoliberalist ideas. In Lower Saxony, the highest level of unemployment was 26% in the 1990s under Helmut Kohl, and we've almost reached full employment as we speak today. And I'm sharing this fact because I want people to understand why we go mad when Friedrich Merz quotes the economic politics from the 1990s, which meant mass unemployment and brought mass unemployment to a large proportion of people in this country.
Und das muss auch unsere Motivation sein.
So we feel motivated in these times of change. And in these times of change, we cannot allow for those to be in government who don't care about the level of unemployment. They're only looking at the companies flourishing, the employers having a good time. No, that's not what we stand for. That's not what Olaf stands for. That is not what social democracy in Germany stands for.
Ordentlicher Cliffhanger.
Thank you, Henning, providing a great cliffhanger at the same time.
Den Bericht der MPZK.
And I promise you that after the elections, we will continue this very engaging debate, but we'll interrupt it for the time being.
Verlauf des Parteitags ist erst der Bericht der MPZK und Max
We now invite Max Pankhofer from the Credentials and Vote Counting Committee. So, the latest report, comrades, there are still 600 delegates from all the different chapters here, and 599 delegates and 32 delegates from the party executive eligible to vote. So those eligible to vote are 300 women, 47.4%. So we have met the quota, and all the best of luck to the Party Congress in these coming 2 days.
Die Wahl der weiteren Mitglieder des Parteivorstandes.
All right, so let's then proceed to the elections of the additional committee members, and candidates in that respect are Sabine Betzing-Lichtentäler, Florian von Grun, Martin Dulik, Ronja Endres, Wiebke Esther, Kerstin Griese,
Angela
Hohmann, Gustav Horn,
Oliver
Kaczmarek,
Georg Mayer,
KW
Mansuri,
Bettina Martin, having a good time, as you can hear. Matthias Mirsch,
Michel
Müntefering, Aidan Özgus,
Katja
Pähle,
Boris
Pistorius, Sebastian Roloff,
Jessica
Rosenthal,
Michael Roth, Sarah Riglewski,
Dagmar Schmidt,
Svenja
Schulze,
Alex
Schander-Schweitzer,
Andreas
Stoch
und Ibrahim
Yetiv.
Dem Applaus entnehmen wir, dass alle
they all seem to be very well known, so I don't think I don't need to introduce them.
Besteht aus bis zu
Okay, perfectly all right. So the party executive can have up to 34 members. And we as the presiding committee, would like to recommend that we stick to these 34 members. So then let's proceed, and we will hand out the ballot papers now.
Mir dabei bei folgenden Erläuterungen zuzuhören.
And I'm going to explain a few details. Now that we've have elected the individuals, we have the opportunity to elect 24 additional committee members. And in the first round of elections, will be elected who will have received more than half the ballots cast. So according to paragraph 8 of the electoral code, this will be an election based on a list election process. And now, as for the ballot papers will only be valid if at least as many candidates are marked as can be elected, so that's 24, and at least half the number from the list will be selected. So that means at least 12 crosses and maximum 24. You remember Christmas, 24th of December, the 12th month. So 12, 24, if that helps you. Those are the two figures that go together. So objections or abstentions will make the ballot paper invalid. And we also need to meet the gender proportion, so the gender quota. And as for the number of 34 members, that means at least 14 women or 14 men for this election to be valid. And on that ballot paper, you need to put your control sticker, number 6, control sticker 6. Place it on the box. And Katja said if you turn it upside down, it would be number 9. So please, for you to pay attention. Number 6 is what we need. So as far as all the different quota are met, the election will be successful. And if we don't manage to do that, only those will be elected that the gender that will be overrepresented up to a maximum quota of 60%, and the underrepresented gender if they achieve at least the same number of votes.
Könnt ihr bitte noch mal einmal anzeigen, wer jetzt?
So could you please indicate who has not received a ballot paper yet?
David gewinkt hinten rechts.
Yes, I can see people raising their hands at the right in the back. Anybody else missing a ballot paper? Any questions with respect to the electoral procedures?
Das ist nicht der Fall.
Does not seem to be the
Dann
case.
eröffnen wir den Wahlgang.
So let's proceed to the voting now.
Ich glaube, wir geben ein bisschen Zeit.
So we're going to give you a bit of time now.
Da sind noch 2 Stimmzettel fehlen noch.
2 votes missing over here.
Mindestens 12 Kreuze.
So you need at least 12 crosses, max 24, number 6.
Ja, viele von euch sind noch konzentriert dabei. Nehmt euch ruhig die Zeit.
People are concentrating. Take your time.
Wir würden euch noch eine Minute geben.
We'll give you another minute.
Ja, die Zahl der Köpfe, die wieder hochgucken, steigt. So. Dann bitte ich jetzt, die Stimmzettel einzusammeln.
I'd like to ask you now to collect up the ballot papers.
Ja, genau. Haltet die Zettel hoch.
So, raise up your ballot papers if you want them to be collected.
Heute geht es im Mittelblock ein bisschen schneller als auf den Außenlinien. Wir sind weiter dabei. Wir würden dann jetzt auch gleich wieder in die Aussprache.
So we're going to proceed in a minute to our discussion, both about the notice of motion and Olaf's speech. And I would like to ask Gesine Schwan to get ready to speak, and after that, Hubertus.
Ja. Sehr schön. Okay. Darf ich euch bitten, bitte sitzen bleiben? Könnt ihr bitte während der Einsammlungsprozess läuft, damit das schnell geht?
Ballot papers are being collected, and so that it's fast, perhaps you could just stay put so we can collect up your ballots. And just because you want someone to collect your ballot, I'd like to ask you to not get up and chase the people collecting them. In moral and ethical terms, this is not a reason to get up and wander around. Get up and wander around if you must, but please stay put until your ballot has been collected. Wave it around so that our collectors can see it.
Ich sehe auch keinen mehr.
I don't see any more out there. I think we're good. In which case, I would now close this round of voting. Thank you very much.
Gehen wir weiter mit der
And we're going to proceed now with our deliberation and discussion about the motions. Gesine Schwan is already there. You see, you're wearing red, so you camouflaged against the background. I couldn't see you.
Schönen Dank, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen.
Thank you, comrades. There are three things that I want to say. The first is that the Social Democrats in the government, in the parliamentary group, and in the party leadership, the two party chairs and the general secretary, as the head of the policy committee, I want to thank all of you for how well you worked in the first half of the term of the office. It was very moving for me to see. This is a time so full of crises that I have never seen in the last 60, 65 years of my life, not in this level. You stayed cool heads, you looked for solutions, you kept working, and that in a media environment where you might say in many cases fairness is a word they've never heard of. So thank you Some of you are sitting here, some of you are not, but thank you. Then the next point is Olaf Scholz talked about migration policy, and a number of decisions have been taken that I don't think were always so ideal. You referred to the principles that are interesting to me. However, it's my firm conviction, after many years of engaging with migratory policy, that we will never achieve settlements, peaceful times in this country and in Europe if we do not manage to really complete the shift of paradigms, that it's not us against them, that migrants and people who were born here, people who are locals here, are treated equally. The freedom of these people is crucial. Only if we deal with one another on the basis of respect will we achieve peaceful times. There cannot be, that's the prerequisite for there not being a potential for incitement to hatred. If we push them away, if we reject them, even if we're infringing against human rights, we will not manage to have people here. They want to do well. We're not going to manage the shift of paradigms unless we think this further and not to keep sending this off to Europe. Yes, you can prove it with pilot projects. There are options of having a different incentive system for local authorities, because that's very important as well, that it's not just that the integration efforts are paid for, but also investments are paid quite apart from migratory flows, so that we don't always hear the migrants are getting this money and we aren't. Incentive systems like this would be very effective. They exist in inclusion policy, and that would be my request. Second, no, it's my third point. I hope I can manage with my time. You can see the clock over there. Oh, you're actually already over. Okay, then I'll be quick. Olaf talked about fighting the far right. This is something that's important to all of us. Certainly, they want security, people. They want security, but I believe that the core of the reason why so many follow the AfD, they aren't poor people. They're very different people who are following them. It's because many people feel helpless, that they feel that they don't have any influence on their lives and on what's happening around them. The perspective of their life isn't really there. So I would like to say, think participation through better, particularly on a local authority level, to create situations where people can experience that they have agency. That is the best way to undermine the far-right AfD. There are many examples that are very successful at this, and then they won't manage it. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you.
Hubertus und danach Annabel Schumacher kann sich schon mal bereit.
Now Hubertus and then Annabel Schumacher can get ready.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich bin
Comrades, I'm very grateful that two things have fit well. The things that Olaf said as the guidelines if we're trying to solve the budget problems and win support for Ukraine, economic mobilization, modernization of the country, and social security. And that's what's in the main motion put forward by the party leadership. And really, that fits exactly to what's in our motion. So we fit perfectly. I would like to reveal something. Some people are complaining that Olaf doesn't gush enough, but I think it's quite straightforward. In labor and social affairs, I don't have to explain him very much, because he already had this position once. He knows a lot of it, and somebody knows better. But I have to say, I'm very grateful that Olaf, in his speech, and this is our attitude, has made it clear that we are the party of labor, colleagues. We are the Labour Party, the party of labor. No one else is. And you can see that in our industry policy, in our social policy, and our labor policy. And there's something that I would like to say now that we keep seeing being reported wrong. At the end of a working life, you have to have a decent pension. So that's very clear. And then of course, there's a need for us to do even more, because there are some who are trying to discuss the state pension until it's gone. And they were the same ones who said that our pension contributions would go through the ceiling and there wouldn't be any pensions. They're wrong now, because we have over 5 million employees more than they said we would at that time.
Aber sie kommen jetzt wieder.
But they're coming back. And there's only one thing they can think about, namely to have people retire at 70 instead of 67. And we're not going to have that. We're in favor of people entering into part-time retirement, but we're not going to force it. No problem with people working part-time between 60 and 64 and going into part-time retirement. That's not a problem. But if people are supposed to work longer than that, they have to be healthy. But people who are working in logistics or in nursing care, if you want to tell them that they should work until they're 69 or 70, that is simply cutting their pensions, and we're not going to support that.
Und deshalb verstehen wir Sozialstaat nicht nur als Grundsicherungssystem oder Bürgergeld.
So that's why we don't think of the social state as just giving money out. It's for people who've worked hard their whole lives long. And that's something that we've done in this party. We want people to be able to rely on their pension. The number of people who are retiring is increasing with the boomer generation as they retire. But if we have a lot of people in work, and if we have the legislation in place and can ensure that the younger generation, because that's who it's about, can rely on the state pension, then who, if not us? If you don't want the society fall apart, then you can't incite against grandmas. You need solidarity. Hubertus, could you wrap up soon, says the chair? I just wanted to say that because Olaf's statement about social security goes far beyond the debate about citizens' benefits. It's about social security for workers and for pensioners of tomorrow. That's something the SPD stands for. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hubertus. Annabelle.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
comrades, Olaf,
ich bin stolz darauf.
I am proud to be a climate activist in the SPD. We wrote the declaration about climate protection, and we are pushing the energy transition better than it's been done for a very long time. But if there's one thing I am, it's angry. I'm angry because we're just talking, but we're not, and we're only responding. I'm angry because the waiting is taking too long. We need this time. We need to act. There are solutions. There are ways. There are things that we could implement right now. Firstly, every year we're spending 65 billion euros for the company car privilege, the diesel privilege, the kerosene law, and there are many, many more billions that we are spending for privileges that ease the burden on the top 5%, who are primarily responsible for the emissions in this country. That isn't social democracy, and it isn't fair. Secondly, the climate money. Climate protection isn't just something that you can get through levies and tax. Climate money is a sort of counterpoint to carbon emission taxes. It gives citizens incentives to work towards climate protection. Whatever crisis we're facing, we can only master them together, and I want to appeal to us to do so. And another thing, divestment. What are we talking about? Our government is investing 500 billion euros in fossil fuels, and we've heard that this money is supposed to go into an environmental fund, but it's not happening. I would like to appeal for this chapter to finally be closed, get out of fossil fuel-driven companies.
Bei der Gelegenheit möchte ich auch
And at
ansprechen, dass genau
this
zu
opportunity, I'd like to say that with reference to these issues,
und ich darf hier herzlich
an appeal has been
sehr, sehr wichtiges Signal
made to the entire party by us. It is an impulse. It's not a confrontation. It's a climate motion, and I'd like to ask you to support it.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
ich bin aber vor allem auch eins.
but there's another thing I am optimistic, or as Olaf just said, I'm confident looking into the future. If you look at all of the dramatic headlines or put them to one side, I can still see a world with green roofs and clear seas and clean air, because these are all things that it's worth fighting for. I am proud to be a climate activist in the SPD, because I am sure that the social democracy and the social democrat, us, can fight and achieve this world. Let's tackle this. Thank you. And Glück auf, or good luck, as the miners say.
Als nächster Redner haben wir Fabian Färber auf der Liste.
Now we have Fabian Färber.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades, Olaf,
wir leben in einer Zeit,
we live in a time that is really very bizarre in some ways. We're seeing how the CDU and the FDP in Thuringia, as it suits them, work together with the right-wing extremists and then wonder why we criticize it later. Because, of course, we have to keep talking about it. We're experiencing an opposition leader who talks about who's a plumber and what size the shoes are, somebody's shoes are, criticizing our chancellor, but he likes to wear very good shoes as he walks up the runway to his jet. These are people who do not understand the problems facing ordinary people.
Wir haben manchmal auch bei unserem grünen Koalition
and in our green coalition, with our green coalition partners, we have our troubles. Don't get me wrong, I think organic farming is very important, but we've debated a lot in the German parliament. But now they're debating as if they were heads of development in Cosma Maffei or Rheinmetall, so weapons and steel manufacturers. And I have to say that we are glad that Olaf Scholz is our chancellor, who waits, who doesn't immediately say, right, let's get weapons out going. He looks at the global situation before he makes his decisions, which is right, and I think he should get our complete support from this party congress. However, there are a couple of things, and I said this yesterday as well, where we're getting a sense that the engine is starting to stutter, which is why I want to ask you to support the notice of motion 7, because we need your support. Otherwise, the engine won't just be stuttering, it will actually stop working completely, which is why we have to invest, get rid of the debt brake, so that we can afford these things and ensure that we remain an industrial location.
Comrades, I also talk to entrepreneurs about my job, what they say at the employees' assemblies. They complain about the government, but what are they doing? They don't qualify their people during the short time work. They abandon the people during the transformation, and that's why we need to help with public investments, because they don't do it, and therefore they risk the loss of the jobs of their employees, which is something we cannot accept. Comrades, my biggest concern is that there are many companies that build lots of stuff for buildings, and the short-term working hours will soon be finished. And still, we need to change things when it's about the renovation of buildings and energy efficiency in buildings. Olaf, all the things you mentioned are worth supporting, but we can also be proud of it. And I quote Lili Tulloverdes, the SPD. I see what you think, I know what you want, I feel what you feel, but I don't hear you. And we need to be loud also in this government. Thank you. Thank you, Fabian.
Und dann kommen wir zu Patricia.
And the next one is Patricia.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, lasst mich eins
Comrades,
sagen, bei allem Respekt, aber
first of all, with all respect, but the debate about
halte ich persönlich
to interrupt the debate on the Chancellor's speech for election, I find unacceptable. When Olaf won the federal elections, the people had hope again. They hoped that things are going to move again in this
leider
country.
bittere Ernüchterung geworden.
But the hope has
Rede vorhin gesagt, dass wir im Wahlkampf von
vanished.
gesprochen haben.
Olaf, you said that we spoke about respect during the campaign,
ein Wort war.
and that was not only just
glaube auch,
a
dass das
word. And I do believe that that's the case.
Am Ende reicht es eben nicht,
But at the end of the day, it's not enough if we, and I believe this.
überzeugt sein davon, dass
People need to be convinced that respect is more than just this word during the election campaign.
Familien so
We
viel
live in a
besitzen.
country where two families
Genossinnen und Genossen, das muss man sich mal auf der
have as many assets as half of the poorer half of our society.
von Vermögen in
The
unserer
distribution of wealth in our society is precarious
kann
as
doch
it has
nicht
never
sein,
been before. It can't be that we govern and the people get poorer. The citizens
dass wir ihnen hier antworten.
expect us to deliver responses to this.
Wie wir diese
They expect us to have a plan how to solve these urgent problems. Once Johannes Rau said, you should say what you do
was man sagt.
and do what you say.
Sagen wir, was wir tun?
Do we say what we do?
dass
And
die
do we
Menschen
say it in a way that people understand us?
Kommunalpolitikerin werde ich
As a municipal politician, my citizens often ask me, where is the SPD? Where is the Chancellor? And how are we going to go on now?
wenn ich diese Frage
Dear comrades, if I can't answer that question, how are we going to convince the people of it? The people want to have concrete responses. Social Democrats who work with all their heart for these tasks. That is the profile, the necessary profile of a social democratic chancellor. And the demands are there and also were also heard in this debate. If things do not thoroughly change, Olaf, you will lose the confidence of the people and of the comrades. Olaf, I want the SPD to lead this government in a way that is perceived by the people. As such, I want you to do what you say and say what you do. Friendship.
Bitte.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, lieber Olaf,
comrades, Olaf, sometimes we have something like a party congress choreography not intended. My orientation was also the quote of Johannes Rau in a Berlin speech in 2004. Patricia just mentioned it, but it's a bit longer. Nothing strengthens confidence of people more than coincidence of word and deed. That is difficult enough to do what you say and say what you do. I read the speech again coming to the Congress when I was on the train. But it's about more. It's about the conditions for politics in order to shape the great changes in the country. And many things of that speech remind me of the time of today, of crisis, of a change of epoch, and the huge challenges we are faced with. And in this time, we lead a federal government, and we must honestly say that in parts of the population has almost no confidence anymore. But to recover confidence is only possible in the government. Do people think that that hot air of Friedrich Merz is going to bring about confidence? It's easy to frighten the people so that they get up the tree, but it's difficult to get them down again. And that is a task of us. Lars said it yesterday. There are many people who have not risen their voice. They are silent and quiet. We need to give these people a voice. We need to do that together. Let's take the country out of this confidence crisis. Let's make this country more fair, and that requires more social democratic policies. We have another 2 years. There's such a long list of things written down on the wall. Look at them, let people know about it. And Olaf also mentioned what is still on the list. Many things have not been achieved. But it also says many things were achieved. We still want to do a lot. I want us to achieve them, and we take your words as such, as a promise. Lead us through the crisis, give us confidence that you have promised today, and then we will recover the confidence of the people. Glück auf.
Ihr könnt alle in der Umslide sehen, aber danach können Sie sich schon mal bereithalten.
Also get ready, Lennart, Weyand and Marek.
Hallo, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen.
Hello, comrades. My name is Sarah Weinreich. Probably nobody really knows me. I've come here from Brandenburg, and I wanted to say something about the social democratic policy in Brandenburg, but also about the speech of Olaf Scholz. I wanted to say thank you to Olaf Scholz, who has found the right words again today, with the emotion that we needed in these difficult moments. He has brought across what we wanted to hear. That's at least is my feeling. It speaks to my mind and heart. And I can only support what Bijam said. I have confidence in our government and my federal state government and the ministers. And I think next year in Brandenburg we will have a wonderful election campaign together. I stand here as a new member who has only been a member for 2 years. Thank you. And I can tell you it was not easy to get into the party structure and activities. Olaf said in our national anthem, we can hear something. It should be a motto of integration. What are the first words of our national anthem? Unity, right, and freedom. These are the words of our national anthem, and that is also what the social democracy should lead as values in Germany. There are so many things written on my paper which I would like to tell you, but honestly I think I just leave it as it is, because what we need is unity, right, and freedom.
Dankeschön, Lennart.
Thank you, Lennart.
Guten Tag, ich heiße Lennart Wein.
Good morning, my name is Lennart Wein. I'm representing the online forum, Climate Neutral Economy. For political success, we need, in addition to solid contents, credibility and good communication. 2 years ago, all of us have repeated what the Chancellor promised for climate protection. And credible climate policies means precise climate objectives, implementation of programs. That means to protect the Climate Protection Act, to further develop it, and to have a look at the other planetary boundaries. Let's protect our biggest climate protection success. The Climate Protection Act shall not be weakened in any way. And in line with the main proposal of yesterday, and picking up the words of Olaf, I don't know where he is right now, it should say the Climate Protection Act should be the transformation booster. Credible climate policy means to believe in our own impact as a party, and it means especially to be honest about it. Yes, We expect a lot from our citizens. And yes, a lot of things are changing, which is not just a question of technology. Climate policy needs to be effective and particularly social. This is our unique characteristics. That is progressive. We have the vision, we have the plan, and we are going to implement it. But for the implementation, we need leadership. Dear Olaf, I would like to ask you to lead from the head. Communicate better and more. Do good things and speak about them. Then we will get in this social democratic decade. Thank you very much. Lennart, Mareike, you have the floor.
So, ich hoffe, der Raum wird jetzt wieder etwas wacher
that the room will wake up a bit, and Olaf also hears me, even if he is not in the room. Dear comrades, dear Olaf, during the election campaign, I posted a photo with the caption, Chancellor for Stable Positions. It was one of the least amount of likes. However, I had to justify it, and among my friends, it was worth doing it. And honestly, I was convinced that as the SPD, we stand for a different and a socially fair policy. The day of the campaign in Leipzig with you, Olaf, was nice. We had a grand victory, and as a Saxon comrade, you don't see that very often. Yesterday, it was the second anniversary, 2 years. But where do we stand after 2 years of SPD chancellery? 2021, when we saw each other, the sun was shining. Now it's snow and cold. Snow and cold. You are not responsible for the weather. But yes, you are for the mood, for the bad mood in this country. And the horrifying results of the poll of the SPD is something you are co-responsible for. You are responsible for the fact that questions the Chancellor has to decide, your colleagues Lindner and Habeck are going to be asked. As a party, we are responsible that socially fair policy can be implemented in this country. We promised for the federal election to carry out a policy of respect for the people, where the distribution justice is in the focus of our activities. And I don't notice anything about that. And as a party, we need to justify when people ask us, why did not happen enough? Why do we debate about a too generous social welfare state while many people need to see how to go on, which food they can still buy and when they can switch on the heating? The super rich become rich and richer in this country. It has been said many times already. Why do you not fight with everything you have to change that? Our social cohesion is falling apart. People turn away from democracy. And yes, you are also responsible for that, because you don't take it seriously enough, because other interests seem to be more important. The federal state election in Bavaria and Hessen show us what we might expect in the next year in Saxony, Brandenburg and Thuringia. If the SPD has a huge drop, then we might even lose our existence in the eastern part of Germany. We might even fall below the 5% threshold. I have said that to Lars and Kennen, but I will say it directly here. If you don't do a decent policy in Berlin, if, as a chancellor, you can't convince people of our social democratic values, we will fail next year. The users, the young generation, wakes up every day to see how to save this democracy. And I expect that of you as well. You are the chancellor of us and of the many. Please show us that that is the case.
Ich will jetzt gerne einmal kurz, wir haben noch eine ganze Menge
We have a lot of contributions here.
Als nächstes hören wir Matthias Schulz.
Listen to. The next one is Matthias Schulz,
Peter Bernhard,
Nicole Schmidt, Niklas Gerlach,
Oliver
Kaczmarek, Oliver Kaczmarek, Bettina von Sundthurn, Bernd Schneider, Laura Hina-Wolf, Kevin Leiser, Ronja Hindris,
Stella Kirigiane,
Ephremidis, Gustav Horn, Jana Kanli, Linda Vierecke, Luise Lehmann.
Und damit hat jetzt Matthias das Wort.
So the next one is Matthias. Thank you. Dear Olaf, 2021, we won the election with you. That was a wonderful moment for me, and since 2006, when I entered into the SPD, we have been fighting for 16 years to get a majority for the SPD, and at the end we saw the chancellor from the CDU. And it was clear there was no other government that had so many crises, not provoked by it. There's a government that you lead, and it's a lot of success since 2021. The citizens' income, overcoming Hartz IV, is a milestone for the social benefit state, and all of those who have fought for it, a big thank you. Thank you also to show clearly your position against Friedrich Merz and for promising that there will be no social benefit reduction. In Wedding and other areas, people are fed up with this type of governing. They are fed up that Lindner always leads the debate, that Robert Habeck just wants to do climate policy with a big hammer. And the debate between the Greens and the Liberals does not only damage the Greens and the Liberals, it also damages the SPD and our Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Dear Olaf, the people want to know what is an SPD-led government going to do for people who don't have much money. They want to know if they can have enough money after paying the rent to go and eat out or go to the cinema. They want to know if they can afford to buy something apart from the necessary things. And you can see that everywhere. But we have a difficult situation on the housing market, and how is it going to go on? Where is the stronger rules on price caps? Where is the policy to avoid people without having a shelter? And I have already said yesterday, we will not get affordable rents without having clear rules and caps on rents. And the FDP wants to have the data retention, but we should do it differently in the SPD. It is a conflict that we have to discuss. Let's just make the path free for affordable housing and not a supervision of citizens with the data retention. Affordable housing is a big question of our time. It's a fundamental right for the people of our country in municipalities and cities. And an SPD-led government needs to deliver. I and other Berliners are standing on the side, but only for these tasks. Thank you.
Und jetzt kommt Julie.
Thank you, Matthias. Next is Julie.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, lieber Olaf.
Comrades, Olaf, wherever you may be right now, it's 2 years ago now that you've been elected Chancellor. 2 years that were quite different from what we had envisaged. You started as a so-called coalition of progress. You wanted to bring new inspiration, new wind, the wind of change. But the manifold, unpredictable crises that have appeared over the last years have, of course, also put new demands onto your agenda. And we needed to invest a lot of trust into you and your decisions. which under different circumstances, and we have shown many times that we are a party that enjoys debates, heated debates, controversial debates, but it was not the time for that. Usually we would have talked at length about all these things, but we let you do your work because that was the priority, that was urgently necessary. And some of us also needed to say bye-bye to some of our personal credos. But nevertheless, as a party, we stood together in a spirit of solidarity, and we've supported your work in the Traffic Light Coalition, and you talked about all of these achievements. But there are limits to all of this, because our social democratic heart is bleeding and is being touched, and we cannot accept that this is being covered by a new rationale in your government. Because human rights, for example, are not negotiable, and human rights do not stop at national borders. So whenever people who come from regions of crisis to our country being threatened by right-wing forces, then the attitude of a social democratic chancellor cannot be to join into that scenario. Taking a look at 2015 with the slogan, yes, we can do that, we can cope with it, then that headlines on the Spiegel weekly news magazine is out of order. And I know you never said this phrase, but it ended up being a headline. And that's why many of us came here also with a headache and not feeling quite right about it. Of course, we live in different worlds, you and I, Olaf, but my impression is different, my perception is different, and my conviction is also that we need to talk about this here at our party congress and what migration policy really means to us. And this is the arena where we need to clarify that, and not in press interviews or whatever. Under different circumstances, we would bring a present to you after your 2-year anniversary of being Chancellor. But I bring a wish list. Please be the Chancellor that we want to see, guided by values that will always stand clearly against right-wing populism and not feeding their narrative. So please stand up every day in order to fight for those people who are weak, because they will lose the fight within the society. And the respect that you have called for in your electoral campaign in 2021, it's time to fill that with life now. And we, all of us, all the comrades, will stand by your side and support you in that. But we want not to be ashamed when opening the news magazines and reading headlines like the one that I've quoted. Thank you, and friendship. Thank you very much, and thank you also for a critical debate in the spirit that Julie talked about. So the boos that we've heard before are really out of place. We don't want to hear this in the frame of this Congress. And at the same time, of course, all critical stances are invited. And thank you also for sticking to the speaking times. So everything is going according to plan. And next is Peter Berbert.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir sind heute hier auf dem Bundesparteitag.
Comrades, this is a federal party congress, and we stand united. We've achieved a lot, and we should be proud of it. As the SPD, we have launched the Citizens' Benefit, overcoming the old Hartz IV scheme. But we must not rest on our laurels, comrades. We need to keep on developing the Citizens' Benefit scheme, because there are still many aspects that need to be changed. One aspect, for example, being a welfare recipient. As soon as they start a new job, the SPD and our government are sending them into debt, because the citizens' benefit is being scrapped from the very first day of starting the new job. And because they usually only get the money by the 15th of the following month, they are out of money, out of income for 6 weeks. So I want to urge you to change that. And comrades, that is not the way to move forward. Our task is to remedy that situation.
50 Jahre AFA gefeiert. 50 Jahre.
And this year, we have celebrated the anniversary of the AFA, which is the Working Group for Employment. And when it was founded in 1973, Herbert Wehner said the following in Duisburg. And I'd like to quote, and I'd also like to refer it to our daily reality. The AFA is an important organ, a vital organ for the party. It is the eye, the ear, and the heart. And that's what the SPD should be for the German society. We are a vital organ. We should be the eye, the ear, and the heart of our society. And if we're not doing it, we will be blind, we will be deaf, and we will suffer a heart attack. And that must not happen. So that was not really including a motion, Peter, did it? No. Okay. Next is Nicole.
Liebe Genossinnen, lieber Olaf, wir stehen
Comrades, Olaf, this is the beginning or the end of a year, but this new year will be beginning soon. And as a representative of a social democratic party entering a new year, I want to address two essential topics that are closely connected to the foundations of our democracy: inflation and the protection of the children in this country. We must not forget to protect the children in this country. Inflation, on the other hand, is a challenge in the daily lives of many people in this country because it has a direct impact on the quality of life for our families in Germany. As Social Democrats, we believe that we need a strong social network and a fair distribution of resources, and that this will fight inflation by itself. And those who suffer the most under the increasing prices need adequate support because, comrades, we are the party that needs to have a heart for those people as opposed to CDU and CSU. Mr. Söder doesn't even know how to spell the word human rights. And the CDU is so visionary at the moment that they are not even able to keep the course and are only watching into the rearview mirror. So, comrades, every person in this country needs to have the opportunity to unfold their potential, and children need to be protected from the negative impacts of inflation by guaranteeing open and fair education for all, and also social services that are of huge importance to many children in this country. And our social democratic vision needs to take into account also the answers to the challenges that the COVID pandemic has posed to many children in this country. So we need to remedy the impacts of inflation and to mitigate them, and also make sure that, on the other hand, no child needs to grow up in poverty in this country. And last but not least, Olaf, we need more investment and to reform our educational system and financially support the rural area, because that way we will be able to build the foundations for a better tomorrow. And we need to stick to our promises. We need to make sure that every child can grow up in an environment where it feels protected and it also feels supported, leaving no child behind. We need to build the bridges within Europe instead of building new walls. And we need to see, despite all the differences, we need to focus on the strengths that unite us. And Willy Brandt said, freedom is the right to tell other people what they do not want to hear. In that context, friendship and Glück auf. Good luck. Niklas is next.
Liebe Genossinnen, lieber Olaf.
Comrades, Olaf, when we took office in 2021, everybody talked about a shift to the left. The press in Germany and the conservatives were afraid of communist elements in your government or in your philosophy. And nevertheless, there was still the hope cherished that we would be able to counteract, to find countermeasures against the right-wing tendencies. But the opposite has really happened, not a shift to the left, but to the right. So it's us against them, us, the supposed majority of the society, and on the other hand, those that are deprived of social opportunities. So it was basically our foundation ever since a party was founded to stand against these extremes. But our Chancellor is not apparently not aware of that, ignoring the power of the AfD. The AfD, or to call them to not really being aware of the threats that they pose and playing down the risks. That is really not in place, because the AfD is a party that is still rooted back in 1945. It remains fascist and it wants to divide our society. So my expectation with respect to a social democratic chancellor is really to speak the obvious and not continue with a type of Hanseatic nonchalance. So when you take a look at Brandenburg, Saxony, and Thuringia, you can expect a lively storm, because current polls are telling us that the AfD is scheduled to achieve 30%. So, Olaf, you should really define your fight against the right-wing extremists a priority in your government, and also make sure that in these times that we live in, where anti-Semitism is on the rise, that we sit idle and don't do anything. So, Olaf, what we need to do, or what we need, is good politics in order to counteract these fascist ideas. So let's do the right things when it comes to minimum wage, when it comes to the wealth tax, when it comes to the welfare of the children in this country. And I haven't mentioned deportations, you will have noticed, because I don't think that that is a measure that belongs into the toolbox of answers. So, and I don't want these fascists to take power in the east of Germany. So start to deliver on the promises you've made, and also to equip the municipalities in order to do their work and not focusing on deportations or similar pseudo measures. And if you start to do that, we will be by your side and support you. Thank you. Comrades, this is the first party congress that I participate in, and it's the first party congress that I hear these boos that we've heard. A young comrade standing up here and having to put up with that. And if we really stand here and being aware or not knowing why people are not anymore voting for this party, well, this was the best example. So actually, I wanted to say completely different things to start my speech. Okay, but never mind. Nevertheless, we were fighting in the electoral campaign for Olaf, for the Social Democrats, and I promised my friends, the people I know, that Olaf, you will stand for strong social services, and also people who smoke cannabis will not be deemed illegal. We also promised justice in the field of educational policy, social policy. And now when I sit together with my friends, I feel ashamed. I feel deeply ashamed, because I feel I have lied to them back then. So, Olaf, you really gave all these promises with respect to justice and solidarity, but none of us has really broken their promises. But time is running, the clock is ticking, so let's be courageous. Let's stand together. And the last thing that my grandfather told me is that, my Brit, please look after the party.
gemeinsam auf.
And the moment has come. All of us need to look together after our party. And we can only do that if we believe in this very last promise. Let's listen to us, Olaf, and all of us need to listen to the people out there in the streets and what they're telling us, because they're telling us on a daily basis. And I've learned something from my grandparents. They told me, all that you have isn't worth anything if you don't share it, because only if we share with those who are not as well off as we are, we will be able to deliver on our promises of justice and solidarity, friendship. Next is Oliver.
Bereithalten können Sie schon mal Bettina.
And followed by Bettina and Ben.
Wenn man in diesen Tagen
Comrades, when taking a look at your constituencies, at your cities and towns, and take a look at the different contexts that are affected by the decision of the Federal Constitutional Court, then you will notice that this is really a watershed moment. For example, the job centers telling us that they don't know whether they will receive the resources for those people depending on the benefits. And we will need more money for those who depend on these benefits and job allowances. So, for example, I was at a foundry at a company who also doesn't know whether they will receive the resources that they need and whether they can continue with their business. And if we don't make this message very clear, not only here in this room, but out there speaking to the people when it is about securing the jobs in this industrial sector. And if we don't manage really to distribute the means in a fair way and guarantee social cohesion in this country, then difficult times will be ahead. And I'm very surprised when I listen to some of the voices within this debate, because some of the comments that we've received that the welfare state is the root cause for many of the problems that we're living now. Well, we've heard that back in the summer. This is not a new reality announced by the Federal Constitutional Court. But we've heard that, for example, from the employers' associations who already recommended to us to reform the social welfare state and to cut down on social security spending. And I believe that we need to focus on the discussions that are taking place outside this party congress to really stand up for social security, for investment into education and a humanitarian approach in terms of migration policy. All those are questions that will set the course for the future of our country, comrades. And it is also about investing in infrastructure. So the narrative in terms of prosperity is not a fairy tale, but that it will be filled with life. And I believe that this means that we need to accept the challenge, because there are other people out there, because they want a different approach, because they think jobs in the industrial sector don't really matter. And we must not water down our values. We must stand together and make it very clear that we need to be the bloc that is defending the social welfare state, and the Federal Chancellor needs to be at the helm of this fight in favor of the social welfare approach that we need to defend. So this needs to be a consensus in our society, and we need the right people at the helm of our party, of our parliamentary group, and of our government.
Danke, Oliver. Und dann rufe ich Bettina auf.
Bettina Svan-Sundum ist mein Name. Ich komme aus Leipzig und repräsentiere.
Hello there, I come from Leipzig and I'm representing the Climate Forum in the SPD, and I would like to express my clear gratitude to Olaf for this emotional speech. I think many of us were touched by that.
Und wie auch gestern habe ich heute
And like yesterday as well, I've got a but. The environmental crisis that is threatening our
nicht auf. Und deswegen
existence didn't come up in his speech, which is why I want to stand here again and say that we are the party that stands for socially just environmental protection and policy. So there's a particular aspect I'd like to touch on here.
Und das ist das Klimageld.
And that is the climate fund. We have a coalition agreement. If you put in climate money, Klimageld, the climate fund, is agreed in the coalition agreement. And why is it agreed? Because we have an annually increase of the carbon emission money, and that means that filling your petrol tank and your heating and your food, all of it costs more, and that's why we want to stick to our promise of social justice. We promised we would ease the burden on the people here, and we must adhere to that promise. Otherwise, we will lose credibility. Next year, I will be running as candidate for the State Assembly. And Eastern Germany, as we've heard for 2 days, are decisive elections. Since 1990 in Germany, there have been over 6,000 kilometers of tracks that have been decommissioned. That means that people have to use cars. There aren't any buses. There aren't any bicycle paths. And we're really at the bottom of the European ranking when it comes to per capita spending on railroads. But there's no alternative to using cars. There's no alternative to it, but I don't know how I'm going to run as candidate if people have no choice but personal transport, and then they're made to feel guilty about it. And as much as I'm committed to climate protection, and as much as I would like to have an increase in carbon prices, I also want it to be clear that the effect will only really work if there's an alternative. And with industry and with companies, that works, but it doesn't work with people in rural areas, and it doesn't work in Saxony. I'm sorry, your time has run up. 2 sentences. One sentence. Okay. 3/4 of East Germans profited from the statutory minimum wage. And we could reach these people with a climate bonus. And I would like you at 7 p.m. to go to the Willy Brandt stand and speak to our Professor Antonina Scher and talk to us and show that we are in favor of socially just climate protection. Thank you.
Als nächster Benstein.
And Bench is the next speaker.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und
Comrades, Olaf, first of all, thank you for your speech today. I think this clarity and this humanity did us all a lot of good. More of that, please. But before I come to my critical points, first of all, I want to look back over the last 2 years. Olaf touched on them. Despite all of the things that we're criticizing today, in the last 2 years, we have managed to work through a lot of crises. And this German government has really mastered the last 2 years very well. Let me just say that. Then I'd like to talk to you about my district, Berlin's Marzahn district. It's in east of Berlin. It's stigmatized. There's a lot of prefabricated buildings. I live in one as well. And in 2021, we experienced something that I in the SPD have never experienced, and many others haven't either, who've been here a lot longer than me. And that is that people came to our info stands and said, it's great what you're doing. We're going to support you. We've already voted. We don't need any information material. We're supporting Olaf and the SPD. Why? Because we generated a lot of trust and we gave them a clear orientation. Now, 2 years later, we can see that the same people come to our info stands and are angry and are disappointed, and they're saying, you didn't deliver on your promises. And then I say, well, we do a lot. We have, minimum wage citizens benefit. That helps you, but people are uncertain because we are no longer offering them orientation. And Olaf, I think what we heard today is something that people need to hear from you much more often, giving them a clear orientation and showing them what direction we're going in. Olaf, we need more clarity, more orientation for social democratic policy that takes these people, gets to these people and gives them that sense of orientation in Marzahn as well. So my wish to you and to everyone else in this party is that we are clearer, that we build trust, and that the issues that we talk about outside really address people's actual problems. Thank you. And Freundschaft, another socialist greeting in the German-speaking world, friendship. And here's the next speaker, Laura.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
comrades, those of you who know me, and the people from Hessen will know that I'm going to say what I always say, which is Helen. Everybody calls me Helena. I'm going to have to change it, but it doesn't matter. Helena has the floor. Thank you very much. Comrades, solidarity is part of our social democratic DNA. Solidarity also means that we listen to one another and recognize that there are different opinions within the party. But booing our comrades is not what I understand as solidarity. Now, Olaf, you just said that we have to get the budget situation going. You do. But the way we get it going is not what I heard. So for years, we, as the young SPD members, have told you that justice between the generations means investing in our generation. It's true that the motion put forward by the party leadership, including doing away with the debt break, is important as well for next year. But you didn't talk about these things. We in the local authorities somehow have to get our budgets going as well. But as a member of the parliamentary group, I know that discussions with the FDP and the Green Party are very hard work and very frustrating, but we have to find a solution that does justice to our social democratic values. And it's my firm conviction that with the Christian Democrats, that wouldn't be any easier. We're experiencing that in Hessen as part of our negotiations there in the coalition. In Offenbach, one of the poorest big cities in Germany, though, I know what it's like to have budget negotiations under difficult circumstances. Just to give you a sense of it, Offenbach has 150,000 employees and has one open-air swimming pool. And then we put a kind of cover over it in the summer so that our children can go swimming anyway. So the ban or the moratorium on budget spending makes it very difficult for us to invest in our women's refuges, in our nurseries, and in many other things like that. So we need a federal budget we can rely on very, very quickly without saving money on funding for local authorities and our social welfare state. Now, in this discussion, there was a lot of talk about trust. Olaf, I want to trust you that you can do that. Saskia, Lars, Kevin, I want to trust you that you will remember the resolution that we have passed today.
Danke, Helena.
Freundschaft, friendship.
Kevin auf.
Thank you, Helena. Now, Kevin. Right now.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
comrades, for nearly 2 years now, I have been a member of the German lower house of parliament, the Bundestag, and it's been 2 very hard years overcoming the pandemic, Russia's war against Ukraine, structural change, and migratory flows. And when I think back there are things that occurred to me that I would like to share with you. Olaf was at Joko and Klaas, and he explained to younger people why it's important to get a COVID booster. And in the war against Ukraine, Olaf had video communications to explain what he was doing. No unilateral approaches. We have to ensure that whatever we do damages Putin more than it damages us. He explains how his approach for leadership is bringing people together. And I remember when it was about the defense program that we had, that he left COVID and spoke to people there. And he came to people in my area about migration policy and what it should look like with humanitarian order. People who have the right to stay here should get a job as quickly as possible, and people who can't stay here have to leave our country. And if you order leadership, they also have to stand leadership when you get it. We've had a lot of challenges, and I want to say thank you for the cooperation in the parliamentary group. I feel like we've done a very good job here. I can tell you how it could be done, the way Friedrich Merz of the Christian Democrats did it. In March 2022, he called for an embargo on gas immediately from Russia, where we wouldn't even had a chance to fill our storage, and he speculated involvement in the war really early on. So this is a hobby pilot who's really supercilious, and he very quickly crashed his plane in a moral sense. A tabloid today in Germany said that today was the day where everyone is going to take Scholz to task, but they've changed the headline now online today and are saying that the SPD is celebrating Olaf. So thank you for that. Thank you, Olaf. Olaf has done so much. We've done so much together. Olaf, I respect your skills, your control of your impulses, and that you have dealt with more crises than we've had since the Second World War in such a calm way. Thank you.
Danke, Kevin. Und dann
Thank you, Kevin.
Ist das Redepult frei für Ronja.
And now Ronja has the floor.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
wir haben den Mindestlohn auf 12 Euro.
We have increased the minimum wage to 12 euros. The citizens' benefit is the largest social reform of the last 20 years. 3 times as many people than before are getting housing benefits. We've increased housing benefits. We've increased pensions. And we've increased. We've had 4 billion euros in expanding preschool care, and we have refurbished sports infrastructure. We've increased the staff ratio in hospitals. We've made it possible for physicians to inform women about abortion rights. We've increased our alliance, or we set up the Alliance for Affordable Housing. We have triggered electoral reforms to shrink the number of people in the Bundestag. We've achieved a lot in the area of broadband. Think of what we've done.
Ich könnte noch weitermachen, aber ich habe leider nur 3 Minuten.
But there are only 3 minutes, so that's why I'm rushing. The interpreter points out that this isn't easy for interpreting. But in any case, I come from Bavaria, comrades.
Und ich kann euch sagen,
and I can tell you that Markus Söder prefers to incite hatred against all of those who are disadvantaged in our societies, instead of looking at having affordable housing in Bavaria, instead of trying to improve the hospitals in Bavaria. and ensuring that we have enough energy for our strong industry in Bavaria. And what can I tell you there? We in the Bundestag have to deal with Bavaria's homework because Markus Söder didn't do it. So someone has to do it, and it's us. So what we know about the SPD is that incitement to hatred and ice-cold social chill is not what we want to offer if times become more difficult. It's not just Germany, but it's all of the federal states. And that includes Bavaria, would be better federal states if they were just. So my appeal to you is we've done some fantastic work in this coalition. Of course, it's been difficult. And of course, you could always wish that we could achieve more. But be proud, comrades, of what you have achieved. This was a very good half year. There are 600 delegates. Let's pass this on. Like our social media, make sure we're loud together, and let's talk about what we've done really well, what we can do better, and what we can do better than Markus Söder, the Bavarian State Premier, and others. Bye.
Dann rufe ich Benkberg auf.
Now it's Benkberg.
Moin, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen.
Comrades, I'm Benkberg. I'm in the Climate and Energy Committee. I was a works councillor at a major wind power organization. I'm a member of the Metalworkers Union, the IG Metall, and I would like to say a little bit about why we are doing what we're doing with the budget and why it's such a challenge. First of all, we did many things right in the last few years. Some things we did right with the coalition. Sometimes we did despite the coalition. The wages are increasing. The economy is recovering. 15 gigawatt of renewable power has been added in terms of installed capacity, and that's the nuclear power equivalent of what France has. So we're doing well here, but at the same time, we are closing renewable energy factories. The solar industry is leaving. The wind turbine manufacturer for offshore wind turbines has serious financial difficulties, and others have left altogether. And we have had the longest strike that we've had in Germany ever, 128 days. And that wasn't before the war. That was this year, and that was colleagues from the Vestas Wind Energy who had to stand 128 days to get the wage increase that they want. And Nordex is continuing, Enercon is continuing, and all of the wind energy is continuing. But it's still very sad that they had to resort to industrial action to this extent. But let's have a look at the supply chain, because it all hangs up together. If you think of the planetary gear manufacturers in a rural area, they want to make their gears, they want to transport them. There's nobody who can bring them to where they're supposed to go because their driver has gone back to Ukraine to fight for that. And then you have the wind turbine factories. And they haven't got enough people anymore. And this is the problem. There is an investment backlog, and this is making it very difficult for companies. It's making it very difficult for works councils if they're outsourcing again. If the boss says we're going to India or China, that's what we have to do. These are the things that impact on people here. That is policy for people for whom that stands, for the citizens here. We need an industrial power price that really is one that means that high-energy companies can continue to produce with renewables. We need support for investment in the future, investment in infrastructure, bridging financing. And the most important thing is for every public award of contract, we have to ensure that value creation takes place in Germany and in Europe. Investing in Germany in renewables must be rewarded and not punished. And the thing is, it doesn't cost us a penny. There's enough money there. It just has to be distributed properly. So thank you very much.
Danke, Bergt. Denkt, Bergt.
Thank you, Winkberg.
Und ich rufe auf Stella.
And Stella's the next one.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
die Sozialdemokratie steht für
social democracy stands for human rights,
Grundrechte,
human
Soziales,
dignity,
Offenheit,
fundamental rights, social benefits, open mind and respect. 1985, I entered the SPD because I experienced a lot of discrimination. One man brought me into the SPD. It was one talk with Willy Brandt that showed me that there is a solution to my problems, that I can fight, and that I can find a political home. And that is the SPD. My SPD stands for the people, for all,
gegen Rassismus und Menschenfeindlichkeit.
against racism
Setze ich mich für die Schwächsten in unserer Gesellschaft
behavior.
ein.
And therefore, I fight for the weakest in society. And that is the reason
Für die Schwächsten
why we fight as for the weakest in our society in our work group
von der AG
migration
Migration und Vielfalt.
and diversity.
Wir waren, als der
It was our work group
öffentlich wurde, froh,
which was happy when we saw the coalition contract to be part of the government because many important aspects were brought in. And since June, we are quite frustrated because what is being talked about migration is unbelievable.
Es geht das Wording, das wir
It
benutzen.
is about the wording that we use, the language.
Diese Sprache spiegelt nicht unsere
The
SPD.
language does not reflect our SPD.
Migration an.
Let's start with irregular migration. When was it put on the agenda? In 2017, the AfD invented that word.
Von Menschen
Why?
mit Fluchterfahrungen wegkommt.
So that they don't speak about people with flight experience who
Denn
can't
irregulär,
say migration, these are people, because irregular,
Menschen mit Flucht,
that
das verursacht
causes
Empathie.
fear. But
Was bedeutet
people
das
with
für uns?
flight background, that
Dürfen dieses
brings
Wording
empathy. So
übernehmen.
we, as the SPD,
noch
should not accept that wording.
Vehement,
We
immer wieder
instead
abstreiten.
need to counter it vehemently.
Historische Erfolge
Secondly, historical successes need to be named.
mit Erfolgen zu tun
If they have to do
haben, Abschiebehaft bringen können.
with
Oder
others that
wenn
are
Abschiebungen im großen Stil
being done with imprisonment for deportation or where huge
das ist nicht das Wording.
deportations are being announced, this is not the wording of the SPD.
Wir
It's
haben
not our SPD.
Wir haben
Today,
heute die Möglichkeit,
we have the possibility
Antrag 1,
with the motion INI 1,
auch von uns eingeflossen
which
sind,
already
wichtige Änderungen mit einfließen zu lassen.
has
Wir
a
bitten
lot of
euch,
important changes, and we
unterstützt uns dabei,
can
unterstützt die Anträge,
bring
die noch
in
gestellt werden.
other
Denn wir stehen für
important
Menschen,
changes.
für alle, nicht
Please
gegen
support
wir
us,
und
because we
gegen
stand for people, for all the people, not we against others. As the SPD, we fight for all, for the benefits of all the people. And we can manage it with your support.
Und dann darf ich Gustav Horn
Thank you,
aufrufen.
Stella. And Gustav Horn.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
ich beobachte die deutsche Wirtschaftspolitik.
I have been observing the German economic policy for quite some time. I saw the oil crisis, bank crisis, Corona, and now this.
Ich glaube, ich kann mit Recht sagen, dass
I believe I can say that the current situation is the most difficult one, even if the others were not easy. We are in such a weak situation due to the different developments of crisis. It is a high art of governance to get through those crises, especially in a time of transformation, of uncertainties, when it is very difficult to impose social democratic values in the government. And I'm proud to say that all the demands of the SPD from the election campaign were implemented. But the criticism that this is not perceived by the people is also correct, because we see that from the marketplaces when people complain and say you don't do anything, and we can name 20, 30 measures that we have done, they don't believe it. So what's the conclusion then? We actually get into touch with the people, talking to them. It is not enough to say the federal chancellor has to do all this. I am not hoping for such an authority that the chancellor is going to do it all. We need to do it as a party. Also I, as a member of the Executive Committee, I am responsible to explain all those achievements and explain what we've done in those difficult times. And we need to defend ourselves against nationalism of the right or the left, because nationalism is opium for the people. It distracts from the real problems of society and tries to explain the people that on the top do everything wrong and we do everything right. And they're not able to do anything right. So next year, when there are 3 election campaigns in East Germany, we need to defend the liberal democracy. We have good success to show, but we have to explain it to the people and promise that we will accompany them also through the crisis in the future, where we see one of the most difficult crisis situations. Thank you, Gustav. Shanna?
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Dear comrades,
mein Name ist Jana Njande,
ich bin 47 Jahre alt
und lebe in Schleswig-Holstein.
Schleswig-Holstein.
Auch ich bin Teil
I am part
der AG Migration und
of
Vielfalt.
the working
Und
group
glaubt mir, ich hätte
Migration and
heute
Diversity, and I'm very proud of it. And
mit
with
euch
my 47 years, I would like to speak about
und gerne
internal
auch hier
policy,
meinen Beitrag
economic
geleistet.
policy, and make a
Aber dass ich mit
contribution to
47
that.
Jahren
But
hier
being
vor euch
47
stehen muss,
years old, I have to
in dem Land,
stand
in dem
here in
ich
the
geboren
country where I
wurde,
was born
Themen aufgreifen muss,
and pick up topics
mich und alle
which
Menschen, die genauso wie ich hier
concern
sind,
me and all people who are here
und frustrierend,
and make me
das, was ich
feel
mir von meinem
frustrated.
Parteitag
This is
erhofft habe.
not what I hoped to see on my first federal
Aber ich bin in
Congress.
dieser Partei.
But I am a member of this party. I'm a social democrat.
Das liegt daran, dass die Sozialdemokratie
Because
den
social
erforderlichen Mut
democracy
hat, Dinge beim Namen
had
zu
the
nennen.
necessary courage to speak out about
Dafür
things.
leisten wir jeder von
And
uns seinen
each of us are
Und lieber
contributing to
Olaf,
that.
du hast zu Recht heute
Dear
Dinge beim
Olaf,
Namen genannt.
you
Manche hast
spoke
du
about
vielleicht nicht, nach dem, was
things
ich
correctly.
erwartet
There
habe,
were
tituliert.
some others that you did
Aber
not mention,
selbstverständlich
although I had expected it.
Putin ein
And of
Despot.
course, Putin
Und selbstverständlich
is
stehen wir
a
gegenüber den Menschen uneingeschränkt mit völliger
and of course
Solidarität
we
und
are
beschützen jeden,
on the
der
side with unlimited solidarity on the side
Angriffe überlebt und
of
Schutz sucht
everybody
bei uns.
who
Aber dann erwarte ich auch,
survives
dass die Despoten
attacks and looks for refuge here.
Monaten
But
weitere
then I also
völkerrechtswidrige
expect that despots that
vor allem einen Krieg gegen die Frauen erklärt haben,
attack
auch bei dem Namen genannt werden
even
und nicht, wenn sie es
women
schon geschafft haben zu
And
überleben.
if they have managed to survive and then finally come here to find refuge, are being deported. Erdogan, who for many months is intervening in Rojava and kills people, all those terror regimes like Iran, which for months and years
Einsperrt, der es nur wagt, freiheitlich zu denken.
detains anybody who dares to think as
Demokraten, die
a
natürlich und
free person. And as Social Democrats, we are on the side of the movement of Xinjiang Ajadin.
im Iran
When we supported the feminist revolution in Iran, we showed solidarity, and that solidarity has to continue because the attack on women has not stopped.
dem
The same
Terrorregime
is true vis-à-vis the terror regime of the Taliban. They have introduced a gender
beschützen, dass wir
apartheid.
sie
We
rausholen.
promised them that we're going to protect them, that we'd get them out. And we did not comply with
mehr
this
Mensch
promise. Women are not allowed to be women or free. But if they manage to survive and get here, that we then start deporting them to Iran, Afghanistan,
Das ist nicht die
this is
Menschlichkeit, das
not
ist nicht die Humanität
the
und das ist
human
nicht die Solidarität meiner
attitude
Partei. Und das war
and solidarity of my party. And I demand this solidarity
hoch die internationale
today.
Solidarität.
And let's practice international solidarity.
Dann rufe ich auf Linda.
The next one is Linda.
Hallo, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen. Ja, ich bin Linda und seit März neu gewählt ins Berliner Abgeordnetenhaus und dort spreche ich für Umwelt- und Klimaschutz. Im Leben vorher war ich längere Zeit in Bolivien in der Entwicklungszusammenarbeit und ich glaube, dieser Kampf gegen Klimawandel, der ist auch immer ein Kampf für die Armen unserer Gesellschaft. Das konnte man da sehr genau sehen. Als Journalistin habe ich die Klimabewegung aus nächster Nähe erlebt und die Verzweiflung, dass wir als Politiker nicht genug tun. Mir geht es manchmal ähnlich. Gestern haben wir unseren Parteibericht
Yesterday we presented our motion
vor 2045 und der wurde hier
climate
leider
neutral
nicht angenommen.
before 1945.
Dabei wissen wir genau, dass wir noch viel ambitionierter sein müssen,
But we know that our
zu
objectives
erreichen.
need to be more ambitious.
Und deshalb vielleicht mal ein Wort an euch,
Therefore,
die in den
some
Parlamenten,
words to you,
Lokalen,
those who are working in parliaments
Dinge umsetzen könnt. Ich glaube, es ist wichtig und nicht immer einfach an dieses erinnern und auch richtig in die Umsetzung zu kommen.
About the climate
Klimaschutz wirklich vorne
and its
anzuziehen,
implementation.
weil es
But
eben
climate
auch
protection,
Zielkonflikte gibt.
of course, is in
möchte ein
conflict with other objectives.
Umweltschutz.
One example,
Ich glaube, wir sind uns alle einig, dass
farmers
wir
and
mehr bauen
climate
müssen
protection, building. Of course,
aber
we
wir sind uns
need to
auch
build
einig,
more
dass
than
wir für die
ever.
nächsten
But we
50
also
bis
know
100 Jahre
that
bauen,
in the next 50 and
unser
100
Land
years,
aufheizen wird.
we will build
Ambitionierte Begrünung, Regenwassermanagement, Bauen,
a country
Umweltschutz und
that
Artenschutz.
is going to
Muss
be
eben alles
hotter, and
werden. Und ich
also the
würde mir
protection
wirklich
of
wünschen,
the
dass wir
environment and the
das, was wir
species
in unseren
needs to go hand in hand.
auch
Now,
dann in
would
den
like to
Kommunen
see
und
that
vor Ort umsetzen,
our
dass
motion
wir eben Klimaschutz
included in
mitdenken.
the main
Und bitte,
proposal
lieber Olaf,
should
lass
be
uns endlich
implemented
rangehen
and
an diese
considered
klimaschädlichen
with all
Subventionen.
policies.
Lasst uns laut
Olaf,
streiten
let's
für dieses
tackle
Klimageld.
these
Und lasst uns
climate
einfach
harmful
einfordern hier in diesem Raum
investments.
von Olaf,
And
dass
in
er
this room
unser
we should
Klimakanzler auch wirklich ist.
demand that Olaf is our climate
Das muss ein
chancellor
Thema sein
and
für uns als
delivers.
Sozialdemokratinnen und
That
Sozialdemokraten.
should be a promise to
Und ich
us
mache mir auch,
as social
genau wie
democrats.
alle hier, Sorgen um den Rechtsdruck.
And
Den wir
I'm
erleben.
also concerned about the
erlebe ich
movement
immer wieder,
towards the
wie
right.
den
I see in the
menschengemachten
parliament how the
leugnet.
AfD
Was heißt das am
denies
Ende, wenn die AfD in der
climate
Verantwortung
change? What does it mean if the AfD is in
Windkraftanlagen
responsibility
ist dann
of
Soldaten
government? Do we
kein
stop
Thema
with wind turbines?
glaube,
Is then solar energy
verhindern und deshalb
not
ist
a
es
topic
wichtig,
anymore?
dass
I
wir
think
die
this needs to be
Wandel mitnehmen, dass
prevented.
wir den
And we need to
ambitioniert
take along the
gestalten, aber
people
eben auch
with our
die Menschen
ambitions,
mitnehmen
but
auf einem Weg in
also explaining it
Vielen Dank.
to the people. And
Danke, Linda.
how we want to
Dann
go
haben wir jetzt
forward
Luise
towards
und dann noch für eine persönliche Erklärung
climate-friendly
Claudia Moll,
development.
die sich auch schon mal bereithalten kann.
Hallo, ich bin offensichtlich
Hello, I am the last one on the regular
ich werde
list
euren Erwartungen
of
gerecht.
speakers.
Noch kurz
So let me shortly mention that this list
und am Ende sogar überquotiert
of speakers was really full, even more than it could, more than in this room. That merits an applause.
Liebe Genossinnen, lieber Olaf,
Comrades,
bitte,
Olaf,
lasst uns in der SPD keine Debatte à la
let's
Friedrich
not
Merz.
start a debate on a main culture like Friedrich Merz. This is this kind of strange hobby of the right-wing parties. But if they do that, we don't have to
Die wie
do
ich
it.
völlig ohne eigenes Zutun
People
qua Geburt die deutsche
who
Staatsbürgerschaft
were born
zugeordnet bekommen haben, finden die
because
geil oder
we were
Patriotismus
just born here. We like
Geschweige denn
the
können die
national anthem and patriotism and the German language.
Also kommt diese Idee,
So
dass wir
where is
Maßstäbe
this
anlegen können.
idea based on that we should provide stronger rules for migrants? That is not fair and creates more ground for resentment and racism. I think I speak on behalf of quite a lot. Hi, Olaf.
Spaltet unsere Gesellschaft.
This type of speak divides our
meiner SPD sein.
society. It should not be the task of the
Und ich muss
SPD
auch
to do that. And I must frankly say
Die Hälfte der Partei
that
hat die
the left
nicht
part of the party did not enjoy
Ich
very
mag mir
much the first part of the
so schwere
coalition government.
tragen.
I don't want to imagine how difficult it is in these
wenn die Ideale
times to have government responsibility and
Ist
if
bestimmt nicht
the
so
reality
leicht.
is so harsh. And I don't want to complain.
es ist auch ganz
Yeah,
viel
a lot
Gutes
of
durch die
things
Ampel
have been
passiert, ganz
said. A lot of things were achieved with this
Ich bin seit über 10 Jahren
coalition.
Mitglied dieser Partei
But
und nie
for
habe ich
more
mehr
than
und
10
öfter mit
years,
meiner
I've been
Mitgliedschaft gehadert als in
the
den
party
letzten Monaten.
of this party, and never have I had so many controversial discussions with the membership
Bitte nordet euren Wertekompass
as
nochmal
in the last months. Olaf, please look at your direction, your course. We shall not be a party of division. We shall be the party of freedom, of workers, of justice. Let's pick up that fight. Luisa, thank you. The next one is Claudia.
Ja, Tag zusammen.
Hello, everybody.
Eigentlich wollte ich gar nicht reden,
I
aber
was not
so
intending
geärgert,
to speak, but I was so annoyed a moment ago that I thought I need to speak.
liebe Leute, Politik ist immer Kompromiss.
Dear friends, politics is always a compromise. For some it's too early, for the others too late, for some it's too much, for others it's not enough.
So einen schönen Parteitag.
But with this nice party congress, which has gone
Hier
so well, and now our chancellor, our executive committee are being attacked.
Und anstatt die Opposition
Instead of attacking the opposition,
schmeißen wir uns hier gegenseitig.
we throw sand at each other.
Ich kann leider nicht anders.
I can't say it differently. And if we want to win elections also in the East, then we need to be strong and imagine Olaf was like I am. That is not possible.
Und noch ein Satz.
One more sentence.
Muss auch einstecken.
Those who criticize also need to accept criticism.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Claudia. Ein Plädoyer, das von vielen mit Applaus geteilt wird.
Okay, you see, there's a lot of applause. But on behalf of the presidency, then I would like to say that we need this discussion that brings us together, and to boo people out is not okay. So thank you for all contributions, and now I pass on the floor to Annika again.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, dazu übernehme ich noch mal ganz kurz und wir haben, glaube ich, auch ganz
Comrades, I'm back on track and we may now really proceed with the notice of motion IO2. So passing the floor one last time to Doris as the the spokesperson for the Motions Committee. Yes, comrades, that was quite an intense debate, but no amendment. And the notion of motives has merged with I07 and I10, flowing into the I02.
Doris, dann kommen wir zu
That is the status quo. And now let's then proceed to the voting. Doris has recommended to approve the motion. A show of cards if you approve. Votes against or abstentions. That is not the case. So this motion has been unanimously carried. And passing the floor to Aidan, and we proceed with deliberating the package of motions. Moving on to the next package. Domestic policy, legal policy and administration. ENI 14, ENI 15, ENI 16. That's I01 to I57, page 421 to 451. The Motions Committee recommends to refer that to the parliamentary group to adopt Motion 15 and 16 shall be referred to the party executive as well as to the parliamentary group. And we're also referring to I01 to I57. And I pass the floor back to Doris on behalf of the Motions Committee.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich kann es auch ganz kurz.
Yes, comrades, I might as well be brief because Aidan summed it up perfectly. So, as for this package of 57 motions and also including 3 notices of motion 14, 15, 16. As for I14, we recommend that to be referred to the SPD parliamentary group about changing the status of ecocides that and how to enable us to take legal action. Then I15 dedicated to the topics of democracy and life with all the counseling offers that are at stake. So we want to strengthen that foundation and recommend this motion to be approved. I16, we recommend to transfer that, to refer that to the parliamentary group. And this is about the possibility to ban the AfD party. Then other topics are the organized crime, money laundering, protection against catastrophes and disasters. In terms of legal policy, it's basically about strengthening the foundations, also against discrimination. So we want to encourage a positive position with respect to anonymized application processes. All the rest you can see in your documents that have been handed out to you, and I do look forward to a fruitful debate. So we have received several calls for the floor. Melissa Butt would be the first one on the list. Melissa Butt from Thuringia, followed by Oleg Shevchenko from Thuringia. Melissa, floor is yours.
Wisst ihr alle, beim wievielten Dammbruch wir gerade
So, do you really know what's happening in Thuringia? And elections in Thuringia are a topic, and really there should be lots of outcries, but there wasn't even an outcry nowhere in the press, in the German press. Neither did I hear a debate that the CDU, FDP and AfD have adopted a law together. There were, of course, close coordination, also consultations in the working groups, and because the topic that was discussed was wind turbines not close to forest areas. So that would, of course, mean that no wind turbines will be erected in Thuringia in the future, which, of course, is a massive disadvantage in terms of competitiveness. And the narrative of the AfD always being that we will be better off when the economic conditions in the country are bad, and they are doing everything at their disposal to do that, and they're gaining more power by the day, and we need to prevent that, because it's highly alarming, and the country is really threatened by this type of wildfire, political wildfire, if you want. So what's happening as we speak is really threatening the foundation for democracy, the lives of people in Thuringia. So we cannot be indifferent to the situation, because there are municipal elections pointing to the wrong direction. So it needs to be an intrinsic aim to all of us to react. And I cannot feel it, comrades. I cannot sense the spirit of opposition, because there are many people who've already packed all their belongings, because they don't know whether they can stay where they are, whether they can continue to live where they belong, because they don't have a foundation on which to live. And nothing is being reported, not in the media, not in the public debates. So I really need to raise my voice here and now, tackling this issue, also dramatizing it, because it is dramatic at the end of the day for all of us, for Germany as a whole.
Lasst uns diesen Rechten den Kampf ansagen.
So let's really be ready to fight against the right-wing extremists, because we need to react now, because it may be too late tomorrow. We need to be clear on that, and we need to focus on this, and we need to deal with this fight, Alerta, and the anti-fascist fight.
Vielen Dank, Melissa. Und jetzt hat das Wort Oleg.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ja, in Ostdeutschland.
Comrades, yes, Eastern Germany is a problem of the people in Eastern Germany. That is what we've heard over the last years, as if it was only a problem concerning Eastern Germany. But now, after the state elections in Hesse, we have woken up and need to recognize that this is not only a local or regional, it's a German or a European problem. But there will be several state elections in Eastern Germany, that much is true. So we are in the limelight, if you want. And I'm the chair of an association in Thuringia, MOBI, which is standing up against right-wing extremism in our region and offering counseling services to different actors in society. So we and this association, we are really putting all our efforts to improve the social climate, but at the same time we're afraid to see what's going to happen from the 1st of January, whether this existentially important question of employment will really be tackled in our region. I'm very concerned because I cannot, approach these workers and tell them maybe in January it will be all over and we'll witness the downsizing. But it is really highly important for all these projects fighting against right-wing extremism that we manage to approve this notice of motion with a large majority, maybe even unanimously, because if we don't do that, many projects will fail that should be close to our hearts. And I want to use this opportunity also to thank civil society as a whole. You will have heard of the municipal elections in Nordhausen a few weeks ago. We managed within 2 weeks to mobilize enough people so that an absolute fascist cannot take the office of mayor close to a concentration camp memorial. And only because the civil society was ready to stand up, we were able to set this sign, and also as a civil society sending out the signal that we stand together. And that's also my motivation to urge you to approve this notice of motion. Thank you, Oleg. Next is Stefan Minkli from Hesse and Niklas Gerlach from Saxony-Anhalt. Comrades, not only the temperature is increasing, but also the toxic substances in rivers, also the green lung of Mother Earth is being damaged. All these phenomena happen because the international corporate players are following through with their agenda, only maximizing their profits. And that needs to come to an end, comrades. This poisoning of our environment is threatening the livelihoods of so many people around the world, particularly also indigenous people. And as the working group of Social Democrats, social affairs and healthcare, well, we have lived through the experience that some of these motions sometimes disappear in the drawer, but we want to underline the importance of this motion on the topic of ecocide. So we would call upon you to vote against the recommendations of the Motions Committee and to ensure that way that it will be possible to take legal action against the multinational corporates that destroy our livelihoods and the environment. Thank you, Stephanie. Next is Niklas Gerlach and Gesine Beck from Saxony-Anhalt. Comrades, you have the motion I-15 in front of you. On the 9th of October 2019, an anti-Semite and anti-feminist attacked the synagogue in Halle and killed Lana Jange and Kevin Schwarze. Since 2019, the mobile victim counseling service is supporting the victims of such attacks, also in terms of legal action. The father of Kevin Schwarze is, for example, one of the people receiving these services. So, but also other fellow Jews who were at the synagogue on that very day. Since the 7th of October, the number of anti-Semitic actions is also on the rise. So, for example, an increase of 320% that have been imported in terms of anti-Semitic incidents. And we are approaching the anniversary of the atrocity from Halle, and we need to keep the awareness alive, and we need to strengthen these agencies that work to support these victims and these people. So we need these agencies, and we need to take the fight against anti-Semitism and racism seriously. So it shall be the aim of every single delegate or every single MP to exert pressure and to protect the victims of right-wing extremist violence. And we also need to launch or enable a mechanism to strengthen democracy and to commemorate those who have lost their lives in these attacks. Must not be an empty phrase, but we really need to fill it in life in Parliament to live up to this responsibility. And thank you very much for doing so.
Ganz herzlichen Dank. Als nächste folgt Susi Möbeck.
Thank you. Next is Susi Möbeck, and after that, Susi Koch from Saxony.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, über das
Comrades, the potential and the threat from the right-wing extremists have been mentioned quite a bit today. For many years, or many decades, in fact, the colleagues in all the counseling projects across the country are committed to give counseling services to the victims of right-wing extremist attacks, and also to design strategies against right-wing extremist movements on the ground, and also to create new instances, new agencies in order to tackle and to document the consequences of right-wing extremist violence. And these projects, comrades, can only work for 1 year and need to be prolonged the next year. Well, we, as Social Democrats, need to make sure that the democracy, the Act for the Promotion of Democracy, needs to be implemented, needs to pass all the steps in the legislative procedure. And the situation where we're at now and the budgetary situations become very insecure. But it's ever more important to put this democratic work on a solid foundation, because it's particularly these significant projects that are threatened. And comrades, this is not something that happens at a given moment in time. No, it's hundreds of projects that may need to phase out if we do not get the resources to support them. And comrades, we must not allow for that to happen.
Die Demokratieprojekte
These democratic projects are being supported on an annual basis, and usually before the budget is approved, certain measures are still being supported. And then we really need to take the initiative and send the signal to the Minister of Finance that these initiatives are vital, and that's why the initiative, the motion at stake, is directed immediately to Lisa Paus and Christian Lindner, sending the signal that these projects need to survive the 1st of January, need to be put on a reliable foundation, and together joining forces to then really put this initiative into practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. And now our next speaker.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades, We have heard a great deal, quite rightly, about the elections in Eastern Germany. And even if we know that the far-right AfD isn't just an Eastern German problem, in Saxony, what it's about next year is just trying to defend our democracy. I'm not even talking about the state elections. I'm talking about the local elections, because it's already par for the course now that an AfD or a CDU have a majority. And to be honest, the firewalls in Saxony is just basically a picket fence. And so it's not just about getting strong election results for the SPD next year. It's about ensuring that right-wing structures are destroyed, that from spaces of hatred, there are spaces of democracy. It's about strong community based on solidarity that can be resilient against enemies of democracy. Comrades, that will happen for us thanks to the many associations that we have that don't look away when enemies of democracy take the space, the local authorities, when the Nazis rent the local pub, or when there are victims of right-wing violence, and their employees do not have it easy, not just because at the moment they're worried about whether or not they're even going to get any funding, but they go to work in the morning and they don't even know whether their glass panes have been broken into, or has my name and address and all my details cropped up on a right-wing forum or not. We have to protect these structures. So that's why this year we need a resolution, because otherwise the Culture Office of Dresden, the Victim Advice Center, and many other civic organizations to protect this are in danger. So thank you for supporting this notice for motion. And now Becker. Comrades, the AfD is a risk for democracy. It is a risk for our country. And we've just heard from Sophie the situation. And just yesterday we heard that the third AfD association has been classified a right-wing extremist organization. We're waiting from a court in Munich to rule on this, and we're assuming that the entire party will be seen as suspected of being a risk. And it's since the state elections in Bavaria and in Hessen, and I live in Bavaria, and so I know what I'm talking about. What we have to see is that the AfD is not an East German problem. The AfD is a problem of Germany as a whole. Our basic law envisages mechanisms. The people who wrote the Constitution, they wrote it in the wake of the Nazi period. They knew that it can happen, that our society can once again follow people who want to dismantle democracy. And that's why there's Article 18 in the Basic Law and Article 21 of the Basic Law. And it says that only if you have a two-thirds majority can you change the Constitution, which is why these measures are so important. I'm talking about the notice for motion 16 for women, and I am the Deputy Speaker of Strategies Against Right-Wing Extremism in the Lower House of Parliament, the Bundestag, and I have to say that we, as a working group, are very pleased that this motion is going to be referred to us, because we're happy to engage critically with that and look at whether or not we need to ensure whether we need to examine whether the AfD is in line with the Constitution or not. But we need to look at that in peace. We need to make sure that procedures involved are correct. And I would say that it's good that it's women who are moving this, because when the right wing are in power, the first thing to go are women's rights. And so that's why I would like to say that we are going to deal with this motion properly. So thank you for referring it to us.
Vielen Dank für eure Wortbeiträge. Die Redeliste ist abgeschlossen. Und
Thank you for your contributions. I would now like to pass the floor on to Doris Ahn for the Motions Committee, and our list of speakers is now closed. Thank you from me as well for your comments with reference to the recommendations by the Motions Committee. We didn't take it all lightly. I need your attention for a moment because there was a motion to not follow the recommendation of the Motions Committee. That was Stephanie Minkler's comment. It is about the notice of a motion 14. And in this motion, it is about changing the status of the International Criminal Court so that ecocides can be indicted in the future. Just want to draw your attention to the fact that a project of this kind must be deliberated in Parliament and can only be approved by Parliament. So this is why, as the Motions Committee, we would like to stay with our referendum that it be referred to the parliamentary group, who can now look at this issue. It is addressed at the right place. So that is the recommendation of the Motions Committee, and we feel you should follow it. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Doris.
Thank you, Doris.
Dann kommen wir jetzt zur Abstimmung.
This brings us to voting. Comrades, so just if I could have your attention for a moment, if you wish to support the recommendation of the Motions Committee, please show your voting tags now. Thank you. Those against? Thank you. Abstentions? Thank you. One abstention. There are a few votes against. So with a few votes against, the recommendation has been approved. That means that all of these motions have been approved. Thank you for that.
Wir machen jetzt noch den Sachbereich TH.
And we are now going to proceed to the TH chapter because we're going to be quick because we have guests, so we want to look at that quickly. TH is the cross-disciplinary motion. So those are TH01 to 4 on page 660 to 695 in the Book of Motions. And these motions should be approved as recommended. I have no calls for the floor on this. Is that correct? This does seem to be the case. In which case, I will pass the floor to Doris Ahnen again for the Motions Committee before we proceed to voting. Yeah, the cross-disciplinary motions suggest we're covering a lot of ground here. There are lots of different ideas here, lots of clever ideas. We're trying to address them so that they can be included. There are a number of things that have been touched on and just require more intense debate. So some of them we're referring. I think the fact that there are no calls for the floor shows that there's nothing very problematic in these motions that are sort of miscellaneous in nature. So I think you can follow the recommendation of the Motions Committee. Thank you, Doris. Says Aidan. We're going to proceed now to voting. Those in favor of approving the recommendation by the Motions Committee, please show us your voting cards. Thank you. Votes against? No votes against. Abstentions? No abstentions. In that case, we have covered these motions as they stand, according to the recommendation of the Motions Committee.
So, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir kommen jetzt zum Aufruf.
Comrades, we now come to the Scrutiny Commission. According to paragraph 91 of our organization statutes, there have to be 9 members elected for the Control Committee. It's the same as the Advisory Council for the voting procedure. The difference is just that in the first round of voting, a simple majority is sufficient to elect them to the new post. Our statutes allow an open election of the Control Committee according to our voting statutes, and that depends on the situation. As long as there are not more candidates than positions, an open round of voting is fine, and that is the case here. We have the following proposals for the position. Renate Drievke from North Rhine-Westphalia. Hanna Fischer, Bavaria. Angelika Matheideke, Baden-Württemberg. Walter Meinhold-Hahn. Marco Mühlenstein.
Brigitte Reckmann,
North Rhine-Westphalia. Dr. Thorsten Rudolph, Rheinland-Palatinate. Norbert Schmidt, Hesse. And Elke Schreiber from Schleswig-Holstein. The proposals are Angelika Matheideke, Anna Fischer, and Norbert Schmidt were submitted after the deadline for motions, but we suggest that you vote for them anyway. So first, let me ask whether there is any objection to proceeding in this manner. That doesn't seem to be the case, in which case we will proceed thus. We have therefore 9 candidates according to our statutes of elections, and therefore we can have an open election because we have exactly 9 candidates for exactly 9 positions. And the presiding committee therefore suggests that we do elect in an open election. Anyone against that? No objections as far as I can see. In which case, we will now vote on all of these candidates in an open round of voting. Okay, we're going to do that. Those in favor, please show your voting cards. Well, that looks very good. Thank you. Votes against? I see no votes against. Abstentions? And no abstentions. In that case, these 9 candidates are now voted in unanimously. Thank you and congratulations. What are we doing next? Aidan's just asked. Well, we're waiting for Pedro Sanchez. And I think he and Olaf are just being interviewed outside. So we need a little bit of flexibility so that we can proceed with the welcoming remarks. But let me just say, we've already said it today, with the many debates that we have today. Today is our day to show our internationality and to ensure that we are well positioned for the European elections. For everyone who's waiting for their option to discuss these things, we will be able to discuss that. We will also have a debate on our migration motion. So everyone who wants to prepare for that, don't worry, we will get to that. It's all going to happen soon. And also don't worry, despite the work ahead of us, we also have the election for the arbitration committee, and don't worry, the party this evening is definitely going to happen, and it'll happen before midnight, I'm sure. So don't worry about that. It's going to happen.
Ich warte an der Stelle tatsächlich ein bisschen auf ein Signal, aber so wie es aussieht.
We're waiting for a signal, but I think it's going to take a minute.
Moment. Ihr merkt gerade, das passiert, wenn das Präsidium zeitmäßig super unterwegs ist.
So you see, when we're efficient and finish everything quickly, this is what.
Bis jetzt haben wir tatsächlich gut im Zeitrahmen miteinander gearbeitet und so wollen wir das ja auch.
We've worked very well in terms of timing, so we want to continue.
Was vielleicht an der Stelle ganz gut ist, nicht jetzt, wenn wir
now,
so
not right now when we have an important speech, but just to tell you, do go down, see the very stands. There are lots of people there, and it's a very good place to have talks about social democratic issues.
mal vorbei oder auch morgen.
So do go there, or tomorrow if you have the option. There are many things that you can look at here where talks are a very good thing to do.
Also die Hoffnung, dass sofort unsere Gäste kommen, war noch ein bisschen.
Well, there was hope that our guests are going to come, but it can't take long anymore.
Aber es ist auch wirklich nicht sinnhaft, diese Pause mit irgendwelchen
But it doesn't make sense to fill the break with further debates, because then we would have to interrupt it.
Alle schon auf ihren Plätzen sind.
But it's wonderful to see how you're waiting.
Die Delegation.
Thanks to all of you awaiting the delegation.
So, jetzt ist es soweit. Ich darf ganz herzlich.
Okay, I would like to welcome among us Pedro Sanchez, together with Lars, our President, and Olaf, our Federal Chancellor.
Wir sind sehr, sehr froh,
We are very happy
dass wir mit
to have Pedro Sanchez as a strong friend and partner at the SPD.
So, nachdem ihr vorne auch Platz.
So now that you've taken a seat, I'm going to say officially that we're extremely pleased, Pedro Sanchez, that you are here with us. You were only recently re-elected as the head of your government and as the head of our sister party. So we are very, very pleased that you have come to the German Party Congress of the SPD and that you will be talking to us. So let me say, first of all, we're very, very pleased that you're here. Bienvenido, Pedro Sanchez, and a warm welcome to the Party Congress.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
wir haben heute sehr viel über Demokratie.
we have talked a lot about democracy today and about the significance of democracies. And in our democracy as well, a government has plans, but these things are only decided in Parliament. And of the MPs, by the MPs, and the head of the parliamentary group of the government is here, Rolf Mützenich, and I'm very, very pleased that he is now going to speak to us.
Lieber Aidan, ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. And particularly, let me say, comrades, it is a real honor to pass on the greetings of 207 Social Democratic MPs,
von einer Gemeinschaft,
a community, comrades, which is sound, based on solidarity, and at the same time self-confident. And this is a major prerequisite for the success of the Social Democratic Party, comrades.
In der Tat, es gab in den 160 Jahren
in the 160 years of the SPD's history, there have never been easy times. Every age had its prerequisites, its challenges, but at the end of the day, we also found responses. And I am certain that in the last 2 years, the 207 MPs here in Germany for the SPD have done everything they can to ensure that the Social Democratic Party is where it is in Parliament, and that it can improve whatever the German government does at any given time. And that has been the case. We've been successful. Another thing that's important is that our colleagues have looked after their constituencies, either where they were voted in directly or where they have taken on additional responsibility in the parliamentary group. In these 2 years, has been very, very careful to ensure that these prerequisites within the framework of what was possible for us have been successful, because at the end, we all know you aren't elected in Berlin, colleagues. You're elected in your constituency. And that's why, at the end of the day, it's about working with you, Social Democratic comrades, to do the best we can and to show what we're made of. And we do that within our parliamentary groups to the best of our abilities. And the other thing that's very important is what's being done. You won't be surprised to hear that more than half of the coalition agreement has been dealt with. I mean, let me just refer to 3 of the things that we have actually already achieved. And they were all social democratic things that have been done in the coalition agreement so far. But I'll start with a very specific social democratic issue, namely having more student loans, the BAföG system for more young people. That was an incredibly important prerequisite for us in this term of office, and it is important for those who have been waiting to get better student loans. Then the local authorities, they want us to support them. Achim and many others yesterday talked about some of the issues that they are dealing with around debt, and that we want to respond to that, and that we are waiting for the state premiers in the Christian Democratic federal states to get going so that we can do things. But we were saying we wanted to refurbish sports equipment and infrastructure on a state level so that people don't just exercise regularly and do sports, but rather feel that they are included socially on the sports field. And there's another thing I'd like to say to those who so quickly forget. Paragraph 219A has been cut out of the criminal code, the abortion code that is, has been cut out completely against a lot of opposition from the conservatives, and that was very difficult, and this is there particularly for the women in our society. But the other thing is that we have anchored social rights for employees, for families, for young people, for people who are sick. Listen, I have nothing against love thy neighbor. Love thy neighbor is a wonderful thing. But charity is not something you can rely on when there's a crisis. And that is why the entitlement to exist of the Social Democratic Party is to anchor social rights. so that when there is a need, the state is there. And if the state doesn't give you what you are owed, you can go to court and demand it. And that is what the Social Democratic Party is all about. That's our promise for now, and that's our promise in the future. And the SPD parliamentary group stands for that. And we've got an ambitious plan ahead of us. Let me just say two of the things we want to do. The Collective Bargaining Adherence Act, which is necessary for our trade union comrades as well, because it is the prerequisite on the basis of which this state is prosperous, namely the social security in a democracy must be anchored in society. And it's not about disputing how much benefit people should get. It's about ensuring that the value of decent work is paid for properly. And if there's more co-determination, that can only be a good thing. And that is a real success story for us moving forward. And Lars spoke yesterday about this. Our party is celebrating its 160th anniversary, 160 years of a mandate that we gave ourselves, but it's also a mandate that the people who have voted us in have given us too. And our parliamentary group in these 160 years is very much based in that history. And if I may, I'd like to tell you about something that I was invited to. I was in Dreusig, in the Burgenland part of Germany, where a flag was raised. And this flag is 160 years old, and it says the German Workers' Association. Women sat down and they sewed and embroidered this flag then. And this flag has survived many, many things. It survived the socialist law. It survived the First World War. It survived the division of our country. But particularly, this flag survived the persecution by the Nazis. And how did it survive? Well, because the women decided at that time that there was one comrade who should sew this flag into her child's bed. And that's how the flag survived Nazi persecution. And the fact that we have this flag, that we can touch this flag, is a real legacy for the Social Democratic Party, because we have not forgotten the persecution by the Nazis. We survived it. We resisted it. And that's why, let me say very, very clearly that it's not just in our conviction that these beliefs are anchored. We also have a feel for the dangers, particularly the dangers threatening our country. And this is why only Social Democrats can really sense these things from their own conviction, from their own sense. And we say, listen up, everyone. Listen what is happening in this country at the moment. And I would like to appeal to all who believe that they have the luxury now, because they're just annoyed, or maybe because they feel misunderstood, to vote for a party that is doing everything it can to destroy democracy. They should listen to what the head of propaganda, Höcke of the far right AfD, said last year. Last year he said, comrades and citizens, that young people who have a disability, who were born with a disability, or have acquired a disability through illness or through an accident, should, well, that these children and young people with a disability are a burden for this country. And that statement alone is shocking. And people should listen up to these kind of statements.
gut zuhören, was diejenigen sagen,
So
die
these people should listen up to what the AfD is actually saying, the far-right
sagen wir auch gleichzeitig an die Menschen draußen im Land.
we can tell where they are going with this. We are saying to these people, it's not going to stop at disabled young people and children. Then there will be the sick people, then there will be people who require minimum wage, and then there will be people who want to live according to their own beliefs. And stop these developments at the beginning. This has to be said.
Und das tut die Fraktion.
And that's what the parliamentary group is doing. So in the sessions, during the time when this furore is constantly being unleashed by the far-right AfD, we do everything we can to stop it. But another thing we're doing is that we are taking care of the fact that this state remains capable of acting and at the same time remains a strong country. And we are hearing discussions, not just in the German lower house of parliament, the Bundestag, but on the streets as well. People who have an opinion in a time of crisis that isn't at their expense, it's at the expense of the working classes. And when I hear the nonsense that some people who said last year, oh, well, German industry can hibernate, then in the parliamentary group, we have contradicted them as a Social Democratic Party because we wanted to ensure that we protect jobs. And so we've done everything we can to ensure that this state with a Social Democratic German chancellor doesn't go down the drain, but rather that we fight for the workers to get through this crisis. And it's part of our job to do that in this term of office.
Und deswegen ist das keine Theorie.
And that's why it's not just a theory
dass wir uns dafür eingesetzt
that we are working for.
Die Kolleginnen und Kollegen
and this is particularly true for our Foreign Affairs Committee, so that in 2024, or rather the Budget Committee, we want to ensure that we have a good budget, and that speaks in favor of the MEPs. I said, MPs, I said a sound budget is what we want, and future-oriented, so that some
was uns vor die Füße gekippt wurde, dass wir das wiederkommen.
Some of the troubles that we've had are being corrected. What we ensured for is in our budget debate that the volunteering services get the money that they need again, that the migration advice as well, but 800 million for help getting people back into the primary labor market again. So, Mr. Lindner of the FDP, let me say to you that these are not small things. And if you think that the preliminary budget is not a problem, then let me just speak for the 207 SPD MPs. And I can say that I know we're not going to manage to get the budget done by the end of the year, but we fought for this till the bitter end as long as we could. And let me say that we will do everything we can, even if the German parliament in its entirety will not be able to approve the budget for 2024, but particularly for the negotiations that we're going to be having in the next days and weeks, that we're going to do everything we can to ensure that the Budget Committee has the backing that it needs. And this is something not everybody's interested in this government, even though, all of those who really require this funding from the budget. That's why we're fighting for the budget 2024.
Und weil ja scheinbar die Parteitagsregie ganz bewusst und
I think that the presiding committee is very aware of this, and I hope, Pedro, that I'm not
sozusagen zu den internationalen
speaking about international issues that you want to talk about, but let me just squeeze one more thought in before I pass on the floor. Just 2 or 3 things. So, comrades, we live in times defined by armed conflict and war. The number of wars in recent years has increased dramatically, as if one war were not enough. And what makes these wars so incredibly dangerous is that at the same time there is a new international order emerging. We, as Social Democrats, have always had a clear direction for international policy, and we can be very happy that we can work with partners who have helped all of this be cast into international law. And the international law is our guideline for the acts committed and undertaken by governments. And that's why Olaf said it so clearly today when he spoke with reference to Ukraine, what Ukraine needs and what other countries need who have been attacked. They have a right to self-defense, and they have a right to support from Article 51 of the United Nations Charter of Fundamental Rights. They do. And at the same time, this is something that some think that they can sort of choose between one or the other in international policy. That's not always possible. At the same time, all countries in these armed conflicts must be in line with humanitarian international law, and democracy is something that we as Social Democrats feel strongly about, are the first organizations or the first people who can be addressed when it comes to international law, because we know what justice means. So if we say on the one hand there's the right to self-defense, we have to say that on the other hand there's also a commitment to adhere to humanitarian international law, particularly guaranteeing civilian lives.
Und das, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
and comrades, that and only that, this is something that all democracies must be able to say to one another. This is a prerequisite for a peaceful coexistence, if we can say these things very clearly. And if I say that the right to self-defense is there, it does not exclude the other side. If, on the one hand, in the Charter of the UN, Article 51 is set out there, there's also Article 1. And if you look at the priority, Article 1 sets out that all countries in the international community must push for peace. And if peace has been broken, the Security Council should respond, but it is not responding. For decades now, it has not responded. And the General Assembly has often not had the force that it requires. And that's why it's important that there be an alliance of states can hopefully look for other solutions out of the crisis. So on a personal note here, let me appeal to the German Chancellor, Olaf. I thank you, because on the one hand, the military, something we often forget, the military, but also the humanitarian and the economic aid to Ukraine and to other countries who are in armed conflict and war, you have stuck to that. You have been the one who is in favor of this, speaking for us as the leadership of Germany, but you've also looked at the whole time whether there might not be a tiny little window to find peace, or at least a ceasefire, or at least a pause in the fighting, which could be made into more. And therefore, Olaf, and this is exactly what I think, and I can only speak for myself, though I know that many Social Democrats have seen this as well. In this change of international order, there's also an opportunity if those countries who want to be in a partnership with us if we want to set on the course, then this is the right understanding that Willy Brandt and many others had as well when they were talking about the Global South. And let us link onto that. Olaf, I'm glad that despite all of the resistance that you've had from the government, you have stuck to your path, and we want to continue to support you, comrades.
Zum Schluss zwei.
And to wrap up now, just two personal remarks I'd like to make, which I hope
ihr mir erlaubt.
you will allow me to say.
Ich bin sehr verunsichert,
I feel very uncertain
wie manchmal in der
at the way
beigeredeten deutschen Öffentlichkeit ein Kriegsdiskurs
German
geführt wurde.
public, there's a discourse about war happening. I think in other countries there was a bit more reflected in their discussions and the public discourse, and perhaps it was a little more modest as well. But I would never have believed, comrades, that there would be more talk about war than about how to end a war.
Und das, um das ganz klar zu sagen, nicht über die
Köpfe to make it clear, this
this
mustn't be done over the heads of others, but rather using the means that the Social Democratic Party has always committed to. Diplomacy. Why has that become a foreign word? I've never understood that. And the cold wind that has come into my face whenever I've said I think we need more diplomacy, then it wasn't because I'm saying we should negotiate with war criminals. I'm saying that we that we must seek every possible opportunity to give diplomacy an opportunity. And who, if not we, should not think towards finding every opportunity for peace?
Und ich will sagen, Olaf,
and let me say, Olaf,
ist gegen manchen
Einspruch to some opposition that might have been meant well. He went to Beijing for a couple of hours last year, spoke to President Xi, representing a country which is going to be extremely important in terms of security for the international community, and you had some serious conversations with him about what is possible, where influence can be exerted. Something we often forget here is, particularly he did this against the background of the fact that last year Russia massively threatened with the use of nuclear weapons. And it was an amazing result that you achieved, where I think many people just forget that. But you were standing at the side of the Chinese Prime Minister and got the commitment there that the nuclear weapons should never be used in armed conflicts, that is a taboo. The fact that you achieved that together was very valuable. And I believe that you saved us a lot of misery. Thank you for that.
Und umso mehr bin ich entsetzt.
And that is why I'm all the more horrified that in recent days and weeks, the nonsense talked is coming up from Germany as well, namely the idea that with German support, we should access nuclear war. A former foreign minister said this. Maybe there were certain academics or scientists that meant it well, but what that means in this conversation, Olaf showed this, we must do absolutely everything to ensure that never again weapons of mass destruction are used in wars or armed conflicts, and that is what we counter. If they don't say no, we say no to that.
Und in dem Leitantrag steht,
and it says in the motion put forward by the party leadership, and that is something that has always been the DNA of the Social Democratic Party. Of course, we have to see where we've made mistakes, admit mistakes, and when there are misunderstandings, we have to spell them out as well. And I'll say this for myself. You know, I have the imperial thinking of Putin. Even though I read his essay, I completely underestimated it. But those who said they've always known right from the word go, let me say to you, I sometimes have the impression with you that you always maintain these things because you want to wash yourselves clean of something where you not only didn't pay attention, but you don't want to be caught out in your hybris. And let me say to you, you have made plenty of mistakes yourself, and so I think a democracy is about learning from mistakes instead of always denying that you ever made any, and instead of having always known better.
Und in diesem Selbstbewusstsein will ich enden.
Now, I'm going to conclude on this note. On this confident note, I want to end and say,
in Deutschland den Versuch,
in Germany, there are attempts being made to dismantle the policy of détente of the Social Democrats, of Willy Brandt and many other Social Democrats, and of those who in Europe who stood on our side in a direct line. And they're trying to put that in line with the war of aggression of Putin. I mean, how outrageous is that to talk about peacefully overcoming a conflict and what that meant for the world when in Europe there could have been a war being waged any day of those who gave us this policy of détente. We will not apologize for them. We stand to the policy of détente. And I am convinced that the broad majority of this country want peace as well, Glück auf, as the miners say, and friendship.
Lieber Rolf, herzlichen Dank für deine Rede zum Parteitag.
Thank you, Rolf.
Dein Wirken an der Spitze der Bundestagsfraktion.
And for your contribution at the helm of the parliamentary group.
Sind unseren Bundestagsabgeordneten
and I believe that we owe a vote of thanks, really, for the party to have elected you to that position.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir würden jetzt
Comrades, we would then move on
Sachbereich A, und zwar mit der Einbringung
to presenting the motion A1 by Lars Klingbeil. But first of all, a little video, and then we pass the floor to Lars.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
bienvenido a Berlin, estimado.
Bienvenido a Berlín, estimado compañero Pedro. Warm welcome to you, Pedro.
Damit soll's das mit dem Spanisch auch gewesen sein.
But that's all the Spanish I can just about master. So,
Aber lieber Pedro,
comrades, Pedro, we're delighted to have you here at our party congress in Berlin, re-elected as Spanish Prime Minister. And you are very courageous in the electoral campaign, fighting for an open-minded Spain against right-wing populists in Spain. Congratulations and welcome to Berlin.
Und lieber Pedro,
and Pedro,
wir haben im letzten Monat in Malaga beim Kongress
when we met in Malaga last month at the Congress of the European Social Democrats, we saw the passion, your passion, and the passion of the Spanish comrades in favor of a strong Europe. And today you're here visiting us, and I can assure you that you have a passionate partner by your side with the German Social Democrats when it's about promoting a social and strong Europe and to fight against the far right and the right-wing extremists in Europe. And we do that together, standing side by side, comrades.
in Malaga.
In Malaga,
Beim Kongress
at the Congress, I also met Anat Shushani. She's 25 years old and from our Israeli sister party, Avoda.
72-jährige
And Anat's grandmother, 72 years old, was kidnapped by Hamas on the 7th of October to Gaza on the very day when Hamas brought so much horror onto Israel, when they killed 1,200 innocent civilians and kidnapped hundreds of people. So from the democratic center of our country, we express the full solidarity with Israel, and it's our historic responsibility to protect Jewish life. Comrades, this signal is clear, and it's been sent out from the democratic center of our country.
Lieber Herr Botschafter,
Your Excellency, Ron Prosser, we're also delighted to have you here at our party congress. You stand, or you symbolize the close connection that we have as a party with your country. And as Social Democrats, I want to repeat, never again does have no expiry date, because never again is an attitude that we as Social Democrats have adopted. And I'm deeply grateful to the federal government and Olaf Scholz for their clear and attitude and their diplomatic efforts that they have shown. So this commitment is also decisive to prevent an escalation in the region, and the diplomatic initiatives have managed to bring the freedom for many of the hostages. Also, Anat's grandmother, who was freed from captivity after so many days, but 137 hostages are still in captivity in Gaza, and we ask for them to be freed immediately, and I'm very grateful to the federal government for all their efforts to that end. Israel does have the right to protect itself against the terror of Hamas and to make sure that such acts will never be repeated again. Comrades, we also see the terrible humanitarian situation in Gaza, the many lives lost among the civilians, many children who lost their lives, and it's breaking our heart. And we see in Germany as well that citizens here in Germany are suffering, are fearing for the lives of their loved ones because of the terror that Hamas brought to the region. And their pain, their suffering is part of our society, just as well as the pain of the many Israelis who fear for the future of their country. And now, do I really need to take a decision whether to share in the pain of one side or the other? No, because we are convinced every civilian life lost is terrible and cannot be accepted, and that we do not choose sides in that respect, comrades. So the European Union and federal government have multiplied and increased humanitarian aid for Gaza, so those injured can be helped, and that is all in the spirit of international law, and the rules and regulations of international law need to be abided by and adhered to also in this war, comrades. And the wise words of Yitzhak Rabin, well, I want to remember these words. He said that Israel needs to fight against terror as if there were no negotiations and lead negotiations as if there wasn't any terror. And although the path to a two-state solution seems out of reach, that would be the only condition, the only possibility for sustainable peace in the region, and we as Social Democrats will keep on supporting this approach. Comrades, when I was elected party chair 2 years ago, I took a decision. I wanted to bring new life into the international politics of the SPD, to also underline our our connections with all our sister parties in the world, and to fight together against the far right. And that was before the 24th of February 22 and long before the 7th of October 23. So who would have thought that international politics would become the focus of our politics? The attack, the war of attack violating international law, Russia against Ukraine, is a turning point, really a Zeitenwende in the international order. And I also asked the International Commission to bring social democratic answers to this world in turmoil, and we've done that over the past 2 years, internally in our commission, but also publicly with our commission on fundamental values, with the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, with our members, feminist networks, the young socialists and experts in Germany and beyond. So we have gone through an intense process for these 2 years, and the motion that we are discussing right now are the fruit coming out of all these discussions. So, comrades, we can be proud that we were able to speak about international topics in that intensity. But it's not only discussing them. I'm also delighted to welcome the new chair of the CHP, our sister party from Turkey, Özgür Özal. Özgür, Germany and Turkey are united in a bond of friendship. Millions of Turkish people have become Germans living in Germany. So they enrich our country, our culture, our economy, becoming more innovative. And when in February this year the earthquake took place and 60,000 people lost their lives and millions of existences were destroyed, we were deeply hurt. We shared the tears of Turkey at the time. So with Serpil, Serdam and Niels, I visited the region of the earthquake, and we were deeply impressed by the support that had been mobilized on the ground. And we also asked for donations, because we saw in the temporary shelters that the children have nothing to do. So we wanted a tent for where the children could play, and we needed 5,000 euros. And you, as party members, donated 30,000 euros. So we could donate this tent and also the contribution of social workers. So that was a small but a relevant contribution, which made me feel again that we don't only talk about international solidarity, but we fill it with life very specifically in specific situations, and we can be proud of that. And you led with your own example. There were times when international affairs didn't really play a big part in our party, and we cannot allow that to happen again, because the war waged by Russia, the pandemic, all these factors have shown us that these international conflicts have an enormous explosive power inside our own country and society. So that's why we as Social Democrats need to be the party that can really have an impact on international policy, and we can build bridges in order to prevent the rifts inside our country. And of course, we need to question what we could have done differently before the 24th of February. We need to ask ourselves what we can learn for the future, and we need to do it as well. As party chair, I personally felt that it was important really to come to terms with the mistakes that we've committed in the past, and we're the only political party in the German landscape who's done that, by the way.
In Deutschland gab es über viele Jahre ein von
in Germany,
der Gesellschaft getragenes
there was a consensus in broad parts of the society that close ties with Russia are good for us, good for Russia as well, good for peaceful living together in Europe. And that was the foundation of our policy. But because of that, we weren't able to see that the framework of these relationships had changed, that Putin's regime has become ever more repressive and aggressive and revisionist, and that we were not able to see what really divided us. And comrades, it was a mistake not to be more distanced when it comes to Putin's regime. Russia has really said goodbye to the system of common security and our joint values. So we need to organize our security system without Russia and protecting us against Russia as well. So others have, though, used this opportunity to spit on the legacy of Willy Brandt, and I will not allow for that to happen. I will protect Willy Brandt's legacy, his politics, his foreign policy. That was always a combination of diplomacy, a clear view onto human rights, and also international law, the protection of sovereign borders. And Willy Brandt knew that the hand that you extend needs to be a strong hand. And we, as Social Democrats, we have understood that. We do offer our hand. We want to do that in the future as well.
Und die Werte, die unsere Außen- und
And the values that are the guiding stars for our foreign policy are a great foundation: peace, international solidarity, justice, freedom, the rule of law, democracy. That needs to be and need to continue to be our objectives. And that's why it's guiding us to stand firmly side by the side of Ukraine. And we have signaled that also when we visited President Zelensky this year. And I remember a conversation that really impressed me when we talked to Bohdan Feres, the chair of the Ukrainian Social Democratic Platform, and he's with us today as well. He said, tomorrow is always characterized by great insecurity, but this perspective to become a part of the European Union gives hope to the people in Ukraine, hope for the future. Bohdan and your fellow Ukrainians, we stand by your side. You are part of the European Union, and the SPD is standing firmly by your side. And it's the European Union that shows us that cooperation makes us stronger, stronger than conflicts, and democracy and the rule of law, the freedom and to protect the freedom of our citizens. And that's what we stand for: peace, prosperity, and freedom. And Europe is a great concept, and we're ever more aware of that when taking a look at the national debates. 27 nation states that are developing their strength together, 450 million citizens, and no other country is benefiting as much from the European Union as Germany does. Every fourth job is depending on the exports towards European Union member states. So whenever our European partners are well off, that will also mean prosperity and strength for Germany. And if the AfD advocates an exit from the European Union and speaks of the Europe of the fatherlands, well, they want to cut down secure jobs, prosperity, and security. And this is what Europe can guarantee for us. So that's why the European elections next year will be decisive. And whether those forces will win that want to develop and secure Europe, or those who want to travel back in time. And we need to fight against the far right. And we do that with Katharina at our helm. And we do look forward to the European campaign next year. We will be standing by your side and supporting you.
Und diesen Kampf führen wir auch weltweit.
And we are also engaging in this fight all over the world. In August, I supported last year Lula, President Lula. He was candidate at the time, and I met him last week as president, last week here in Berlin. And he, of course, wants to forge more bonds between the social democratic family around the globe. And that's why I'm grateful that we, as SPD, have now an agreement with the PT, the party in Brazil, that we want to stand together. We want to improve also our approaches in terms of climate policy. Also in Mongolia, we have similar agreements. So, comrades, it's important that we also look onto countries outside Europe. The world is in turmoil, and we need to take the global south into account. Rolf has mentioned it. It's not about prescribing other nations how they need to be, but that we need to be aware that this is an international competition also against countries like China and Russia. And we need to make clear that we are the better partners. We have cooperation on offer, speaking on eye level, in equal rights. And we need to make it clear and need to make sure that we want to take on leadership and not leave it to China and Russia on the international arena. And that's why I want to be very clear. And Olaf, I'm very grateful to you that you as Chancellor follow exactly this path. That was a very historical debate last year when we discussed the question of whether our Chancellor is to travel to China or not. A historical debate. But then you were there standing next to Xi Jinping, and then you said very clearly, you sent a clear signal: no threat, no nuclear threat, no use of nuclear weapons. And that was the only right thing to do. Of course, it was the right decision to travel to China and to also show the values that we stand for, to look for global cooperation and to send a joint signal to Russia as well. Thank you, Olaf, for having done that. And it's great that you are having this international mission and that you're living up to it.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, der vorliegende Antrag.
Comrades, so the motion includes different answers from a social democratic perspective, and it was a great debate that we've had for the last 2 years. And I'm very happy that we can also continue the debate here at the Party Congress. Thank you for everybody who's contributed to it. And I'm passing the floor now to the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro. The floor is yours. Please come to the stage.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. If there's something revolutionary in politics, it is doing what is right. And what is right in times of uncertainty and deep transformation like the ones we're living is to show leadership and determination. Doing what is right is not succumbing to melancholy or being carried away by inertia. It is having the courage to drive change. As your motto states, working for a fairer Germany. So, dear Olaf, thank you for doing what is right. Thank you for your vision to lead the green and digital transformation of this great country. And thank you for your courage to lead change in Germany. And I can tell you that today and always, here in Berlin, in Madrid, or in Brussels, you will always find me by your side. You can count on me, you can count on the Spanish socialists to fight all the battles and challenges that unite us. Dear comrades of the SPD, I want to tell you something. To me, as Secretary General of the Socialist Party in Spain, being at your Congress is much more than a great honor. It is almost a moral obligation. We, the Spanish Socialists, have a tremendous debt of gratitude to this great party, the SPD, not only for helping us to strengthen social democracy in Spain, but because the SPD decisively contributed to consolidating democracy in my country. Thank you very much for that. We will never forget that example of fraternity. We will never forget that in the darkest moment of the Spanish history, you were a beacon of hope and inspiration. You were a hand that helped my country move forward when it needed it most. So today, I'm not addressing you as a Spanish social democrat. I would like you consider me as a member of this great family called the SPD, because I am one of yours. Dear comrades, we live in times of uncertainty and great transformations. Reality is becoming increasingly complex, and the future is becoming more uncertain. Technology has transformed our lives to levels we do not fully comprehend. Climate change threatens the future of our planet. We have just overcome an unprecedented pandemic. We thought we had left behind military conflicts in Europe, but we are experiencing them in Ukraine and now also in the Middle East. But no matter how profound the changes are, some certainties are equally deep. We know that inequality is a corrosive force against coexistence and peace. We know that education is the best investment a society can make. We know that a public safety net in the face of misfortune is a guarantee for progress. So in a time of great uncertainties, it is good to remain faithful to the principles and values that define us, those of social democracy. Europeans learned this with much suffering. We know that hatred and fear are dangerous viruses, a virus that can be lethal for our democracies. The far right understand this very well. They know how to spread the virus, Unfortunately, this virus is invading traditional right-wing politics in many parts of Europe and the world. The world is at a major crossroads. We've seen it in advanced democracies like the United States. We never know, or we don't know yet what's going to happen in the next US elections. But also in the past in Brazil, and now in Argentina. We're witnessing it in Europe. A global battle is being fought between science and animalism, between the equality represented by feminism or the privilege of sexism, between social justice or inequality, between respect for human rights or the barbarism of war, between culture or a return to censorship, between democratic respect or the populist insult of extremists. That is what is at stake, right here and right now. Either democracy provides security or insecurity will jeopardize the survival of democracy. Either we face all this huge transformation, climate change, digital transformation with social justice, or the foundation of our prosperity will be weakened. Either Europe moves forward or Europe returns to the past. And talking about the past, in the past, traditional conservative parties simply sought to preserve a status quo. That could be harmful or just a wrong decision, but not a lethal one. Now, the real threat is different. They do not seek to simply preserve something. They seek pushed by the far right into the ashes of the past. And that, yes, it can be lethal for democracy. So, dear comrades, it is not enough to resist the reactionary tide that is sweeping the world with hatred, fear, and forgetfulness. We need advance. And the best way to ensure progress is to continue defending the principles of our dear family, the social democracy. So let us always remember why and for what purpose we enter politics. Let us remember that we are here to improve people's life. We are here to promote a future with more social justice, with more rights and freedoms, and with more democracy. So we cannot afford to stop. Socialists understand well that there is no natural law working in favor of justice and equality. Everything must be earned through effort. Nothing has been given to us, and not progressing almost always means moving backwards. So therefore, we must convey a message of hope, especially to the younger generation. A country that offers hope and a future to its youth can resist populism and far right. My dear comrades, the welfare state was a tool against the return of fascism. Today, it still is. It is our tool against the far right because it provides certainty and security to the middle and the working class. And there is no other ideological construct more effective in combating inequality. It is a powerful instrument, just as powerful as the ideal of a united Europe. Europe is not only a powerful safety net, as it proves during the pandemics. It is a global force and a source of inspiration in a world in need of it. A brave ideal in constant motion. This brave and determined Europe faces an existential dilemma today. Do we want a Europe that serves as a beacon to inspire the world through its example of integration and progress? Or do we want a Europe hiding behind the trenches? Do we want to be an inspiration, proof that democracy, social justice, and cutting-edge economics can work together, or do we want a frightened Europe dominated by fear? We need a Europe that is increasingly united and at the same time increasingly open. A forward-looking Europe without nostalgia, not even for the achievements already attained. We need a Europe that does not bow the knee to the elites, one that does not succumb to fear and pessimism, one that continues to lead the fight against climate change, one that contributes ethical meaning and human value to the major transformations anticipated by digitalization or the development of artificial intelligence. My friends, my friend Olaf, dear Olaf, your cause is our cause. Your success will be our success because we believe in the same principles, because we wield the same weapons of justice and hope, because we are united by the desire to move forward and not retreat in the face of the same adversary. An adversary that we halted a few months ago in Spain with the power of the people, the power of votes. Spain said no to regression and fear. It said no to the past and retrogression. And Spain said yes to progress. It said yes to the future and the unwavering will to advance. So today, Spain has a new progressive government, and from that government we will stand for an open, supportive, and human rights committed Europe that others want to dismantle. Because this is the real soul of Europe. And dear Olaf, dear comrades, Spain and Germany will be united in their defense. It is often said that perseverance leads to victory. Next year, in the European elections, we must prove it right. We don't consider any battle lost, and we don't consider any battle lost, and at the crossroads, we will stand on our principles while others are giving up. We must assume that responsibility, my dear comrades, even if we have to do it alone due to the desertion of those unable to resist the advance of the far right. Dear friends, I have spoken about memory, Europe, the principles, values of social democracy, and the need to resist the virus of hatred and fear that the right and the far right tries to spread. Let me finish with the memory of a man whose life embodies all these values. Tomorrow will mark the 100th anniversary of the birth of one of the greatest Spanish socialists or progressive personality, Jorge Semprún. He was the Minister of Culture in the socialist government in Spain back in the 80s of the 20th century, a committed Democrat to the cause of freedom in Spain, France, and Germany. Confined in the Buchenwald camp near Weimar, close to the oak tree preferred by his beloved Goethe, he sought refuge in the verse of Hölderlin and Heine. Shortly before his death, Semprún spoke in the Bundestag at an event in memory of the victims of Nazi barbarism. There, he praised with admiration, and I quote, the human mentality and the extraordinary civic courage of his German anti-fascist comrades. So, dear comrades, those values are alive in all of you. in my comrades of the German social democracy, in those who are the heart and the soul of a party that is a moral compass for all European progressives. Today, yesterday, and always, it is an honor to fight alongside you for a fairer Germany, a fairer Europe, and a fairer world. And I thank you.
Lieber Pedro, herzlichen Dank.
Pedro, thank you very, very much for your warm words that do us so much good, that make it clear from us from outside of Germany how other social democrats look to us here in Germany and what responsibility we have for the social democratic family as a whole, and to know that we don't just share values and traditions, but also share the social democratic mandate for Europe and for the European elections next year in June. Thank you very, very much.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir würden
Comrades,
in die Debatte.
Now we're going to proceed with the debate on our motion A1. There are many, many requests for the floor. Let me ask you at this point whether or not there are votes against closing the list of speakers, because we really have an awful lot of people who wish to speak on this. Anyone against us closing the speakers list? I don't see that, so we are now going to close the speakers list. And I'd like to invite the first speaker, Katharina Barley, to speak to us now. Katharina, you have the floor.
Du hast das Wort.
Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much, Lars, Pedro, for this speech. I wanted to say something in Spanish to Pedro, but I think he is busy.
Und ganz herzlichen Glückwunsch natürlich sagen.
And I wanted to congratulate you, the government that you formed. And now just to give you a sense of understanding it, in Brussels and in Strasbourg, we were very much looking to Spain for the elections because the predictions were very different. The predictions were, like in so many countries at the moment, that the conservatives would be working together with the right-wing populists, and this big and important country like Italy before it, like Sweden, like Finland, would fall into the control of the right-wing and right-wing extremists. That did not happen.
Das ist einem wirklich großartigen und sehr,
And that must have been an incredibly hard campaign. It's due to Pedro and his team. In the European Parliament, there's no other nation where the conservatives bring their national debates into the plenary. And the Conservatives cannot get over the fact that they lost power, that this alliance with the right-wing extremists was turned down by the Spanish electorate because the Vox did very badly. And if we sometimes think things are brutal in politics here in Germany, then let me just give you two examples from Spain. The Spanish vote for their Supreme Court, not quite the way we do, but you need to have a majority that goes beyond the government for years now. It was the case that worked as long as the Conservatives were in the power. And as soon as the Socialists took on control, the Conservatives no longer supported it. There is no one that has been voted in to take these positions as the judges. And what are they doing? They're complaining to Pedro Sanchez that the human rights organizations are complaining about a failure of the judiciary in Spain, which they caused themselves. That's how the Conservatives are working there. And the other thing that I'd like to say that's very important for me, you know the situation in Catalonia and how difficult that was and remains. Pedro Sanchez is attacked ad hominem for this amnesty. And the way he's attacked is just below the belt. But what Pedro did there, connected with these amnesties, he ensured that all Catalonian regional parties distanced themselves from the aim of Catalonian independence. He brought peace to this country with this compromise. He ensured that the violence stopped. And for that, the Conservatives are attacking him. Now, there's a lot that we have to do together. Pedro talked about it. And I've said it myself. We've lost a number of social democratic countries. It is all the more important that we work closely as the Social Democrats, both on a party level but also in the European Parliament. And we're doing that because we share common values. And I'm very proud of the fact that we don't just have Stefan Löfven, but we also have a Spanish Prime Minister who calls himself a feminist and has worked very hard for women's rights. We share common values. Also when it comes to the social affairs, climate protection, protection of minorities and the rights of women. We also have our differences. I should say that clearly too. But when it comes down to it, and when it's about ensuring that we position the European Union outside of Europe in the world, then it is so important that we form a social democratic axis for the support of Ukraine. Wolfgang, it's great that you're here. Wolfgang, it's great that you're here. We are at your side politically too, and thank you for making social democracy go forward in Ukraine. And when we're talking about enlargement policy, let me say once again that Albin Kurti is here, the Prime Minister of Kosovo. A warm welcome to you.
Wo wir ganz eng Seite an Seite mit Spanien auf Augenhöhe mit dem globalen Süden. Ich mag diesen
working with Spain when it comes to the global south on an equal footing. I don't like that term very much, but in terms of our Africa policy and Asia policy, what helps us is that we have different historical relations. We have different light and dark parts in our history, but one thing that we share is our will towards the global south to speak on the basis of partnership. And I am convinced that we will achieve a fair Mercosur trade agreement. We stand for the values of democracy, liberty, the rights of women, the protection of minorities. And I want to thank you very, very much for the close cooperation on a party level in the European Parliament. And now we are going to proceed together to the European elections, because only if we win them together will there be a progressive, a liberal, a good Europe. Thank you very much.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir haben
Comrades, there's another guest who's here with us, and he has experienced what it means when democracies are dismantled in a country and how hard it is for the opposition to defend themselves against this. Let me welcome him again. I'd like to ask him to come up. Özgel Hoşça geldiniz. Welcome.
Sehr geehrte SPD-Vorsitzende,
SPD Chair Saskia Eskan and Lars Klingbeil,
sehr geehrter Herr Bundeskanzler Olaf Scholz,
Chancellor Scholz,
Ministerinnen und Minister,
ministers of the German government, comrades of the SPD.
als Vorsitzender der Republikanischen,
as the chair of the Republican People's Party, I greet your party on behalf of all of Turkey. I would like to bring the greetings of solidarity from the Social Democrats and Socialists in Turkey to you.
This SPD
Party Congress is taking place in a critical time for Europe and the world. The Republican People's Party held our party congress a month ago. The founder of our party, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, rather,
mit meinen Freunden in unserer Partei, die seit genau 100 Jahren.
It has been 100 years now that our party was founded, and we've been fighting for social justice and democracy to try to achieve change. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, after the Russian attack on Ukraine, used the expression turning point in history, Zeitenwende, and indeed we find ourselves at a turning point for Europe and the world. Our continent, our region, and the whole world are facing major challenges. Conflicts, human tragedies, in the shadow of war and terrorism are unfolding. Economic problems caused by the neoliberal system are impacting negatively on us. Social inequalities and injustice, inequality between the sexes, migration crises, and the global environmental crisis. All of these problems are occurring at the same time, and they exacerbate one another. Social democratic policy is particularly important for European social democratic politicians. They need to have clear, strong responses to all of these challenges.
Als
the Republican People's Party, we believe that social democracy is the most important instrument to tackle all of these challenges. What is happening in Gaza goes against the principles of social democratic parties for a century. Human rights and the prosperity of the needy and the protection of the innocent. And this is the reason why we must act to end this tragedy. As the Republican People's Party and the family of International Social Democrats, we support the position of President Pedro Sanchez, and we confirm our call for the adherence to the resolution of the United Nations and international law, calling for an immediate ceasefire of the fighting which is causing innocent civilian deaths, and to have a stop to fighting and a ceasefire. We believe that the problems in the world cannot be solved through violence and war, but rather through cooperation.
Der Aufbau einer sozialdemokratischen
Establishing a social democratic economic order instead of a neoliberal understanding of business is not only necessary, but it is crucial in today's day and age. The increase of racism and the extremist right wing is increasing through inequality, because only in an environment where the economic and social inequalities are eased up on the basis of cooperation and solidarity can we ensure the prerequisites for an integrated response to economic and social challenges. Then the environmental crisis, the impact of which we are feeling increasingly from day to day. As the founding party, the Republican People's Party that founded Turkey, the Republic of Turkey, we will take the initiative here in order to improve relations between Turkey and Germany in all areas. Cooperation between our nations must be strengthened, and through this cooperation, we hope to find responses to global and regional problems. And we will not allow the real political developments to sacrifice the role of Turkey in Europe. The friendship between the CAP and the SPD, between Turkey and Germany in this new age, will strengthen our battle for democracy, peace, and international cooperation. The 21st century is only at its inception. It is down to us as social democrats to make this century a century of peace, of social justice, of democracy and equality. It is the greater the level of solidarity between our parties, the better this century will become. I would like to refer to Willy Brandt, the unforgettable leader of the SPD. He said, "We want to dare more democracy."
Mit diesen Ansichten und Überlegungen.
Now, with these thoughts, allow me once again to pass on the message of peace and solidarity from the Turkish people as a whole, and I wish you a successful party congress. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Liebe Özgür, herzlichen Dank auch für deine
Thank you very much for your contribution. Comrades, I'm not sure how you feel. I have to say perfectly honestly, at this National Party Congress, when you get a sense of how big the Social Democratic family is, it really encourages you, makes you stand up proud. So let's keep standing proud after this Party Congress. It does us good.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades, we are now going to enter into a further debate about the motions.
die drei nächsten Redner
The three speakers coming next, I'm going to announce now so you can get ready to speak. First, Max Bunze of North Rhine-Westphalia will be speaking to us, followed by
Laura
Frick from Hamburg, followed by Lasse Rebin. But first, Max will get the floor. You have the floor, sir.
Die Messlatte war schon mal niedriger.
A hard act to follow, I have to say. Comrades, our world is in change. The security tectonic plates have shifted, and it continues to shift. And it's not just shifting since yesterday, and not just since the 22nd of February 2022.
Die Krim 2014.
Crimea, Georgia, all of these issues have been issues for a whole decade now, and Putin has been forcing this to our agenda, but we haven't responded seriously enough. It took a social democrat in the Chancellor's office to describe this. I'm talking about the turning point in history, the Zeitenwende, who created this shift of paradigms. It took Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who's ended the security oath of the Christian Democrats who left this country in the mess it's in. Instead of constantly just complaining, I would like to see them be a bit more humble, because that kind of response isn't going to help us deal with in terms of the far right. And this show that the Friedrich Merz and his cronies are doing, let me just say, we are not like that. I'm from Sauerland. We're not like that. We're an honest people. And in terms of state policy, we are not the way that Friedrich Merz suggests we are. We're different. But as the SPD, we have to overcome old ways of thinking. The German armed forces is our guarantee and our life security or life insurance at such a difficult time. But you have to pay into an insurance. 100 million euros was a start at a time in which we have to, or billion rather, at a time in which we have to assume that NATO is being damaged by the Republican Party in the US. We have to take on more experience, and taking on more experience means more leadership. It also means contributing financially, properly, substantially as well, and in terms of personnel. We cannot turn away, not in terms of our German armed forces, the Bundeswehr, or turn away from our allies. Ukraine is relying on us, and thank you again to our Chancellor, who once again emphasized that we will not leave Ukraine alone, that we will take on more responsibility, even when others are not. Helmut Schmidt once said, it's better to negotiate for 100 hours without reaching anything than to shoot for 1 minute. He's right, but this sentence also shows that we have to have a negotiating position. Ukraine has to have a position to negotiate from, and we have to get them there first. That's our duty. Otherwise, it's not going to work. The imperialistic fantasies of Vladimir Putin will not stop. The next would have been Georgia, then the Baltic states. Putin is questioning whether our way or his way is the right way. And I would like to say democracy is challenged in this world. It could become a minority. Let us take that seriously.
Vielen Dank, Max.
Thank you very much.
Ich darf an der Stelle ganz
At this point, I would like to ask Frank Danninger, the leader of the Services Union, Verdi, to take the floor here. And let me congratulate you on your collective wage agreement recently agreed on. For those of you who are a bit surprised why I called for 3 speakers to speak, there are many, many questions about what's happened with the election results to the members in the Party Congress. Now, after Lasse's speech, I would like to give the floor to the Motions Committee so that we can find out the results of the members of the party leadership, and then we'll see where we go from there, depending on the results. So now Laura Frick is going to speak from Hamburg, and then after that, Lasse Rubin. Laura, you have the floor now. Thank you. Comrades, Lars, Pedro, and everyone else, thank you very much for your encouraging words, and thank you for this important motion, which looks at the future of Europe, because the rise of the right wing and far right across Europe shows that the peaceful, democratic Europe that we know is not something we can take for granted. You mentioned it earlier. The AfD is talking about a new rise, a Europe of the fatherlands. But everyone in this room must know that we're talking about different fatherlands focusing on their own national interests is not a change. That is the demise of Europe. And we must courageously stop this, colleagues. We need to ensure the sustainability of Europe is at our focus, and it's my firm conviction that the current challenges we are facing can only be dealt with courageously and together. I'm talking about the transformation of our business world, but also about migratory policies. The nation-states are far too small to come up with a response. And with this motion, we are also resolving to have a comprehensive European strategy for development partnerships, strengthening the developing world from Moscow and China as well, and how important it is that we are all working together in Europe. I saw when I was working in the Development Cooperation Commission. So we do have to catch up, but we also have to make it clear how think about the European community in the future. The EU has developed. We have to think about where it'll be in 5, 10, or 15 years. And it is well and good that in the motion we talk about dismantling the unanimous voting procedure, but we also have to think about the commissions as well. I can't imagine an EU commission with 30+ commissioners, since the nation-states and the European Council are represented here through the heads of government and state. I think we need to discuss this reform as well. Comrades, I'm very pleased about this motion and the discussion that we're going to have, but I'm also looking forward to a strong social democratic election campaign. Our message has to be, if you want to have a strong Europe that can act in the world, on the 9th of June, you should vote for the SPD. Thank you, Nachama, and long live the International. And solidarity. Solidarity, rather. Thank you, Laura. The next person to speak would be Lasse. Thank you, comrades. I think the 24th of February 2022 is something we are all very, very well aware of. And at the beginning of my speech, I would like to emphasize very clearly that I'm very, very glad that we as the young SPD, but as the SPD as a whole, since day one, have expressed our solidarity with Ukraine. That was a very important signal to send out, and we must continue to hold our ground. And we, as the users, have partner organizations in Ukraine. Bogdan, great that you're here, and our comrades from the SPD, we're at your side. Great to have you here. Now, Olaf described the 24th of February last year as the turning point in history, and that's very important for us. But it means to us that doesn't mean that in terms of that we're just looking at the military logic of this. It's a much more comprehensive change of how we look at international policy. And it's not just the special fund for the military in Germany. It's much, much more than that. And there's something I'd like to refer to. There are many men on the list of speakers. I'm one of them. We talk about international policy. It's often very male-dominated. And one of the points that I would like to make is that we have to have a consistent feminist foreign policy, and that is important. Another point that I'd like to make, which was referred to again, is that we must ruthlessly work through our policy with reference to Russia. I think we've drawn the right conclusions, trying to learn from our history here, but we can't stop. We need to ensure that we don't make these mistakes somewhere else. And I'm talking here about the way we deal with China. I am pleased that in this motion we have found a way to engage critically with our China policy in the past, and I would like to emphasize it here. If China continues to be so aggressive to Taiwan, then we have to make it clear for us that this is an alarm sign. This is aggression that we cannot accept.
Und ich möchte einen letzten Bereich ansprechen, der mir besonders wichtig ist.
And a last point that I'd like to raise, because there's also the one-to-one principle included in this motion, which means that all the money that we put in defense policy, we also need to put in development cooperation, which is crucial, taking a look at today's crisis around the globe, and that must not also be lost when we take a look at the cuts in the current budget. And last, thank you so much for cooperating so well, and would also suggest an amendment, death pardon for the Global South.
Vielen Dank, Lasse. An der Stelle verlassen wir.
Lasse, thank you very much.
Und ich gebe dem
And this is now finishing off our debate, and we're returning to the Credentials and Votes Counting Committee.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, jetzt ist mittlerweile mein Zettel etwas.
Well, comrades, my paper is quite a mess, but this is the result for the additional committee members. So there were 24 additional seats in that committee, and we need more than half the ballots cast to be valid, and we received 614 ballots, only 11 being invalid, so 603 being valid, which means that we've reached the quorum by passing 302 votes. The results are Betzingen, Lichtenhagen, Sabine, 343 elected.
Florian von
Brunn, 239 not elected. Martin Dulik, 259 not elected.
Ronja
Endres, 377 elected.
Wiebke
Esther, 444 elected.
Kerstin
Griese, 380 votes elected.
Hohmann Angela,
239 votes not elected.
Gustav Horn,
251 votes not elected.
Oliver Kaczmarek,
442 votes elected.
Georg Mayer,
305 votes elected.
Kaveh Mansouri,
315 votes elected.
Bettina
Bettina Martin, 282 votes not elected.
Matthias Miersch,
466 votes elected.
Michelle Müntefering, 299.
Michelle Müntefering, 299 votes not elected.
Aydan Özügut,
306 votes elected.
Katja Pähle,
254 votes not elected.
Boris Pistorius,
452 votes elected. It is that
Sebastian Roloff,
333 votes elected.
Jessica Rosenthal,
329 votes elected.
Michael Roth,
266 votes not elected.
Sarah Rydlewski,
34 Stimmen, 334 votes elected.
Dagmar Schmidt,
438 votes elected.
Svenja Schulze,
503 votes elected.
Alexander Schweitzer,
56
Stimmen gewählt.
456 votes elected.
Andreas Stoch,
266 votes not elected.
Ibrahim Yetim,
376 votes elected.
Damit sind 17 von 24.
So we have elected 17 out of 24 members that we would have needed to fill these seats, and we've also reached 40% of female representation, so the quorum has been met. So we would need one more male representative, and we need also 7 more representatives in the second round of voting. Thank you very much to that committee. So we need a second round of voting. And before we check those candidates who have not been elected in the first round, we are now ready to have a short break, or at least want to check whether there is the need for a short break. So 10 minutes is what I would suggest. Longer than that, 15, all right. So we interrupt the Party Congress for 15 minutes and reconvene in 15 minutes. And all of those who will not stand as candidates for a second round need to tell us immediately, please.
Bürgermeister, dass man das sagt. Ich sage irgendwann mal Mandatsprüfung. Dieses andere war 40 Jahre das Terrorinstrument der SPD, die zentrale Parteikontrollkommission und Leute auszuschließen. Der Sound dieser unheimlich instabil. Ich wollte es nicht sagen. Ach, irgendwann mal Mandatsprüfung.
Weißt du, ich habe noch was anderes gelernt. Ich habe nämlich immer gesagt, Mandatsprüfungsexekus.
Ein angelehnter Delegierten wie mir, Minister, zweiter Hinweis.
Das werde ich gerne tun. Wir dürfen ja auch nicht mehr bei einem Schreiben sein.
So, die Unterbrechung von 15 Minuten ist schon abgelaufen. Wie gesagt, die Bitte von denjenigen, die nicht gewählt sind, die sagen, sie treten nicht nochmal an, uns das schon mal zu melden. Ich frage jetzt aber auch gleich nochmal ab. Und ansonsten kommt bitte zusammen, setzt euch wieder hin.
So, let's then continue. Proceed to the second round of voting.
Hi. So, da sind noch einige Gruppen zusammen. Ich würde euch bitten, die entsprechenden Gespräche dann jetzt auch langsam zu beenden, damit wir a. den zweiten Wahlgang sauber vorbereiten können, der jetzt erforderlich ist, und b.
So now proceeding to the second round of voting.
Sprache
And
auf eine Welt im Umbruch.
also hearing a few more contributions to our heading. The motions headed A World in Transformation.
Gucke dann insbesondere jetzt noch mal in Richtung Nordrhein-Westfalen.
So I'm looking at you, North Rhine-Westphalia, although it's the federal state with the most inhabitants, their rows are all still empty, so would you mind returning to your seats?
Einer ist schon da. Die Karawane kommt. Wiebke hat angekündigt, die Karawane kommt. Das ist normalerweise eine sehr verlässliche Quelle. Dann bitte ich euch zu beeilen. Aber die kommt. NRW kommt. So, macht euch bitte auf den Weg, kommt wieder rein. So, wir haben Botschaft von der Delegation aus Nordrhein-Westfalen, die jetzt
Okay, North Rhine-Westphalia
abgeschlossen
sending signs of life. They had their own consultations going on during this break, so they'll be back in a moment. So bear with them for another few minutes.
So, da sehen wir zumindest schon mal Achim und Michelle. Das heißt, die Beratungen von NRW sind jetzt auch abgeschlossen. Herzlich willkommen zurück im Saal. Unser Dank gilt allen anderen
North
Delegationen.
Rhine-Westphalia is back, having concluded their consultations. Thanks for all your patience, comrades.
Jetzt nehmen wir uns auch noch die Minute, bis ganz Nordrhein-Westfalen wieder da ist. Hallo Achim.
And we give them another minute before all of them are back.
So. Dann würden wir als Tagungspräsidium
All right, then.
gerne noch mal
As the presiding committee,
sehr deutlich machen, dass
we would like to make it very clear
das
that we
geklappt
share the expectation
wurde.
that you can clap your hands when somebody has been elected, and also for all who are standing as candidates.
Miteinander halten, das
But
geklappt.
we don't think it's appropriate to clap when somebody is not elected. Let's establish that as a consensus.
Ich bin euch sehr dankbar, dass ihr das in einer großen Mehrheit auch so
Thank
seht.
you for agreeing.
Dann würde ich jetzt bitten, erstmal diejenigen,
And then I would like to, or I would want to ask those who have been elected, they need to confirm that they accept the results of the election. Before I do that, those who have been elected and do not want to accept the election, can you please indicate that? Shout, jump up and down, or give a visible sign.
nicht der Fall, dann danke ich
That
euch.
is obviously not the case, so thank you for
Glückwunsch.
accepting the results of you being elected.
Dann müssen wir jetzt für die Vorbereitung des
Then
Stimmzettels, wir würden jetzt so
we need to prepare the ballot papers. So the proceedings will be as follows. I will check who of those that have not been elected want to stand for a second round of voting.
hören wir dann die weiteren
And then
Redebeiträge und wir fangen dann an mit.
we're going to start another round of
Dann gucke ich mal Richtung Bayern.
deliberations. Florian from Bavaria.
Martin Dulig.
Martin Dulik.
Ja.
Yes.
Angela Hohmann.
Angela Hohmann.
Ja.
Yes.
Gustav Horn.
Gustav Horn.
Ein Ja-Nicken, da ist er.
Yeah, nodding. Yes. Standing
Bettina
for a
Martin.
second round. Bettina Martin. Yes.
Michelle Müntefering.
Michelle Müntefering as well.
Katja Pähle.
Katja Pähle as well.
Michael Roth.
Michael Roth.
Nein.
No.
Ich sehe Michael
I
gerade.
can't see him anywhere.
Das ist ein
Michael,
Nein.
no, is not standing.
Andreas Stock.
Andreas Stoch, yes.
Gut, das heißt, für die Liste, ich lese nochmal.
So for the list, I'm going to repeat Florian von Brunn, Martin Dulig, Angela Hohmann, Gustav Horn,
Bettina Martin.
Bettina Martin, Michelle Müntefering, Katja Pähle, and Andreas Stoch.
Seid ihr bereit? Gut. Dann würden wir
So
jetzt
are we set and ready to go?
weiterfahren und
Right, okay, but let's first continue our debate, and then we're going to interrupt again when distributing or handing out the ballot papers. So let's continue with our deliberations, and Sena Abdi is next in line.
So, liebe Genossinnen, liebe Genossen,
All right, comrades.
als entwicklungspolitische Sprecherin wird es euch nicht
As spokesperson for development policy, I'm going to quote our minister Svenja Schulte. Development policy equals policy of
in diesem
peace.
wichtigen
So that's why this important motion that we're debating today
Außen- und Entwicklungspolitik
states that it's important to connect foreign policy and development policy because that will most effectively prevent conflicts and underline its strategic value
Vertrauen schafft.
because it creates trust.
Partnerschaften
and can build upon long-term partnerships.
Und so steht es in dem Antrag,
And
dass es deshalb an die Ausgaben für
voting from the motion, the spending
muss und eben die Anhebung
needs
der
to be adapted. The budget needs to be increased, particularly in terms of development cooperation and humanitarian aid. That's the theory. But the practice looks quite differently because taking a look at the reality at the ministry's budget, we are basically putting the trust that has been invested at risk because the finance minister has announced that he wants to cut the budget with respect to development cooperation, and that will damage the bonds of trust that have been established over time. Senat, just a second. Comrades, we really have an honest topic here at stake, and our speaker is very much trying to bring that across. So if you could just show some respect. Thank you. Thank you, Aidan. It's a bit like in the federal parliament. So there we go.
Du hast es gerade gesagt.
Yes, Lars. You mentioned it, that these cuts in the budget will do damage to the concept of our peace policy and also do damage to Willy Brandt's legacy. And his legacy is more topical than ever in view of the Zeitenwende that we're living. So we want to take a leadership role, whether you like that term leadership with respect to Germany or not. Whether you like it or not, as looking at our national economy, we have the natural responsibility to act because the need for humanitarian aid is as high as never. More people than ever having to leave their countries because of climate catastrophes and natural disasters. And that's why we cannot accept any such budgetary cuts for the time being. We need more solidarity in this world and not less. International solidarity when fighting for the livelihoods and the foundations for a decent life for all people around the world. That is the DNA of our political party, the party of peace politics. So it's not enough to sing the Internationale today and tomorrow to cut all the costs that can help us in terms of international solidarity. So Germany and the Social Democrats need to lead the way and not going for military interventions, but for preventative measures. And the key to solve these global challenges will be in our international cooperation and not to erect walls or fences, but to fight the root causes of migration and poverty. So in order to live up to our responsibility in terms of peace policy, we need the necessary financial means for our political program, and this field should really be equipped with the necessary financial resources. Thanks for fighting for that, and friendship to you.
Ich weiß, dass das ganz unfreundlich ist, bei solchen Themen mit
And all of these topics declared with such passion. I don't want to interrupt you, but we have a very long list of people who want to speak. So please stick to your
Jan Dieren aus Nordrhein-Westfalen.
Jan Dieren from North Rhine-Westphalia will be next. Afterwards, Svenja Schulz is going to speak to us. Before I pass the floor to Jan, the restroom of the ladies, a ring was found. So who is missing something on her finger? Please come forward so that we can find the owner.
Liebe Genossinnen, ja, wir leben in
Comrades,
kriegerischen Zeiten.
we live in
Wir haben
war.
Nicht erst seit
Driven times,
Überfall Russlands auf die
not
Ukraine.
only since the
Kriege
war
weltweit.
aggression of Russia against Ukraine, more than 70
In
wars
Deutschland
or violent conflicts.
bald 80
In
Jahren.
Germany, in the last 70, 80
Zum
years,
Glück.
we got used
Denn wenn
to
man die öffentliche Debatte in den
peace.
vergangenen Monaten so
Fortunately, because if we follow the debate of the last months, you might get the impression that that is something bad. Some even say Germany has become tired of war. Comrades,
in dem man nach einem Mittagessen schläft.
peace is not a problem of prosperity. It's not a kind of afternoon sleep.
Das ist der
To
Zustand,
get used to peace is a state we aspire to achieve here and worldwide. It's not enough to wish for
dass alle
peace,
anderen dabei schon mitmachen.
hoping that all the others will go along.
Konflikte, die es weltweit
Numerous wars and conflicts all over the world show that that's not the case. As Social Democrats,
dass viele
we need to understand that many actors in the world do not shy away to use war as a means.
aber darauf
We need to be prepared for such a situation, and therefore we need to ask ourselves,
tun dazu.
does a step in the international political field help to prevent such a conflict? Or are we then part of a kind of
25 bis
war?
227 hier einbringen. Und zwar zum zweiten
Therefore, I want to add something about the 2%
In
aim
anderen Branchen mag sowas
for
durchaus sinnvoll sein.
armament. That can make sense in other sectors. The more the economy grows, the more we invest in education and schools. That would make
Je
sense.
weiter sich die Wirtschaft
The
entwickelt,
more the economy develops, the more we fight
das wäre sinnvoll.
imbalances in poverty. That would be good. But the more the economy grows, the more we pay for weapons that destroy lives. That is absurd.
Jetzt weiß ich, dass einige von euch
Now,
sagen, aber
I am aware that some of you say precisely in this moment we have to test our capacity to defend ourselves, and therefore there's something that should be clear.
entscheidet am Ende
The
immer
money spent on armament is decided by the parliament, not by an abstract kind of aim or percentage. Commerce, we don't want to have an automatic rearmament. We need to keep our minds clear. If other states increase their
Im Gegenteil, es setzt
finance
in Gang, die wir
for
vielleicht am Ende nicht
armament,
können und deren
we might end up in a dynamic that we cannot oversee at this point.
gerade in Deutschland
Comrades, we know that social democracy has a special responsibility to prevent such things. Therefore, I want to call upon you to assume this responsibility.
Vielen Dank, Jan. Jetzt ist Svenja Schulze
Thank you,
dran.
Jan. The next one is
Bereit
Svenja
machen.
Schulze.
Fabian Funke aus
And
Sachsen.
next one is Fabian Funke from Saxony.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, erstmal ganz herzlich.
Comrades, first of all, thank you very much for this wonderful election result.
Danke.
Thank you.
Ich habe es gestern gesagt, ich will es aber heute noch mal betonen.
I said it yesterday and I want to stress it today. We need to invest in our future
Zu teuer wird.
so that it does not become too expensive.
Und es geht
In
vor
the long
allem
run,
für die
it's about international cooperation policies and
CDU, Teile der FDP.
Friedrich Merz, the CDU, parts of the FDP or the AfD think it would make sense to save money
Im Haushalt in
of
Deutschland.
development aid. You could use it
Genossinnen und
to
Genossen,
close gaps in the budget in Germany. What a nonsense is that? I think it is irresponsible if Mr. Merz or parts of the FDP demand investments in the future. At the same time, they want to take money away from the development budget. What is investment policy if it's not an investment in the future? Comrades, our social democratic development policy contributes to ensure a better life for many in the world, that they need less humanitarian aid by the UN because we provide a long-term support. What would happen if we stop helping investing in food security in Mali, Nigeria? What would happen? The people would suffer more hunger and fall back into deeper poverty. Social democratic development policy contributes to having less conflicts. It's a long-term commitment, and it does not only reduce violence in the world, it will also ensure that in the long term we will have to pay less. It's an investment in the future of all of us. I've just been to Jordan in a refugee camp in Zaatari, and if you see the situation on the ground, we understand that if we don't help to repair the roofs or to provide water, people can't stay there. 80,000 people would have to go on the run again.
Und Genossinnen und Genossen, wir helfen auch.
And that can't be our wish. Comrades, we also help for climate protection. If there are droughts or if there's flooding, we try to make it possible that people can stay in their place. So €1 as an investment in crisis-proof societies saves €4 that we would have to pay afterwards. To do nothing, that would cost a lot of money. So, comrades, let's discuss with the conservatives. They didn't understand with the austerity concept. They want to draw back into their little snail house. And if they cover their head, then they won't see the problems. But development aid is not a Christmas gift to the SPD or to the CDU or FDP. We invest for a better future, and we will strive for it in unity. And therefore, I ask for your support for this very important motion. Thank you very much.
Lieben Dank, Svenja.
Thank you, Svenja.
Fabian Funke.
Next one is Fabian Funke. And then we would interrupt the debate shortly.
Seit 2 Jahren
Comrades,
in Europa,
for 2 years we have seen in Europe what was considered for a long time impossible, a criminal war of aggression of Russia, which is resisted with courage and in an impressive way by our Ukrainian friends. And to our Ukrainian friends, we stand on your side. We provide humanitarian but also military aid as long as this war continues. But we must not be ingenious. We all want that this war terminates as soon as possible, that the Ukrainians can live in peace again. But we should not forget that a sustainable peace will only be possible if Ukraine can defend itself successfully without being forced to accept a ceasefire imposed by Russia. But this war of aggression also shattered our international order. It was wrong to believe that a cheap price from Russia wouldn't have a political price. It was wrong to believe that peace in Europe is an automatic thing. And maybe we should just have listened better to our partners in Middle and Central Europe. Middle and Eastern Europe is not just adding to the European Union. It has been an integral part of it for 20 years. We can only prepare Europe for the future if we do it together with them. With all geostrategic arguments, we should not forget about our values in our foreign policy. Europe has to ask itself, what makes us different from the others apart from our economic power? Because economic power alone is not a value. We have seen that over the last 20 years. A value-based foreign policy cannot mean that we demand values from others. It needs to show that our own values are the basis of our own activities. And we need to fight to ensure that universal human rights are applied everywhere worldwide. And therefore, global companies need to ensure decent salaries anywhere in the world. Therefore, in Germany, we introduced a law about the supply chains. And thank you, Herr Israel, for your intensive work. But it's very important that we take the lead, and it's about to do that finally in Europe as well. With this motion, we set the basis for a new social democratic foreign policy. And we see that our international solidarity is as important as rarely before. Now we have the responsibility to fulfill this task.
Ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So now we start the second round. There are 17 members of the advisory committee.
Wir müssen also noch 7 weitere Mitglieder für den Parteivorstand
7 more members need to be elected for the party executive. So we need one person, one man, in order to reach the quota. So we need one more man on the ballot paper. Does anybody not have the control stamp 7? And something important is we need another 7. You can put there up to 7 crosses, but you need to put at least 4 crosses for the ballot paper to be valid. Those candidates are elected who get the richest number of votes, as long as the quota is not missed. Okay, any further questions? Then we can distribute the ballot papers.
So, da wird schon gewunken. Gibt es noch, zeigt bitte mal auf, wo noch welche fehlen.
Please show us where there's still some missing.
Genau.
Over here.
Und, einmal zum Parteivorstand und Co. Und hier vorne in der Mitte bitte auch nochmal.
And over here in the center as well. Maybe somebody could come forward.
So, ich glaube, da sind jetzt auch alle unterwegs. Und nochmal nach links, da meldet sich keiner mehr.
Okay. On the left, there's nobody raising their hands anymore.
Gibt es noch jemanden, der keinen Stimmzettel hat?
Is there anybody who does not have a ballot paper yet?
Bitte da.
There are two over there in the middle.
Kommt da jemand hin?
Can anybody go there?
So, jetzt frage ich nochmal, hat noch jemand...
So, again, the question, is there anybody who does not yet have a ballot paper?
Gut, dann kommen jetzt die Retourstapel zurück.
Okay, then we will get the ballot papers back.
Noch 1-2 Minuten geben, um die
So I'll give you some minutes more
Kreuze zu setzen.
in order to put the at least 4 or maximum 7 crosses.
So, ich glaube, das war jetzt... Thomas ist die Autorität an dieser Stelle. Also, es war noch nicht genug Zeit.
Thomas has told us there was not yet enough time.
So, dann bitte ich jetzt, die Stimmzettel einzusammeln.
I would like to ask you to collect the ballot papers now.
Es gilt wie beim letzten Mal. Nur
So
weil
it's like last time.
abgegeben hat,
Just
heißt
because you've cast your ballot doesn't mean you can get up yet. We have to conclude the collection of the ballots.
lieben Kolleginnen und Kollegen von der Mandatsprüfung
The colleagues from the credentials and vote counting
und wenn ihr
committee have to get through the rows. So if you're bored,
Applaus geben, weil
then you could clap for them because aren't they doing a good job?
sehr gut.
That's more like it.
So, die Nordrhein-Westfalen haben zugelegt. Das war
North Rhine-Westphalia has increased. That's one version. Anyone got another version?
Das kam jetzt auch wieder aus Nordrhein-Westfalen.
I think that was North Rhine-Westphalia again. Anybody else?
Im Westen der Republik
Okay, this is certainly Western Germany where clapping is a hobby.
Brandenburg. Brandenburg, sehr gut.
That was Brandenburg. Okay, well done you.
So, lasst ihn bitte Platz.
If you could let them come,
Mal hochhalten, wer noch sein
maybe you could hold up your ballot papers if you haven't had it collected yet.
Ich frage nochmal, hat jemand
Let me
sein
ask again, has anyone not yet cast their ballot, not had it collected?
Das sieht nicht so aus.
That does not seem to be the case.
Nicht der Fall. Dann ist dieser Wahlgang
In that
hiermit
case, this round of voting is concluded, and the ballots will go and be counted, and I will pass the floor on to Katja to continue the debate.
Vielen Dank, Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas.
Dass wir
And I very much hope
Landtagsberatung einsteigen.
that we can get into the motions debate. And I think it would be good if people get a bit quieter, although I know that there are many people leaving the room now, but we're still going to continue. The next speaker is Sarah Weinreich, followed by Ralf Stegner.
Sarah, du hast das Wort.
Sarah, the floor is yours. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it would be so quick. I'm still chewing. I thought I would be a little bit later, so forgive me. But again, new member bonus, I hope. I'm Sarah Weinreich. I introduced myself a minute ago, well, not too long ago anyway. Thank you for the applause. I just wanted to say something about international policy, the following thing. Namely, I want to advocate for a strong voice in Germany for Belarus and the democratization, the last dictatorship in Europe. As a member of Razan and the SPD, I would like to ensure with my work as a volunteer of the SPD that the Belarus community here in the diaspora in exile are supported. And what I would like to see is that somehow that could be included in the motions, but I think it's too late. I saw that there was a nice motion from Berlin about that, and I would just like to support that. And just shed some light on the 1,500 Belarusian political prisoners who are really suffering under Lukashenko's regime, who don't have any counseling or support. They are isolated, and the German Foreign Ministry are trying to improve their situation. I want to say thank you for that, but I would also like to continue to shed some light on the fact that democratization in Europe is not a process that's being concluded, and that we need to continue to work on that. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. Just so you're not surprised, that wasn't new membership bonus. It has to do with the quota of the speakers list. We try to alternate between male and female speakers. So by doing that, we are calling for what we've always called for as women at the SPD. Ralf Stegner is the next speaker, followed by Stella Carino Otto.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich möchte gerne...
Comrades, I'd like to talk about SPD as a peace party. It goes against the zeitgeist. Sometimes I have the feeling that we've got a whole load of new weapons experts. Peace isn't everything, but without peace, everything is nothing. That would be my slogan. I'm not saying that I'm a pacifist. How can you be as Germany? We would not have a democracy if the Nazis hadn't been defeated militarily. But it means that we have to speak to countries when we don't like. Who was it who said, if we only speak to the countries that we agree with, we'll soon be only speaking to ourselves. And for Ukraine, that means, for example, that they naturally have to ensure that boundaries are not pushed to one side with violence. That, of course, we have to deliver air defense systems to protect capitals, to protect children. But we have to talk about diplomatic efforts. And Wolf was right that it can't be seen as a swear word diplomacy. It's necessary. And for the conflict in the Middle East, it is a terrible proof of the failure of diplomacy, because peace can only be there if the security of Israel is ensured. Israel was founded because of Holocaust, but at the same time we have to say that humanitarian international law is true for the Palestinians as well. Humanity has to grow everywhere. And what is the consequence for us? We've talked about leadership here, but leadership for me means learning from our history, that we have to have set a good example when it comes to humanitarian aid, diplomacy, doing what we can. It's absurd that 750 million euros are invested in their country, and we're talking about whether the Vatican should agree to continue with celibacy or not. Boris Pistorius, as much as I like you, we have to be capable of defending ourselves, not be capable of war. We have to work in our partnerships. We don't want to become a military power, or we haven't learned from our history, and we shouldn't export weapons to Saudi Arabia or any other countries that are infringing on human rights, and not to armed conflict zones as well. And I think we also have to understand that if we see all of the disarmament treaties failing, no problem is going to be solved by us exporting more weapons somewhere. The problems are starvation, they're migratory flows, they're destruction of the environment, competition for resources. We have to ensure that we invest in peace, in development cooperation, and not in the export of weapons and the nullifying of disarmament treaties. And that's why I want to call for Germany and the SPD to be at the front of the peace movement. It's not old-fashioned, it's necessary. I'm 64. My generation is the first generation that lived in peace and prosperity in this country. And we want our children and grandchildren to enjoy the same as well. And it's not enough to just sort of say we're defending the values of the West. Where are we doing that? In our nicely heated living rooms. And the ones who are suffering are those in bunkers where their children are dying, where there's rape, destruction, like there is on every day in a war. Nothing about war is good. Without being a pacifist, you can be against war. And we should be at the forefront of those who are doing it and do everything we can to make this murdering and this lack of humanity in the world, to make it stop. And maybe that would mean that we'd be the party, that the SPD could be a peace party and get the Nobel Prize for Peace that Willy Brandt got. Was one of the most amazing moments in recent history. We've always been against war. We want to fight for peace, not for further weapons exports. Thank you. Thank you, Ralph.
Stella hat ihren Redebeitrag zurückgezogen.
Stella has withdrawn her request to speak. Thank you for doing that. That it is a statement, a list of speakers. The next speaker is Ben Schneider, followed by Michael Müller. And before Ben gets the floor, I'd just like to say that debate is important, it is valuable, and to be able to follow it well, it would be good if people could quiet down with their own private conversations a little bit. I think that's about mutual respect so that we can follow the speakers. Okay, Ben, floor is yours. Thank you, Katja. Comrades, I won't speak at length, and I want to thank the party executive for putting together this very important comprehensive motion. We, as people in Berlin, have a motion for amendment that we would like to refer to. Wolf said earlier on we have to learn from the lessons of the past and draw conclusions, which is why we are calling for an inquiry committee on the German-Russia policy of recent years. Thank you. That's important. It's important that this independent inquiry look at what went wrong in terms of this policy in recent decades and draw conclusions for the way we should deal with Russia in the future moving forward. So I'd like to read out our proposal. It's about an amendment 769 to better assess the false decisions made in the Party for Germany-Russia policy. We would like to have an independent inquiry committee looking into the policy that we've had since Putin took power in 1999. And I hope we can be a role model also in terms of looking at what happened in Afghanistan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ben. Michael Müller is going to speak now, and then Robert Treveniki.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, bei
Comrades,
den Reflexionen aus dem beschädigten Leben von Theodor Adorno
reflecting from Theodor Adorno, we see there is no right life in the wrong life, and war is always the wrong life. Of course, the Russian war of aggression is particularly wrong. And there's increasingly, this is turning into a war of attrition that is affecting everyone. 1.6 billion people are suffering from the consequences of the energy and food crisis. Particularly people in Ukraine, but also people in Russia are suffering. The vast majority of soldiers from Russia come from areas where the monthly income is below $200. And what that means is these are the poorest parts of Russian society who are bleeding in Ukraine. And war does not know any justice. And the New York Times has warned from an escalation dynamic. So contrary to the previous speaker, I don't think there can be any relativization of the policy of détente. By the way, even Kennedy was the one who came up with this in 1963 as a conclusion from the Cuba crisis that a policy of détente was worth pursuing. Quite the opposite. The mistake is that we didn't have the policy of détente go even further. In the 80s, there were 3 foundations for a world policy. That was the North-South solidarity. It was the common security of Palma. And thirdly, it was the sustainability idea of Brundtland. And all 3 of these reports are ones that have to be seen in conjunction with one another. You cannot have sustainability without common security, and you can't have common security without sustainability. This is why we must do everything we can to ensure the double risk of self-annihilation of humanity is prevented, the annihilation through weapons of mass destruction and the annihilation by the destruction of our environment. We find ourselves in the most dangerous century since 1945. Only 10 countries that are spending 75% of military spending. How perverse is that? And the U.S. is working hard to invest in new nuclear weapons. In the last year alone, $45 billion was spent on that. And through the war, the regimes of armaments control have been destroyed. Therefore, there can only be common security in a world that relies on one another. And that is the core of world domestic policy, and that is the idea of Willy Brandt. And don't give up on that idea, and do not relativize it either. Thank you very much, Michael, followed by Robert Prevnicki, and then Joachim Schuster.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
ich spreche hier für den Berliner.
I'm speaking here for the Berlin motion for amendment that Benja's just presented here. And let me say that no one here is trying to relativize anything. And we all know what the policy of détente of Willy Brandt and Egon Bahr did for us. I think we have to mention that because it's something that unites us as Social Democrats. But all the same, mistakes have happened, and I know that it's always very difficult to look mistakes in the face and to critically examine them. And of course, you don't do it for the mistakes. You do it because you want to learn from the past. You want to do things better in the future. And that's why we have brought forward this motion for an independent inquiry committee to look at Germany-Russia policy, because with an inquiry of this kind, we would be able to get out of this sickening discussion that the Social Democrats, since Willy Brandt's Ostpolitik, are to blame for everything that happened since then. We want to critically examine what was the policy of all the parties in this period of time, and that's why it's so important.
Olaf hat vorhin gesagt, wir
Now,
wollen
Olaf said earlier on, we don't want small countries to be afraid of their big neighboring countries. My name is Robert Grewniewski, and that's not a coincidence. It's because my father comes from Poland. My father was a convinced social democrat. He supported Ostpolitik and was a big fan of Willy Brandt, and I am a child of Willy Brandt's policy. None of us would ever question that. However, there was always one moment that my father was always cringing from when it said our Russian neighbor. Comrades, you know, it's easy to say that, but between Russia and us there's Poland, and my father was born in 1925, and he knew what it meant in 1939 when Russia and Germany were neighbors, and that wasn't the first division of Poland. So that's what was on his mind in this time, of course. So I think it's very important that we engage with these issues and work through exactly what happened and why it happened the way it happened. And then we have to talk about Nord Stream, but that's not all. We also have to talk about what we're going to learn from this for the future. I want to thank Lars. He launched the process of this debate in the SPD on this policy, and it wasn't easy. I saw the responses very clearly, not least in social media channels, but also in the press. And this is why, comrades, we have done wonderful things with the policy of détente for this country, but something got out of hand, and this motion says very clearly, critically examining the policy since Putin took on power in Russia. I would like to ask you to support and approve this motion so that we can critically examine what happened and look at all of society, and that no longer just tries to question and discredit the policy of détente of the SPD. Thank you.
Danke, Robert. Jetzt ist dran
Thank you, Robert. Next is Joachim Schuster, and after that, Nils. Yes, comrades, we're in the middle of a period of profound transformation. After the fall of the Soviet Union, there was really a turning point in history, and the predictions that all the countries would develop in the spirit of the free market and so on. But what's new indeed is that we are confronted with a host of countries with authoritarian governments, and also a battle between China and the United States for world dominance, and climate change is posing a threat to all countries in the world. So those are the new phenomena on the map. And a real transformation will also go hand in hand with international conflicts, or maybe even with wars. So we need a clear political answer by the SPD, and motion A01 is giving a contribution to that. And it stipulates that we need comprehensive changes in the field of security policy, but there's one aspect that still needs amending, which means that it's not only about comprehensive security, but also common security. And this is not to be understood as naive politics in the view of the wars that surround us. But the politics of détente had always a strong military component, but at the same time is also about disarmament and arms control, and to achieve a state of non-proliferation and of non-aggression. So Egon Bahr, back in 1963, said that economic cooperation will not change the character of the Soviet Union, and he also warned against becoming economically dependent. And the same, I think, still holds true for today's Russia. And policy of détente was also based on the fact that confrontation will not create sustainable peace, but that this will only be possible when the security interests of all sides will be taken into account. And that is based on reality and real insights, 15 years of really serious politics of confrontation that brought the world almost to a nuclear catastrophe. So I believe that these guidelines still apply today and that we need to apply them also in our relationship with Russia. And of course, we condemn Russia's attacks. And of course, we will keep on supporting Ukraine on the military and also on the humanitarian level. But only diplomatic solutions will be able to put an end to this war, and that's why we need to increase our diplomatic efforts towards a ceasefire between the parties. And we also, Joachim, could you please come to an end? Yes. And also to build a new European peace order. And in order to do that, we cannot wait before the situation in Russia will change, but we need to start to build this strategy from now on. And also to cooperate with Russia is different from just only protecting ourselves against Russia. So we do advocate for a modern policy of détente, a structural non-aggression pact, and to proceed into this direction. Thank you, Joachim.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich finde, mit diesem Antrag können wir selbstbewusst die
I believe that this motion should add to our confidence of heading into these times of the Zeitenwende, and that this can also boost our self-confidence, because it's very clear that Willy Brandt also said it. These are the times that will bring about its own answers to its own questions. So compared to the 1970s, when Russia had all these efforts, or ever since, wanting to expand its territories, reminiscent of the times of the Soviet Union. So when talking about deterrence and dialogue, we need to take all these ideas on board in today's discussion, and also to enter this dialogue out of a position of military strength. Because, let me be very clear, these 2% that are also included in the motion are not an end in itself, but it is rather natural, and it should be understood that way, that Germany can only live up to its international responsibility in terms of security policy when being equipped adequately, and that's why we need a modernization of our armed forces, and that's why we will have to spend these 2% with respect to the military or defense budget. And our partners rely upon us, rely upon Germany in its responsibility in the alliance, and will also live up to the challenges of the future. And secondly, you cannot just, pick Willy Brandt quotes whenever they seem to fit. But he said also, or he also has equipped his defense policy with the adequate budget. So bearing in mind the needs in other countries, on other continents, in Asia, Latin America, Africa, And that is particularly the social democratic contribution in times of the Zeitenwende. The Global South is part of it. And if you take a look how Boris Pistorius, Svenja Schulze, Olaf Scholz are approaching this foreign policy, well, then the message of this motion becomes very clear, and that's why I ask you to support it, comrades. Friedhelm Hilgers, and after that Gabriel Kunze.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich bin stellvertretender
Comrades, I'm the deputy chair of the working group of the 60-year-olds and older. So the topic of peace policy is of high importance because in my age group, many of us have been politically socialized in a time that we have quoted a lot at times of Willy Brandt and Egon Bahr, and we are basically shocked when we see how the values and the foundations and the merits and the legacy of Egon Bahr and Willy Brandt are now being used in order to destroy social democratic merits nowadays. And this will also have an impact onto our internal debate, because we don't need to ask for forgiveness for the foundations of social democratic politics that we set back in the past. It is on us now to start a new set of measures in terms of preparing ourselves for the worldwide conflicts, also arms delivery and military measures on their own would be the wrong way to go if we don't complement it with diplomatic international initiatives that can lead us towards negotiations to end the conflict. Because we know at some point negotiations will be inevitable. But do we really need to wait for months and years until hundreds and thousands will have lost their lives because we haven't prepared the way in time? And two terms that I'd also like to add are fatal. It is the wrong understanding of leadership or a German leadership, and it's certainly not right to replace the terms, on the one hand, to be able to defend ourselves and not to be equipped to enter a war. So there's a difference between the two. To be able to defend ourselves should be good enough for our purposes, to defend our country. And why do all the sums that, for example, France and Great Britain are spending, why is it not good enough for Germany? Why do we need think we need to double the amount in this budget? So we need to correct this path, and we need to reframe the SPD as the political party of peace, to create trust in that way, and let's re-embark upon that path. Thank you very much.
Ich bitte Gabriel Kunze ans Rednerpult.
Now Gabriel Kunze,
Dietmar Köster.
Followed by Dietmar Köster.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades, a few hours ago, we took the decision that we, as the SPD, with respect to the financial guarantees that we have given to the economy and also to the municipalities, that we want to live up to these promises. And that also should hold true for our international promises. And we have committed to add 0.7% of our GDP to development policies. And Svenja, we heard Svenja say that the structures in an international development cooperation need to be guaranteed. So the CDU and the FDP, with them clinging to outdated economic ideas, but they will not free us from this international responsibility. So the cuts that are being debated will, of course, also have a very specific impact, particularly for those employed in development cooperation. For example, jobs that will be cut in the GIZ. There are 1,500 to 2,000 jobs at stake, not only in Bonn, but also in Hesse, for example. And also the political foundations will be affected. The Friedrich Ebert Foundation, for example, contributing to that on the international level. And comrades, I think that this is the wrong way to go, particularly when bearing in mind the international scenario of conflicts that we are faced with today, to save costs in cutting this type of jobs. So that will also not be the right way in order to remedy our budgetary situation. So we have the suggestion for an amendment, the cuts in the budget of the Federal Ministry of Development should not be achieved by cutting jobs in the political foundations and the GIZ, the International Organization for International, the German Organization for International Cooperation. So this is the impulse that we want also, or that we have received from North Rhine-Westphalia and that we'd like to pass on. So I would be very pleased to see if you could join into this solidarity to save these jobs for and the employees, and also all of us in Bonn would be very grateful to you. Thank you. Thank you. Next is Dietmar Köster and then Lothar Binding.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir leben
Comrades, we live in dangerous times, times of increasing international tensions in which the SPD needs to preserve its core identity as the party of peace. So we therefore need to contradict the voices from the CDU who want to see our economy turned into an economy of war and want us to prepare for a war, and that is completely unacceptable. We don't need to prepare for war, we need to prepare ourselves for the end of this war and to create perspectives in terms of peace policies. And comrades, with respect to foreign policy and peace policy, we have this underlying motion, but there's still room for improvement, because when speaking of Germany's leading role in the world, well, I don't really know whether the majority of the citizens in Germany want Germany to get involved even more on a wider scale in international conflicts. But in view of these international conflicts, We need to be aware of all the authoritarian systems. So that's why we need more cooperation and not confrontation. That is what the manifold international crisis should prompt us to do. And to increase these 2% in terms of defense budget and increase armament compared or as a percentage of the general GDP, I mean, it doesn't make sense from my point of view. We should really take into account the international requirements and not our internal financial situation. Then also we should subscribe to the motion to ban nuclear weapons, and that we have the status or want to have the status of observers at the conference in New York, but the German Minister of Foreign Policy was missing at that very conference. And maybe we should rather take a step towards a world free of nuclear weapons, and that's why we should join the respective treaty. Thank you, Dietmar. And next is Lothar Binding, followed by Jürgen Großer. Comrades, I have two ideas I want to share. The first part is has to do with Friedrich Merz and is meant to show, to give a context, because Olaf Scholz said no erosion of the social welfare state. And now, taking a look at Friedrich Merz's perspective from the upper middle class, as he would describe himself. Well, yeah, thanks for enjoying the wording, but actually it is rather sad but true. So when you take a look at the parameters and compare the general income or medium income of the population, on the other hand, Friedrich Merz's income. So that would be, I think, €1 million per year. I don't know whether he deserves it, but he's certainly earning it, whether he deserves it or not. And now he is looking down to those people who earn only a small, minor proportion. He is up there in the clouds, in the sky, and has lost proportions, has no proportions whatsoever with those people earning this tiny proportion. So where is the proportion? And they're not talking at eye level, by no means. He's up there looking down on the actual middle class, considering himself the upper middle class. The middle class is usually characterized to be decent, but Friedrich Merz is the complete opposite. So he doesn't really understand the reality of these people. They're not going to the theater because they cannot afford, but people feel ashamed because they may not have the proper clothing to go to the theater or to the opera. But Friedrich Merz doesn't understand. And I just wanted to show the difference in proportions, and I hope I made it quite clear. So coming back to our motion, A01, to dare more democracy. Diplomacy. Diplomacy is always a good thing to have. But the Motions Commission had a great approach because they defined certain parameters, which are human rights, the rule of law, democracy, and fight against corruption. So whenever you want to export weapons, you should also bear these parameters in mind. And Kevin said yesterday, we have this yearning and we want things to be clear, but we must not become intolerant. And I think the previous speakers have basically lined out really well. the spectrum in which we operate. So we want to come up with peace policy in times of war, and this is difficult. Peace policy in times of war. So you actually assume an objective that is not recognizable now, and some people don't even want or not striving for peace. So we want to be equipped to defend our country. If you take a look at the ministers of defense since Struck and also the Federal Armed Forces and their Department of Procurement, well, there were no social democratic ministers, but other ministers of defense. So that's why we need to be equipped to defend ourselves and to defend the alliance. And whether we need 2% for that, I don't know. Maybe 1% will suffice. But by the way, and could you please come to an end? Yes, madam. So let's really take a closer look at what do we really need in order to be capable to operate. But we need to remain the party of peace, and we also need to make sure what we need as the political party of peace, but still helping ourselves to be able to defend ourselves and helping Ukraine to defend themselves.
I think we should have many more yardstick comparisons. Thank you very much, Lothar. Before Jürgen takes the floor, in this room, there are less delegates. Some people are already leaving. This is not useful for our debate. And we still want to speak about migration policy and finish it. And ahead of us is the election of the Arbitration Commission, which we need to get done today. If we manage that, then we will have a nice evening. But let's go through these steps. Now, Jürgen takes the floor. Wolfgang with blue. His request for the floor. Comrades, it is always inspirational to see Lothar. What Lothar said could be complimented. He spoke about the prestige of a leader of the opposition, not only in his own country, but also at the international level. And the prestige of Germany is high. Dear comrades, Friedrich of yesterday doesn't give any answers to the world of tomorrow, and therefore, as Social Democrats, we should govern this country. And I want to speak about one term which is short, and that is security. Security and safety and peace go together. But what do we mean when we talk about safety and security? Does it not also mean that where I live, there's fresh water? Where I was born, there's a perspective, because there are no diseases as malaria, because there's a safe health system. Does security not mean that where I was born, I get a job, and I do not have to flee and move somewhere else? Does security not also mean, is it not a right to not be menaced? Therefore, I think that this would be a good chance now to show what social democracy means. Security is much more than just discussing military and other issues. Security is a very comprehensive term to protect the people in the world, Germany, Africa, Latin America, across the world. And therefore, it is
auf ein starkes Europa
smart
und auf
to
strategische Partnerschaften zu setzen, so wie es in dem
go
Antrag
for strategic partnerships as it was described
glaube ich, fordert
in
von
the motion, a world in upheaval,
zu produzieren.
in order to not only produce contradictions, but see both things. Of course, we need strength in order to be able to defend ourselves against dictators who attack other countries. And that is our task, to manage that. I'm a deputy of the Parliament and I am part of the Foreign Policy Commission. And we have a working group number 1, where I meet Svenja Schulz, Boris Pistorius and Lindsay Faeser.
Sind diese
For
Ministerien
the first time, these ministries
zusammen bei uns
are all
Sozialdemokratinnen und
together
Sozialdemokraten. Daraus kann man
social democratic ministers.
Stärke
And
ableiten.
we
Das
need
bedeutet, dass wir beim
to
Thema Migration
use that strength.
dass Menschen
And
erst
when it's about migration, we need to make sure that people don't even have to leave in the first place.
geredet
And
Menschen, die
on
hier sind,
German television, a lot of talk is about people who are here and what goes wrong. But the basis should be that people don't have to leave their country, that they should be able to remain where they live. And that is a task of international social
Naiv sein
democratic policy.
nützt nichts.
It's
Mutig sein
not
nützt
paying
viel.
off to
Und in
be
diesem Sinne wünsche ich mir
ingenious.
weiterhin außenpolitisch
And,
einen starken Bundeskanzler,
Therefore, I wish for a strong
Sozialdemokratie in Deutschland.
chancellor and a strong social democracy in Germany that is also good for the world. Thank you very much, Jürgen.
Axel auf.
The next one is Axel.
Danach gab ein kleines
And there
Missverständnis
was a misunderstanding
von Wolfgang Helmich betrifft. Er hat nicht zurückgezogen.
regarding Wolfgang Helmrich. He did not
Stimme
withdraw. He didn't want to withdraw his request to speak, but he had problems with his voice. So he wanted to
Klaus
send
Bartel.
Axel Wolf. He's going to speak, and then
erstmal die
next
gute
one is
Nachricht.
Klaus
Ich kann
Bartel.
es ganz kurz machen.
First of all, I can be brief.
Jan Dieren, Fabian Funke und
Senati Sieben
das Richtige gesagt haben.
Funke,
Und ein
we have
herzliches
said a lot of
Genossen aus Bonn für diesen
things
Änderungsantrag, weil
which are
gerade die
correct.
Arbeit der
I want to add that the work of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation is
und dafür
great,
auch das Geld.
and they need the money to do their work.
Lars hat von die Strategie und die Bedeutung der
Lars spoke about the strategy and the relevance of foreign policy. This motion
wahrgenommen, der auf
wants
Deutschland
to
wird als Partner wahrgenommen, der Hilfe zur Selbsthilfe.
achieve that Germany is perceived as a partner who provides help for self-help. And all this is done
Dafür nochmal ein herzliches Dankeschön.
with the huge efforts of the Ministry of
Wenn einem geglaubt wird,
Development and
die
Svenja
Angst
Schulze.
haben,
Those who are afraid
ist
of
Vertrauen,
neocolonialism, exploitation, confidence is the key
dass Russland und China
currency.
Rang ablaufen. Herzlichen Dank.
And we don't want that Russia or China take the lead in
Wortmeldungen, wir lieben es.
development aid.
Johannes, du bist dran.
Thank you. Johannes,
Klaus
it's your
Bartel.
turn. And afterwards, Klaus Bartel.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
Sicherheit ist die Voraussetzung für ein Leben in
security is the
Wohlstand.
condition to live a life in prosperity and peace. As Lars mentioned,
in den letzten
this is the
Jahrzehnten
recognition
leider
of
manchmal etwas
the
beiseite
last years that
Wir
has
haben dabei auch
been
vergessen, dass unsere Sozialdemokraten
gotten a bit lost. And also our social democratic peace and foreign policy, diplomacy and cooperation also involves strength and strong military
dass wir eine starke und demokratische
forces.
Bundeswehr
We
haben,
can be happy that we have a strong Bundeswehr, which is an army of the parliament, receives
ihren Einsatz
the
möchte ich den Soldaten der
mandates
Bundeswehr,
from the parliament,
deutschen Einsatzkräften
and I
danken.
would like to say
Und zwar
thank you
egal, ob sie sich an
to
der
all
Ostflanke,
the soldiers,
Libanon,
be
auf dem
it
Mittelmeer,
on the
im
eastern
Sudan oder derzeit
flank,
noch in Mali,
on the Mediterranean,
für Freiheit,
or
Demokratie und den Schutz
Sudan,
von Menschenrechten.
or Mali, where
Vielen Dank
they
für euren Einsatz und euren
defend human
Dienst.
rights. Thank you very much for your service.
In den letzten Jahren hat es in der Partei
Over the last years, there was a speechlessness in the party, as well as in the society, when it was
guter Weg, die
about
Sprachlosigkeit zu beenden und
security
die
policy.
Antworten zu
And this
geben, die
motion is a good opportunity to end the speechlessness and provide the answers that our soldiers and our people can expect from us. I have been working in the Bundestag and I'm proud that we can manage this change of epoch. And there are many questions. What is, how much is security worth? And how can we manage that Ukraine is not going to lose this war? We want to make purchasing more efficient in the Bundeswehr. We have to see how to mobilize people to join the Bundeswehr. And what is going to happen if the security situation worsens? How am I going to finance all this? What do we do with the result? Soldiers who have done their service abroad and don't manage to live a normal life afterwards anymore. So our motion underlines that our aim is to have 2% of spending for military. And we take our responsibility as a partner of NATO. We have in Lithuania, in Poland, Slovakia with our infantry. And thirdly, a common purchasing system. We prevent tax money getting lost. And have common rules for armaments exports are very important in order to bring Europe together in terms of foreign policy. And Germany has done a huge step to get better equipment in the Bundeswehr. They have spent 50 billion euros for new equipment, and these people in Koblenz do a very good job. Dear Johannes, can you please get to the end? And Vladimir Putin can be sure of one thing. Our will is prevailing, and we want to prevent that that regime will just prevail. So this needs our support and our answers. Thank you, Johannes. Klaus Bartels, next one, followed by Udo Bullmann. And he's already
nach dem letzten Redner erfolgt die Verkündung des Wahlergebnisses.
the penultimate to speak. Dear comrades, first of all, I'm glad that we have so much time to speak about these problems. And at the beginning it would be nice to take the yardstick and illustrate the 2% aim and what we spend for arms delivered to Ukraine and what kind of problems we have on the other side in our budget to finance simple things for society. But I want to speak about the learning processes, because people say, well, we have to see what happened with the policy vis-à-vis Russia. But what happens with other lessons that we should draw? Let's have a look at Afghanistan. Our freedom was defended there. Let's have a look at Mali. There was a fight against terrorism, and they tried to prevent migration. In one case, in Afghanistan, the Taliban are in government after 20 years of war, and now in Mali, the Wagner soldiers are there doing quite successfully. And I would say that a better preparedness for warfare of the Bundeswehr would not have been a better solution. There is no such war solution, and that there will not be a war solution in Ukraine or Palestine. And those who want to stand in solidarity with the people in Ukraine, with the victims of the destruction of the whole region, and those hundreds of thousands of death, they must ask themselves if the delivery of arms, as long as it takes, Where does this lead to, and what is our responsibility? We cannot just say, well, as long as Ukraine wants to lead that war, we deliver arms. Which government of Ukraine will want to start peace negotiations in terms of national policy? They can't do this. And as a second country that delivers arms and money, needs to also insist on negotiations and diplomacy instead of just delivering arms and prolonging this conflict. And I want to point out the motion A22, where we have to speak about the background and the causes of all these geopolitical conflicts. Those are geopolitical conflicts where it's about zones of influence, of resources, and about climate. Until now, we have a global order where the economically strong actors dominate the big corporations. If we don't change these power structures of the economy and the distribution, then we will not be able to solve conflicts, and we can spend a huge percentage for rearmament, and the Bundeswehr will not help us in those efforts. Therefore, have a critical look at this motion of A01. Keep discussing these political questions, and let's change the political and economic causes for all these wars in the world.
Vielen Dank, Klaus. Jetzt kommt Udo Bullmann ans Mikrofon und danach...
Okay, Klaus, thank you very much. And we have the last speaker after this one. Dear comrades, let's take care that we don't get lost in this discussion, because both is correct.
Das, was Klaus eben gesagt
hat, Klaus has said that there are structural geopolitical causes for crisis and conflicts.
Aber es ist auch richtig, dass
But it is also correct
Putins Krieg zum
that
Putin's
war needs to cause us to reconsider, because he has changed the world. China is not only an economic rival, it also shows increasingly its political and military ambitions. Emerging countries of yesterday are organizing, like the BRICS Plus in Johannesburg, democracies, countries that we like, Brazil, India and South Africa are working together like countries as Saudi Arabia or Iran. What does that mean for the social democracy? What are the lessons that we draw from these geopolitical changes? There must be one thing clear. Our international commitment must not be reduced. We cannot retreat from those approaches that we have created. The Progressive Alliance is an instrument that we have brought to the world. Social democratic parties, freedom parties that are not corrupt, that is an approach that we need to continue. Our involvement in the Social Democratic Party of Europe is very important to strengthen this effort.
Comrades, every individual day where the sun rises, social democratic questions will be asked again and again. And the world is not just burning where there are hot conflicts. It's burning in the young countries of Africa, where millions and millions of young people are asking what their perspective is. A perspective that cannot drown with them in the Mediterranean. The world is burning in the slums of Latin America, where injustice is unbearable. In rich countries that cannot manage to achieve justice. The world is burning in Asia, where people are working in terrible conditions to bring products onto our market. These are structural problems. We mustn't forget that. And if we don't engage with that, there will be even more hot wars and more conflicts in this world. And so, comrades, it is right that we need to fight for a decent supply chain act in Germany and in Europe. This must be implemented, that work is paid fairly and that people work in good conditions. And this is why we need to have a strong international partnership and development cooperation so that people can stand tall and go their own path in life. And that's why this money cannot be reduced. If you want to save money on development, you cannot build the fences you will need tomorrow because they won't have seen the signs. Please conclude, Udo. Yes, I will conclude. When every day millions are asking the question that has been with us for 160 years of German social democracy, then we as European social democrats have to have the strength to at least be part of the answer. Either social democracy will become European social democracy, either social democracy will be an internationalist force, or it will not have done justice to its historic mission, and that must not happen to us.
Vielen Dank, Udo. Dann darf jetzt
Thank you very much. Dietmar is our last speaker, and I'm going to use the break to welcome Hans Eicher here. Welcome to you.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
ich bin sehr stolz darauf,
I'm very, very proud
einzige Partei
that the only party
Deutschland nach dem
which in Germany, after the break of all the rules of play that we had in Europe that was destroyed by Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine, that the only party that drew consequences from that, who really spelt out what the turning point in history meant, that looked critically at ourselves, was the Social Democratic Party of Germany. And let me say that at the beginning of my remarks, because sometimes I have a feeling that we're getting away from being a peace party. We aren't, because we are looking at ourselves self-critically. We are the party that serves peace, because whenever you think you can continue with business as usual, you aren't necessarily seeing the threats facing us. So we can be proud of ourselves for this, comrades. There's another thing I want to say. If, like me, has spent a lot of time in Central and Eastern Europe, you know what the people say to us then. They say, we have not forgotten that Willy Brandt's policy of détente and Egon Bahr's policy meant that we came into the SCE process, something that the people in the Eastern Bloc could refer to. So let me say quite clearly, first and foremost, it was the courage of the people in Central and Eastern Europe, was Solidarność. But we are second after the Solidarność movement in Poland, the policy of détente. And the Ostpolitik of Willy Brandt and Egon Bahr were right. But Gerhard Schröder and Angela Merkel's policy with regard to Russia was wrong, and we have to say that as well. I've had the opportunity to speak to soldiers of the Ukrainian army released from prison as prisoners of war in Russia because they were exchanged as part of the exchange of prisoners. And if you hear what's happening there, then you know that Putin wants to ensure that the identity of Ukraine as a sovereign state is not supposed to be there anymore. And you can't deal with an aggressor of that kind the way Willy Brandt could with Leonid Brezhnev. Brezhnev was actually interested in securing the status quo because it realized that the Soviet Union was under pressure economically and militarily. And now we have somebody like Putin who wants to assert the status quo. Wants to destroy the status quo with military means. And if you compare Brezhnev with Putin, you're comparing apples and pears. To wrap up now, let me say, comrades, peace is more than the lack of war. And I would recommend everyone to read about the Just Peace written by the Protestant Church in Germany. What we're doing here is ensuring that there is a just peace after the military operations that assures territorial sovereignty of Ukraine. And we mustn't close our eyes to the threat to that.
Vielen Dank, Dietmar.
Thank you, Dietmar.
Damit ist die Aussprache zum
That brings the debate on motion A01 to an end. Before we proceed to voting,
Können wir jetzt aber erstmal ein Ergebnis des zweiten
can we have a result of the second round of voting?
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades, let me give you the results of the second round of voting of the party
Bewerberinnen und Bewerber mit den absolut höchsten
leadership. Those members have voted that have the highest number of votes. 598 votes were cast, of which 9 were invalid. So that means we have 589 valid votes.
Florian Brunn
Florian Brunnen has 305 votes. He is therefore elected.
Auf Martin Dulik.
Martin Dulik has 508 votes. He is elected.
Auf Angela Hohmann.
Angela Hohmann has 314 votes. She is voted. She is elected.
Auf Gustav Horn.
Gustav Horn has 275 votes, which means he is not elected.
Auf Bettina Martin.
Bettina Martin has 482 votes, so she is elected.
Auf Michelle Müntefering.
Michelle Müntefering has 297 votes, so she is elected.
Auf Katja Pähle.
Katja Perle has 446 votes, so she is elected.
Und auf Andreas Stoch.
And Andreas Stoch has 459 votes, so he is voted too.
Ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to ask whether anyone listed now does not accept the results of the election.
Das scheint nicht so. Dann
This does not seem to be the case, so congratulations. And I wish you all a very successful, productive term on the basis of solidarity.
Ich sage herzlichen Dank für meine
Thank you very much for the elections. Thank you for everyone who cast their vote. And now we will enter into the discussion of the motion put forward by the party leadership. Svenja will begin. Comrades, first of all, thank you very much for this very intense debate. I think it does the SPD good to talk about international policy. We did this in the run-up to the party congress at length, and we'll continue to do that here. Now, there have been various different motions for amendment. All of them reflect the debate that we've had in the run-up to the party congress. So as the motions committee, we are going to tell you how we're going to recommend you vote. Sometimes we have to say that the debate that we had in the run-up to this is really being repeated here. I mean, not that it's a bad thing. I don't want to go through your nerves too much. Line 46, the term leadership is defined in a bit more detail because many of you said you'd like to know what we mean by leadership, and so the Motions Committee has reformulated that. Line 161, Ben Schneider's question and inquiry committee at the Bundestag. Now, as a party, we cannot decide or discuss about a parliament-wide agreement. So we will refer this to the parliamentary group and ask them to have a look at that in a bit more detail. Line 190, we've set out that we would like to see a quick Armaments Control Act implementation. That was from the Motions Committee. And then Jan Dieren in 226 has talked about the 2% GDP goal. If you could look at the text in a bit more detail, that would be helpful, because it was a difficult discussion. We found a formulation that Johannes Reinert and Jan Dieren can hopefully live with that. So if you could have a look at that, we would like to stick with that. With the achievement of the 2% GDP, it becomes clear that our alliance partners can rely on Germany. That is a description, therefore, of the objective, and is not a decision about the budget that we are anticipating here. In 148 line, there's Gabriel Kunz's discussion or suggestion for Bonn to talk about the budget reductions for the development organizational bodies, and we've said we will include that change. The users wanted Stability and Growth Pact amendments. Since the Stability and Growth Pact is being negotiated on a European level, we agreed that the result of these negotiations that will come sometime today or tomorrow, that we're going to wait for that, and that we would ask for the users to have this point be involved around Europe, and then they can interject their idea again, because we simply don't know what's going to happen on an EU level. That's still to be decided in 900. Lasse said something about a debt haircut. There again, we need to have a more intense debate about, but the formulation, the way it's come from you, goes too far. We can't have a debt haircut. We have to integrate China. They have 70% of the debts here. I mean, we'd be paying China's debt, so that is a bit more complicated, and there have to be more complicated mechanisms. I would like it to be simpler, but the world is complicated, so we can't deal with that one. Then the amendment motion regarding the policy of détente. We've had a look at the text again. There's so many passages on policy of détente. We don't want to have to go through all of this again. So what we're going to suggest is that this motion for amendment not be taken on. Kostner's non-proliferation treaty for nuclear weapons. Dietmar's made it clear in his remarks that Russia threatened to use nuclear weapons. We are very grateful that Olaf, in speaking with China, has found clearer words internationally on that, which is why we would actually reject that. So I know I've just whizzed through all of the motions for amendments. I hope through open slides and what we've explained here, you've been able to follow us. And I would like to ask you for your trust to support the recommendation of the Motions Committee. Thank you.
Liebe Svenja, vielen Dank.
Thank you, Svenja. The proposal made here is to vote now on A1 in accordance with the recommendation of the Motions Committee. Anyone against us voting on that now? Is there an objection? I see a call for the floor. The Motions Committee has just suggested what their recommendation is, but in the past with the other motions, what we did is say that the motions that were not taken on by the Motions Committee are voted on again, and I would like us to vote on that. And I'm speaking on behalf of the young SPD, the users here. Okay, we were talking about procedure here. When it comes to the oral motions for amendment, what we will do is the following, and this corresponds to what Lasse has just said. We will go through the motions for amendment individually and vote on each individual one. This is the recommendation of the Motions Committee. This is why I would like to call first the motion for amendment for line 900 and following regarding the debt haircut from Lasse. Those who wish to support the motions committee's recommendation to reject it, please raise your cards.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you.
Gegenstimmen.
Votes against.
Enthaltungen.
Abstentions.
Vielen Dank. Das erste war die
Thank you. The first was the majority. That means that amendment is rejected. Now we will vote on the oral motion for amendment in line 225, 227.
Bis 27.
225 to 27, the 2% GDP, not automatic increase of armaments export. The Motions Committee suggested it be rejected. Those who wish to support the Motions Committee's suggestion that it be rejected, please show your cards.
Gegenstimmen.
Votes against.
Danke.
Thank you. Abstentions.
Das erste war
The first was the majority. Thank you very much. Hey, what's going on here? Someone says. Listen, to be honest, please let's just go through this. It's not just my assessment. There are many here up the front. The first was the majority.
Beim mündlich vorgebrachten
And now we are at the next orally presented motion for amendment after 267, proposed by Jan Schuster. No, I've got that wrong. Excuse me, just go back a minute. Line 767, setting up an independent inquiry committee. The Motions Committee suggests returning this down. Those in favor of supporting the Motions Committee's recommendation to reject this, please show your cards. Thank you. Dietmar.
Entschuldigung.
Sorry about that. There was a communication problem among us. We are going to refer this, because it is an inquiry committee, to the parliamentary group. Okay. We can. It's new to me that you can refer amendments to motions, but if the parliamentary group is prepared to discuss that, that's a good solution for the subject. Thank you for that. To the parliamentary group. That brings us to the amendment proposed after 762 line. Those in favor of supporting the proposal of the Motions Committee to reject it, please show your cards now. Thank you. Votes against.
Und noch die Enthaltungen.
On the abstentions. Okay, the first was the majority here. We now proceed to the amendment in line 128. Here again, there is the recommendation of the Motions Committee. Those in favor of supporting that, please show your cards. Thank you. Votes against. Abstentions. The first was the majority, and now in line 190, again, is about an insert. If you want to support the recommendation of the Motions Committee, please show your cards. Thank you. Votes against. And abstentions. Okay, this amendment is therefore rejected. This brings us to line 284. It's about job security with the GIZ and the FES. We suggest accepting this. Those who wish to support the Motions Committee by accepting this amendment, please show us the cards. Thank you. Votes against. No one. Abstentions. Can't see any abstentions. Thank you very much for the voting. That motion is accepted. That brings us to the orally presented motion for amendment to insert in 732. The Motions Committee recommends declining this. Those in favor, please show your cards. Those against. And abstentions.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you. The first has a majority.
Und in Zeile 940, auch hier gibt es eine Einfügung. Das Votum hier Ablehnung, wer dem Votum folgt.
The recommendation in this case was to reject the amendment. Please show voting cards. A few votes against, a few abstentions, and all right. So recommendations of the Motions Committee have been followed. Then the voting for those. Hang on. So what is next next in line?
Wir stimmen jetzt über die
Okay, we will now vote on the following: the amended version of the motion put forward by the party executive. So if you support this, raise your voting cards. Votes against.
Und wer enthält sich?
And abstentions.
Dann so angenommen. Herzlichen Dank für die
Motion has been carried. Thank you very much for the constructive debate.
Okay. So. Du bist fertig, ne?
Nee.
So that was it?
Die anderen Anträge.
Or no. There's still more motions under the heading A. A02 to A49.
Auf den Seiten 7
in the Book of Motions, page 27 to 116.
Hier gebe ich als erstes Svenja, nein, Svenja ist schon weg.
So Svenja is not among us any longer.
Die Berichterstattung für die Antrags.
So who is going to take on then presenting the report of the Motions Committee?
So, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, vielen Dank, dass wir das hier alles so.
Comrades, thank you for your disciplined participation. And I'd also like to comment on the other motions that are also very important, A2 to A49. And we've taken a closer look in our session, and the central points that describe our foreign and security policy are well resumed, so all the other motions are included basically in the main motion. And all the other points that go beyond, well, we can state that it is important to keep on discussing them.
Negativ votiert haben wir bei Forderungen zum Beispiel nach Waffenruhe in der Ukraine.
Recommendations that we cannot recommend certain points, but we would still like to encourage you to support the recommendations of the Motions Committee. So I can see no calls for the floor, so we can immediately proceed to voting. If you want to follow the recommendations of the Motions Committee, please raise your voting cards now. Thank you. Votes against. Thank you. Abstentions.
Dann bei wenigen Gegenstimmen.
So very few votes against, and motion has been carried. Thank you very much. So we have concluded our debate with respect to heading A. Thank you very much for the fruitful debate and this concentrated work.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir wollen heute Abend
Comrades, there's still a bit on our plate for this evening, but at the same time, we feel that you do not want to spend the night in this conference hall. So let's do the following.
Wir werden in den Bereich Europa einführen.
We will introduce the European chapter with our candidate for the European election, Katharina Barley. But the debate and the voting will be passed to tomorrow's session. But there's also elections that we still need to conclude this evening. For example, the Federal Arbitration Commission. And there's 3 elections, and that will challenge you because they will take place simultaneously in one go, 3 ballot papers, so brace yourselves. And we hope for this to be successful. Nevertheless, we want to cover the chapter migration tonight as well and conclude it tonight. So that's the plan as it stands.
Okay, wir fangen jetzt erst mit Europa
an. And we are first moving on to the chapter Europe. And I'm delighted that we have another speech in store of our future top candidate for the European elections, a very important election. So applause for Katharina Barley.
Ganz lieben Dank, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen.
Thank you, comrades. Well, that's now turning the procedure a bit upside down, but the presiding committee in all its wisdom knows what they're doing. So this is already our second day of debates on the state of affairs in Germany and how to approach it with responsibility. So in Europe, people are looking on us very carefully. There is a European news magazine that calls it the most German crisis. So what is German about it, and what are they referring to? Probably that a rich country, economically strong country at the heart of Europe, is limiting itself financially and the way in which we react towards the crisis surrounding us. And then the Federal Constitutional Court comes into play with its decision. So from an international perspective, it must seem absurd. It comes across as absurd. But what leaves us speechless is that the opposition leader seems to be amused by the situation. Either he is not aware of the consequences, or it's basically in his interest or in the interest of his party. And what are we basically talking about? Crisis on the one hand, saving on the other hand. And it's difficult to sum it up. And there were words being used that can do a lot of damage, because cuts in pensions, in social security provisions, in healthcare, that is, of course, doing damage in an economic sense, but also when thinking of the pandemic and countries like Greece, Spain, Italy, that were hit extremely hard by the pandemic because their healthcare system was not in place because of the many cuts. So when thinking of climate change and poverty in the world, on the one hand, we have given a lot of answers on the European arena. But the Liberals and the Conservatives, they seem to want to follow through with their slogan of saving money where the neediest are concerned. So thinking of the elections, European elections 2024, we want to build a new Europe. But unfortunately, conservative and liberal forces are not ready to cooperate because they're only having a short-term political advantage in mind, turning to the far right. So the question needs to be, have they learned anything out of history? Do they want history to repeat itself again and again? To cooperate with the far right will strengthen the right-wing extremists and radical fringes. Just need to look at Sweden. Magdalena Andersson was the clear winner of the elections. The Conservatives had barely 20%. But in order to gain power, they have entered an alliance with the far-right Swedish party, the Sweden Democrats. And now they have lost themselves, the Conservatives, but that far-right party has gained ground. So the Liberals are also working along the same lines. Just take a look at the Netherlands, the country of my husband. Mr. Wilders was ranking on number 4 in the run-up to the election. So it was basically the race was between 3 other parties. But the turning point when Wilders started the accession was really when the top candidate of the Liberals did not exclude clearly that she would not enter a coalition with his party in the case of winning elections. And so we're now seeing one-to-one what's happening when they're gaining power. Giorgia Meloni in Italy, for example, seems to be open for compromises and cooperation, but towards the inside, she is cutting down on the rights of social welfare recipients, of homosexual couples, of migrants and refugees. So now also addressing our colleagues from the conservative parties, Markus Söder, for example, standing up and saying that he is opposing right-wing populists in Germany, in Europe, well, then that is just ridiculous, because it's the same people who now are in a coalition in Bavaria, for example, with Mr. Aiwanger, but at the same time cooperating with Viktor Orban since 2010 and inviting him every single year ever since to their party congresses as their guest of honor. You know, not sitting somewhere in the back, but as their guest of honor, and not excluding them from their party family. But he had to leave the party himself. He would probably happily ever after be part of that party family. But yeah, that is the reality in Bavaria, comrades. So those who are willing to oppose the right-wing populists are not the conservatives, not the liberals, but us. We speaking clearly our mind and standing up against right-wing populists, because this shift to the far right will have tangible impacts on the lives of all of us. Just take a look at Poland. The Peace Party has implemented changes with respect to the rule of law and the constitutional court. And what does that have to do with the daily lives of people, you might ask? Well, a lot, because This clerical organization has pushed for the right to abortion for Polish women. And so far, at least 2 women have lost their lives, not because they asked for an abortion, but because the fetus in their body was ill and died, and the physicians in Poland denied them the treatment they needed because they were afraid of infringing the new legislation. And at least 2 women lost their lives in Poland. So violating the rule of law is having these tangible consequences, this impact onto the lives of people in particular. And another country that does not belong to the European Union any longer, the home of my father, Great Britain, that was led out of the Union by the right-wing populists. My dad is now 88 years old, and we were walking down memory lane. I mean, his youth, the little towns in England and in Scotland. And what we found on these holidays was shocking to see families break apart because of the Brexit. And you walk the inner cities that have died if you don't take into account the charity shops, Oxfam and what have you. So there are other organizations that don't know where to get, or companies that have a shortage of labor, and also the healthcare system, so important surgeries that cannot be performed, and emergency services that cannot be delivered. And you remember the promises by Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson that the money that will be saved from the European Union will be invested into healthcare. Well, this is what you get when you trust the right-wing populists.
Alles wird besser ohne die EU, hatten die Brexiteers damals versprochen. Und so versprechen es auch heute wieder manche.
Some people promise again the
Brexit, was auch immer.
Brexit, Hungexit, and they write it in their election manifesto. Nothing is better without the EU.
Und es ist die europäische Sozialdemokratie und die
after Brexit, everybody should have understood that. And it is the SPD that can put an end to these activities, and we have to put an end to it. We have the strength to do so. We know a lot is at stake in the next year, not less than the promise of the future of the European Union, the promise that our people can grow up in peace and security, this social democratic promise that each generation should live better than the previous generation. And if we talk about a Europe of the future, then it's exactly about this, to do everything that this is going to be true. This is our task as Social Democrats. We strive for a Europe that has a real future, to ensure that freedom, peace will have a future. We need more those things that strengthen people, more cohesion, more solidarity with the vulnerable groups, more investment in industry and jobs, more justice and respect. As Social Democrats, since the foundation of the European Union, we have been working hard so that the unity of states becomes the unity of people, a place where it's about solidarity, cohesion and respect in the society. We have fought and achieved a minimum income in Germany and Europe. It's us who have fought for co-participation in the companies, for high levels of co-participation and decent salaries. It's us who fight for equal opportunities for women and men, not only on paper, but also in terms of salaries and political participation. We represent a migration policy that is in line with our European values, where the individual right to asylum is protected.
Wie dringend wir auf die Einwanderung von Fach- und
And we know that we depend on the migration of workers. We fight for a welfare state where weaker countries help others when it's necessary. These are our objectives. All this is under more pressure than we've ever seen it before in Europe. And it's all the more important that we close our ranks, that we fight together for what is important to us. Our Europe, our social Europe, a Europe of the future. I'm very glad to do this electoral campaign together with all of you. Thank you very much. So the interpretation will now finish. Have a nice evening.
Ja, liebe Katharina, ganz augenscheinlich freuen sich noch ein paar mehr mit dir auf einen Wahlkampf für ein soziales Europa. Einen herzlichen Dank für deine Einbringungsrede. Einen herzlichen Dank auch für eure körperlich zum Ausdruck gebrachte Unterstützung. Das brauchen wir auch, wenn es nachher losgeht im neuen Jahr. Und die Debatte dazu, haben wir ja gerade eben noch mal gesagt, Aydan hat darauf hingewiesen, die wollen wir morgen anschließen, damit wir jetzt noch ein paar andere ganz wichtige Punkte vor dem Parteiabend abgehandelt bekommen. Meine Uhr hat mir gerade eben angezeigt, dass der um 20 Uhr beginnen würde. Die Vorfreude, ich höre da hinten, will ich ein bisschen bremsen, denn egal was auf dieser Eintrittskarte steht, er wird erst beginnen, wenn wir heute hier fertig sind. Also es nützt auch nichts, schon mal vorgehen zu wollen. Es wird niemandem helfen auf diesem Parteiabend, aber es wird uns allen helfen, wenn wir jetzt zügig vorankommen. Und dazu sehe ich schon unsere Helferinnen und Helfer der Mandatsprüfungskommission an den Plätzen stehend. Denn wir würden jetzt als erstes noch mal in die Wahlen zur Bundesschiedskommission einsteigen. Und dann kommt das Antragspaket zum Thema Migration. Und wenn wir die beiden Punkte miteinander heute abgeschlossen haben, dann können wir gemeinsam aufbrechen zu unserem schönen Parteiabend. Wir haben euch einen Vorschlag zu machen, was jetzt die Wahl angeht. Das sind im Grunde genommen 3 separate Stimmzettel, die jetzt auch der Reihe nach ausgeteilt werden. Aber sie werden dann, wenn wir die jeweils durchgegangen sind, gemeinsam einsammeln und die Zählkommission wird das dann auszählen. Das scheint uns die schnellste aller Varianten zu sein. Okay, ich höre gerade, die Mandatsprüfungs- und Zählkommission hat alle Stimmzettel schon auf dem Arm. Das heißt, es werden alle schon direkt ausgeteilt werden. Da müssen wir nachher noch umso wichtiger darauf achten, dass dann wirklich auf jedem Stimmzettel auch die passende Kontrollmarke klebt. Aber das werde ich euch gleich noch mal alles ganz, ganz langsam und ordentlich sagen. So, dann würde ich jetzt einfach mal bitten, dass tatsächlich mit dem Austeilen begonnen wird. Jeder muss dann von denjenigen, die jetzt stimmberechtigt sind, erstmal 3 Stimmzettel bekommen. Der Farbe nach ist das so ein wunderbar fliederfarbener Zettel, ein hellgrüner und ein blauer Stimmzettel. Und ich gehe die gleich dann mit euch durch, um klarzumachen, worum es im Einzelnen geht.
Ich zeige sie auch hoch. Ich assistiere dir.
Genau. Die Musterstimmzettel. Zeigt mal noch, wo noch Stimmzettel fehlen. Ah, das geht doch schon. Ich warte aber, bis jeder einen Stimmzettel hat. So, dann nochmal das Kartenzeichen für diejenigen, die noch keinen Stimmzettel haben. Da sind noch 2 ganz im hinteren Bereich bei den Rheinland-Pfälzern. Ich habe euch immer im Auge. Da hinten fehlen auch noch welche. Erst wenn jeder seinen Zettel hat, sonst muss ich wirklich alles 5-mal sagen. So sage ich es hoffentlich nur 3-mal. Und auch noch nicht die Kontrollmarken draufkleben, sonst haben wir sie auf dem falschen Zettel vielleicht. So, da hinten ist in der Mitte, im mittleren Block noch was. So, dann noch einmal die Frage, ob noch irgendwo ein Stimmzettel fehlt. Da kommt noch jemand. So, dann können wir jetzt, glaube ich, beginnen. Und zwar, noch nicht? Sicher ist sicher. Also, fehlt jetzt noch irgendwo ein Stimmzettel? Nein. Dann wunderbar, haben jetzt alle 3 Stimmzettel vor sich liegen. Und wir beginnen mit dem fliederfarbenen Stimmzettel. Das ist nämlich der Stimmzettel zur Wahl der Vorsitzenden des Vorsitzenden. Aidan hält ihn hoch. Wir sind nicht nur farblich perfekt abgestimmt, sondern wir machen das auch ansonsten gut abgestimmt hier. Also der fliederfarbene Stimmzettel. Das ist vorgeschlagen Thorsten Jobs. Wir wählen jetzt gemäß § 7 der Wahlordnung. Es gibt keinen Gegenkandidaten. Das heißt, ihr habt die Möglichkeit der Zustimmung, Ablehnung oder Enthaltung hinter den Namen durch ein Kreuz, welches auf den Kreisen zu vermerken ist. Na ja, gut, das wissen wir jetzt. Also der Stimmzettel ist nur gültig, das ist das Wichtigste, wenn ihr Ja, Nein oder Enthaltung angekreuzt habt und die Kontrollmarke 8 angebracht ist. Die Notausgänge befinden sich rechts und links. Also, wir müssen zurück zur Ernsthaftigkeit. Kontrollmarke 8. Bitte ein Kreuz eurer Wahl. Dann kann ich euch noch mitteilen, weil das ist ja jetzt ein bestimmter Stimmzettel, nach § 23 Absatz 4 des Organisationsstatuts ist im ersten Wahlgang gewählt, wer mehr als die Hälfte der abgegebenen gültigen Stimmen erhalten hat. Der Wahlgang ist hiermit eröffnet. Und ich bitte euch um Abgabe dieser Stimme. Wir sammeln aber nachher alle gemeinsam erst ein. Insofern schließe ich diesen Wahlgang noch nicht, sondern eröffne jetzt gleich den zweiten für den zweiten Stimmzettel. Das wäre jetzt in dem Fall der grüne Stimmzettel. Das ist die Wahl der 2 StellvertreterInnen für die Bundesschiedskommission auf. Das ist eine Listenwahl nach § 8 der Wahlordnung. Das heißt, es dürfen bei der Wahl höchstens 2 Namen angekreuzt werden. Es muss aber mindestens ein Name angekreuzt werden. Und im ersten Wahlgang bedarf es der absoluten Mehrheit. Und gültig ist überhaupt der Stimmzettel nur, wenn ihr die Kontrollmarke 9 aufklebt. Wenn keine Fragen mehr bestehen, eröffne ich auch diesen Wahlgang. Es geht. Und wenn ihr soweit seid, würde ich den dritten Wahlgang eröffnen. Das sind die 4 weiteren Mitglieder der Bundesschiedskommission. Das ist dieser blaue Stimmzettel. Blau ist heute überhaupt die Farbe. Im ersten Wahlgang bedarf es auch dort der absoluten Mehrheit. Bei der Wahl der weiteren Mitglieder dürfen höchstens 4 Namen angekreuzt werden. Es müssen aber mindestens 2 Namen angekreuzt werden. Bei der Wahl der Beisitzer ist die Quote zu beachten, wobei die Geschlechter der bereits gewählten BSK-Mitglieder anzurechnen sind. Das bedeutet, dass die BSK, also die Bundesschiedskommission, mindestens je 3 Frauen und Männer insgesamt angehören müssen. Und bitte verwendet bei diesem Stimmzettel die Kontrollmarke 10. Auch dieser Wahlgang ist eröffnet. So, und wenn ihr damit jetzt fertig seid mit dem Wählen, würde ich darum bitten, dass die Mandats- und Prüfungs- und Zählkommission anfängt mit dem Einsammeln.
Sehr schön. Ich bin mal gespannt.
Genau, haltet noch mal hoch, wo noch eingesammelt werden muss. Sehr schön. Gibt es noch ernsthafte Hinweise darauf, dass noch Stimmzettel eingesammelt werden müssen? Da hinten in Rheinland-Pfalz noch mal, ja? So, dann frage ich jetzt, sind alle Stimmzettel eingesammelt? Ich bekomme kein gegenteiliges Signal. Dann schließe ich die Wahlgänge und bitte um Auszählung. Vielen Dank. Prima. Ich glaube, die nordrhein-westfälische Delegation hat den dringenden Drang, aber vor den Parteiabend hat die Partei den Fleiß gesetzt Und den wollen wir zum Austrag bringen, jetzt im Rahmen der Antragsberatungen zum Bereich Migration, Flucht und Integration. Und auch wenn die Stimmung jetzt super gut ist, ich glaube, das ist noch ein wichtiger Punkt, den es hier zu beraten gilt für heute Abend. Und deshalb müssen wir uns jetzt noch ein bisschen disziplinieren, um auch dort an dieser Stelle zu guten Entscheidungen zu kommen. Ich rufe mithin also den Initiativantrag INI 01 auf und gleichzeitig auch die Anträge M01 bis M58. Ihr findet die auf den Seiten 451 bis 520 im Antragsbuch. Und bevor wir dann auch zu den einzelnen Wortmeldungen kommen, gibt es erst einmal noch eine Einführung für diesen Bereich. Die wird Kevin vornehmen. Ich kann vielleicht, bis er nach vorne geht, schon darauf hinweisen, dass es eine ganze Reihe von Wortmeldungen gibt. Das ist sicherlich dem Thema sehr angemessen. Was die Uhrzeit angeht, ist es ein bisschen problematisch. Und es ist sicherlich wert, dass jeder dieser Wortbeiträge gehört werden kann heute Abend, am besten noch mit der gleichen Aufmerksamkeit. Deshalb würde ich auch gleich, weil im Grunde genommen ja alle die Gelegenheit hatte, heute jetzt schon im Laufe des Tages ihre Wortmeldungen dazu abzugeben, euch um Unterstützung dahingehend bitten, dass wir auch die Rednerliste dann jetzt gleich schließen können. Und gucke mal, ob sich dazu Widerspruch regt. Das ist nicht der Fall. Und würde auch mit Blick auf die Zeit sagen, wir versuchen jetzt mal noch einige wenige mit 3 Minuten Redezeit starten zu lassen. Wenn sich das aber als problematisch erweist, dann werden wir nämlich ansonsten wirklich lange heute Abend hier sitzen. Dann würde ich jetzt schon vielleicht euer Einverständnis vorausgesetzt ankündigen, dass wir vielleicht auch noch mal runtergehen auf 2. Ich weiß, das ist kurz, aber es ist auch unfair, hinten raus dann es erst zu tun. Vielleicht schaffen wir es ja, wenn der ein oder andere jetzt schon nicht volle 3 redet, es dann dabei zu belassen. Aber es könnte dann sein, dass wir nach 3, 4 Redebeiträgen dann doch noch eine Nummer kürzer gehen müssen, damit wir auch noch einen guten Abschluss heute Abend zu diesem Thema finden können. Das einfach nur der Transparenz halber, damit auch klar ist, dass das jetzt nicht gegen irgendjemanden gerichtet ist oder wie auch immer, sondern dass das einfach jetzt einem stringenten Verfahren geschuldet ist. Das vielleicht noch mal als organisatorische Vorbemerkungen. Und jetzt geht es zu den inhaltlichen Vorbemerkungen und da hat der Kevin das Wort.
Ja, liebe Anke, vielen Dank, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen. Der letzte Punkt also für heute, ganz bestimmt auch ein wichtiger. Wie ist es zu diesem Initiativantrag heute gekommen? Ich fand das schon ganz wichtig, die Motivationslage, die wir da als Parteivorstand hatten, auch noch mal darzulegen. Die Fragen rund um Flucht, Asyl und Migration begleiten uns in der politischen Debatte seit vielen, vielen Jahren ganz intensiv und haben jetzt gerade auch noch mal im Sommer, im Spätsommer, auch rund um die Ministerpräsidentenkonferenz mit dem Bundeskanzler und die Frage der Bund-Länder-Finanzbeziehungen, der auskömmlichen Ausstattung der Kommunen und anderem mehr eine große Rolle gespielt. Und es hat eine sehr aufgeregte Diskussion, überwiegend gar nicht von Leuten hier im Raum, aber draußen in der Gesellschaft gegeben. Und uns war es wichtig, mit diesem Antrag einfach noch mal ein paar Grundsätzlichkeiten klarzuziehen, die man aus einer sozialdemokratischen Perspektive ganz unaufgeregt vortragen kann, weil es sich hier um eine komplexe, lösbare, aber eben unaufgeregt zu behandelnde Sachlage handelt. Das haben wir mit diesem Antrag versucht. Und ich möchte mich zuallererst bedanken bei all denjenigen, die sich daran beteiligt haben, bei denen, die selbst Anträge für den Bereich Migration eingereicht hatten und die in den vergangenen 2, 3 Wochen zur Verfügung standen, bei den Jusos der AG Migration und Vielfalt, bei unseren Innenpolitikerinnen und Innenpolitikern der Bundestagsfraktion, Innenministerinnen und Ministern der Bundesländer, bei der Bundes-SGK, bei Birgit Sippel aus der Gruppe im Europäischen Parlament und anderen mehr. Das sollt ihr wissen, wenn ihr diesen Initiativantrag vor euch habt. Sie alle haben daran mitgearbeitet. Schon dieses Dokument, wie es vorliegt, beschreibt einen sozialdemokratischen Konsens in dieser Diskussion. Und das ist gut und unterscheidet uns von vielen anderen, die ganze Tage auf ihren Parteitagen damit verbringen, diese Debatten zu führen. Uns war es wichtig, in diesem Antrag auch nicht nur technische Fragen der Bewerkstelligung von Asylverfahren in Deutschland zu beschreiben und Finanzströme hin zu Kommunen und wie viel Euro pro Kopf und Jahr nun ausgegeben werden soll, sondern uns war es wichtig, auch ausführlich in der Einleitung dieses Antrages uns mit unserem Blick auf unsere Einwanderungsgesellschaft in Deutschland zu befassen. Denn ihr wisst doch genauso gut wie auch alle da draußen, Flucht, und Asyldiskussionen führen spätestens seit 2015 in der deutschen Politik immer wieder dazu, dass noch schon nach wenigen Bemerkungen wir nicht mehr bei den Fragen der tagtäglichen Bewerkstelligung auf der kommunalen oder Landesebene, bei der Umsetzung in den kommunalen Behörden sind, sondern in politischen Kulturkämpfen, vorangetrieben von Leuten wie unserem früheren Innenminister Herrn Seehofer, der sich dazu hinreißen lassen hat und sicherlich vielen in seiner Partei aus der Seele sprach, dass es sich bei der Migration um die sogenannte Mutter aller Probleme handeln würde. Wir sitzen hier als eine Partei und Bewegung, die fest davon überzeugt ist, dass eine Gesellschaft, in der über 25% unserer Bevölkerung eine familiäre Einwanderungsgeschichte hat, dass eine solche Gesellschaft Migration nicht als Mutter aller Probleme, sondern als Mutter allen Miteinanders im täglichen Leben betrachten sollte. Keine familiären Beziehungen, keine kollegialen Konstrukte auf der Arbeit, keine Freundeskreise in diesem Land, ohne dass diese 25 und mehr Prozent der Menschen mit Einwanderungsgeschichte unter uns wären. Muss man auch manchem in der eigenen Koalition hin und wieder zurufen. Vor ein paar Wochen habe ich eine Meldung gesehen, da hat Herr Kubicki, ich weiß nicht, ob auf einem Kreuzfahrtschiff oder anderswo, aber auf jeden Fall hat er sich dazu hinreißen lassen, zu sagen, keine Kommune in Deutschland, keine Nachbarschaft, kein Stadtquartier sollte mehr als 25% Menschen mit Migrationshintergrund beinhalten. In einer Gesellschaft mit 27, ein bisschen Prozent Menschen, die Migrationsgeschichte haben. Ich unterstelle ihm mal das Beste und glaube, dass er niemanden rausschmeißen wollte in Deutschland, der hier auch noch mit Pass und Bleiberecht ist. Aber das deutet darauf hin, wie schnell Leute, die vielleicht nicht so tief im Detail drin sind, dafür sorgen, dass solche Debatten entgleiten. Das sollten wir nicht zulassen. Wir tragen alle Verantwortung, wenn wir über Menschen, ihre Situation, ihre Bleibeperspektiven, ihre Bedrängungen sprechen und darüber, wie wir das miteinander organisieren. Wir haben diesen Antrag also geschrieben, um das auseinanderzunehmen, was auseinanderzunehmen ist. Ein Land, was auf Einwanderung seit Jahrzehnten aufbaut, was auch Fehler dabei gemacht hat. Olaf hat heute hier an diesem Pult darüber gesprochen, aus welchen Fehlern der sogenannten Gastarbeitergeneration und unserem Umgang damit wir lernen können. Manche dieser Fehler tragen wir bis heute vor uns her, wenn wir über das Einwanderungsrecht und seine Reform heute sprechen und hochbetagte Menschen sehen, die einen Großteil ihres Lebens in Deutschland verbracht haben und jetzt in sehr hohem Alter darauf hoffen, dass sich endlich für sie doch noch mal eine Perspektive ergibt in dem Land, in dem sie ihr Leben lang gearbeitet, Steuer gezahlt, ihre Kinder und Enkelkinder in die Welt gesetzt haben, doch noch einmal die Möglichkeit zu bekommen, auch politisch gleichberechtigt mitzubestimmen, zur Wahl schreiten zu können und anderes mehr. Wer das nicht fühlt, was das für einen Menschen bedeutet, diese Perspektive vorenthalten zu bekommen, der schreibt dann vielleicht auch wirklich Leitartikel darüber, wie verräterisch es sei, dass die Sozialdemokratie erst mal 4 Seiten lang über Einwanderungspolitik in Deutschland und ihre Bedeutung spricht. Darum geht's. Das sind die Millionen Leute da draußen, die tief verunsichert sind, wenn solche unsachlichen Diskussionen geführt werden, wie sie nicht nur die Rechtsradikalen, sondern leider auch manche Konservative in unserer Gesellschaft führen. Wir kriegen die Zuschriften, nicht nur im Willy-Brandt-Haus, wir kriegen sie als Abgeordnete. Viele hier im Raum erleben es selbst, dass Menschen mit nicht weißer Hautfarbe in Sommern wie diesem, in dem die politische Debatte wieder hochkocht, angesprochen werden, angegriffen werden, als vermeintliche Stellvertreterinnen und Stellvertreter dessen, worüber da in manchen Talkshows, auf TikTok-Kanälen und anderswo politisch verhandelt wird. Auch deshalb stellen wir uns schützend vor sie, um deutlich zu machen, dass das Kind nicht mit dem Bade ausgeschüttet werden darf, wenn wir in unserer Gesellschaft über die notwendige Frage der besseren Organisation von Integrationsprozessen und der besseren Organisation von Asylverfahren und dem Umgang mit ihren Ergebnissen sprechen. Und das tun wir eben genau hier in diesem Antrag. Wir wollen mit diesem Antrag auch nicht die Ministerpräsidentenkonferenz und die Verhandlungen über Finanzströme noch mal wiederholen. Wir freuen uns darüber, auch wenn der eine sich ein bisschen mehr und der andere ein anderes Ergebnis in diesem Teilbereich erwünscht hätte. Wir freuen uns darüber, dass es zu einer Verständigung gekommen ist im Kreise der Ministerpräsidentinnen und Ministerpräsidenten mit dem Bund über die Frage der Finanzierung, dass wir jetzt wieder ein atmendes System mit einer Finanzierung pro Kopf haben, dass wir nicht den halbjährlichen Showdown haben, bei dem hier über 1 Milliarde und da über 500 Millionen Euro miteinander gerungen werden muss. Das ist gut, liebe Anke, liebe andere Ministerpräsidentinnen und Präsidenten, lieber Olaf, dass ihr das hinbekommen habt, all dem Geschrei und Getöse zum Trotz, was da manchmal so unterwegs ist. Und nun gibt es einfach noch ein paar Sachen klarzustellen und zu organisieren. Wir haben eine Situation, in der wir Zugangszahlen haben, die uns herausfordern. Nicht an jedem Ort, nicht in jeder Nachbarschaft. Nicht jeder, der in den letzten Monaten behauptet hat, alles sei ganz fürchterlich, kann tatsächlich im Alltag belegen, wo für ihn irgendwas fürchterlich geworden ist. Aber wir nehmen es ernst und es ist real, wenn uns Kommunen sagen, Wohnraumproblematiken entstehen und spitzen sich zu, wenn wir sehen, dass nach 18 Monaten spätestens die Leute aus den Gemeinschaftsunterkünften raus sein müssen und immer mehr Kommunen das Problem haben, bis dahin überhaupt einen Ort gefunden zu haben, wo dezentrale Unterbringung möglich ist. Wenn ich in meiner Erstaufnahmeeinrichtung im Wahlkreis höre, wie viele Kinder und Jugendliche nicht beschult werden, nicht in der Kita sind und anderes mehr, dann lässt uns das nicht kalt. Unsere Antwort darauf ist aber nicht, wie sie bei manch anderem der Fall ist, eine Überschrift wie eine Obergrenze in den Raum zu stellen. Eine Obergrenze ist kein Vorschlag zur Diskussion. Manchmal wird man in Interviews gefragt, wie stehen Sie zum Konzept der Obergrenze? Diese Frage ist zurückzuweisen. Es handelt sich nicht um ein Konzept dabei. Es handelt sich um eine Parole. Parolen bringen Leute vor, die keine politischen Lösungen herbeiführen wollen, sondern die einfach nur Unruhe stiften wollen, die Apokalypse predigen wollen, die andere piesacken wollen. Das trägt aber gar nichts zur Lösung bei. Wir müssen darüber sprechen, wie wir die Zahlen dort reduzieren können, wo es bessere Perspektiven in den Herkunftsländern gibt. Deswegen diskutieren wir in diesem Antrag auch das Thema der Unterstützung der Herkunftsländer der Menschen, die zu uns kommen. Wir bekennen uns klar dazu, dass Entwicklungszusammenarbeit, dass die Unterstützung der Camps, in denen Menschen in ihren Herkunftsländern und in den Fluchtregionen unterwegs sind, dass wir da unterstützen müssen. Das ist wichtig in diesen Tagen, wo über den Bundeshaushalt 24 und die Perspektiven danach gesprochen wird. Denn dieselben Leute, die morgens sagen, ihr braucht 30 Milliarden, nehmt doch bei der Svenja Schulze aus dem Etat reichlich raus. 3 Milliarden weniger tut doch keinem bei uns weh, ist doch nicht unser Geld. Das sind dieselben Leute, die uns dann abends fragen, warum denn eigentlich so viele Menschen nach Deutschland kommen und hier die Verfahren durchlaufen. Beides gehört zusammen. Es ist eine komplexe Welt und diese Komplexität, die müssen wir annehmen und mit ihr umgehen und dürfen nicht den Kopf in den Sand stecken davor. Wir haben uns auf den Weg gemacht, mit Nancy auch als unserer Innenministerin. Wir wollen das bestehende europäische Asylsystem, was an vielen Stellen nicht solidarisch, dysfunktional ist, wir wollen das ordnen. Humanität und Ordnung leiten uns. Das schreiben wir auch klar nieder in diesem Antrag. Wir wollen dafür sorgen, dass eine Reform des gemeinsamen europäischen Asylsystems die Dinge besser macht. Für die Menschen, die Schutz suchen, aber auch für die Kommunen, für die Länder, für die, die vor Ort Verantwortung tragen und denen wir dankbar dafür sind. Mit wie viel Pragmatismus, Kreativität und manchmal bis zum Rande der Erschöpfung und darüber hinausgehend sie sich um das Wohlergehen von Menschen in den vergangenen Jahren und auch in diesen Tagen und Stunden gekümmert haben. Ihnen gilt unser Dank. Sie mosern nicht rum, sie lamentieren nicht rum, sie halten keine großen Reden, sie packen einfach an und machen, während andere nur Stunk verbreiten in der politischen Diskussion, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen. Für Sie wollen wir das machen, wenn wir entlasten wollen. Und deswegen adressieren wir die Ungerechtigkeiten im europäischen System. Wir akzeptieren nicht, dass wir europäische Partnerländer haben, Griechenland beispielsweise, in denen Menschen, die nach Europa kommen, nach Schutz suchen, zwar Verfahren durchlaufen, auch einen Schutzstatus bekommen, dann aber 5 Jahre lang keinerlei, nicht mal grundsichernde Leistung vom griechischen Staat bekommen und sich, na was tun sie, weiter auf den Weg machen. Sie begeben sich auf eine Sekundärmigration innerhalb Europas mit die größten Zahlen derjenigen, die zu uns gekommen sind, kommen auf diesem Weg, sind woanders in Europa Verfahren durchlaufen, aber werden dort drangsaliert. Ihnen wird kein Wohnraum zur Verfügung gestellt, sie bekommen keine Leistung. Das ist kein solidarisches System und ich frage mich manchmal, ob sich die Leute bei CDU und CSU eigentlich daran erinnern, dass das ihr Parteifreund, Herr Mitsotakis, ist in Griechenland, der genau das macht. Wenn die finden, die Zahlen sind hier zu hoch, dann wäre es doch mal angebracht, als erstes in Athen anzurufen und die Frage zu stellen, warum man dort eigentlich tagtäglich mit solchen Regelungen die europäische Solidarität unterminiert. Das ist schäbig, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, und genau das muss aufgelöst werden. Und auch das adressieren wir in diesem Antrag. Und weil das aber nicht alles immer ganz schnell funktionieren wird, weil vieles lange dauert, weil die Abschaffung von Kettenduldung, die wir über Jahre und Jahrzehnte aufgebaut haben, weil das lange dauert, müssen wir auch diesen langen politischen Atem an den Tag legen, diese Reform wirken zu lassen und jetzt anzugehen. Einige, längst nicht alle, habe ich angesprochen, andere werden gleich in der Debatte von anderen, von Riem und von vielen Genossinnen und Genossen aufgezählt werden. Aber solange noch nicht alle diese Fragen gelöst sind, haben wir eine Verantwortung, uns zu kümmern. Beispielsweise auch darum, dass Menschen auf dieser Flucht nicht sterben. Wir wollen sichere Fluchtrouten ermöglichen. Aber solange es sie noch nicht gibt, solange sich Menschen auf den Weg machen, auch über das Mittelmeer, ist es für uns niemals eine Diskussion, dass Seenotrettung nicht nur möglich sein muss, sondern auch real stattfindet. Und wir wissen es, weil wir mit den Aktiven im Austausch sind, dass es genau einen guten Weg gibt, die zivile Seenotrettung zu beseitigen. Und das ist, dass die Europäische Union und ihre Mitgliedstaaten selber wieder Verantwortung für ihre Hoheitsaufgabe übernehmen, Menschen an ihren Grenzen vom Sterben abzuhalten, weil Italien, weil die Mittelmeeranrainerstaaten, weil die EU das seit bald 10 Jahren nicht mehr machen. Deshalb sammeln Menschen in Deutschland Spenden. Deshalb geben sie ihren Jahresurlaub drauf oder schmeißen ihren Job hin, um dort anderen zu helfen. Das sind keine Schlepperbanden. Die muss man nicht beschimpfen dafür, dass sie irgendein Problem herbeigebracht hätten, was woanders herkommt. Zu beschimpfen sind Leute wie Frau Meloni und andere, die populistische Wahlkämpfe auf dem Rücken von Menschen betreiben, die behaupten, sie würden eine Seebarriere errichten und die Zahlen auf Null senken. Und ein Jahr später stellen sie fest, die Zahlen sind verdoppelt, weil Populismus zwar auf dem eigenen Parteitag einer faschistischen Partei die Seele warm machen mag, aber am Ende des Tages kein reales Problem löst. Deswegen wird Populismus auch bei uns das Problem nicht lösen, sondern nur die Befassung mit den Details der tatsächlichen Fragen. Den wenden wir uns in diesem Antrag zu. Vieles davon konnte geeint werden in den Debatten davor. Einiges Letztes müssen wir jetzt noch gemeinsam entscheiden. Ich bin stolz darauf, dass ein solcher Prozess bei uns gemeinsam möglich ist. Und ich freue mich darüber, dass diese Diskussion, da bin ich mir gewiss, nicht das ist, was als Hauptbotschaft von unserem Parteitag bleiben wird, sondern dass unsere Botschaft ist, es ist selbstverständlich und gehört zu unserem Alltag, diese Fragen zu regeln, zu ordnen, Humanität dabei zu wahren, damit alle, die bei uns in den Kommunen und anderswo tätig sind, den Rücken frei haben und die Zeit haben, sich um all die anderen drängenden Probleme, die wir auch noch haben in unserer Gesellschaft, adäquat kümmern zu können. Ich freue mich auf diese Diskussion. Lasst sie uns anständig miteinander führen und danach einen schönen Parteitag miteinander haben. Freundschaft!
Vielen Dank, Kevin. Wir steigen jetzt auch ein, gleich an die Antragsberatung. Als erste Rednerin hat Rem Alabali Radovan das Wort. Und während sie nach oben kommt, kann ich vielleicht noch darauf hinweisen, denn Nancy hätte sicherlich auch sehr gerne mit uns diskutiert und sich mit eingebracht. Aber sie ist auf dem G7-Innenministertreffen in Japan. Und das, denke ich, weil der ein oder andere sich vielleicht jetzt gefragt hat, wo ist eigentlich Nancy, sollten wir schon auch noch mal alle miteinander wissen. Aber sie hat uns herzliche Grüße ausrichten lassen. Und wir wünschen ihr auch bei dieser wichtigen Aufgabe dort viel Erfolg. Und jetzt hat Rem das Wort. Herzlichen Dank.
Auch wenn dieses Land mir meinen kleinen Bruder genommen hat, habe ich meine Zugehörigkeit nie in Frage gestellt. Aber daran habe ich noch nie so sehr gezweifelt wie in den letzten Tagen. Das hat mir Idris Hashemi, ein Überlebender des rassistischen Anschlags von Hanau, vor wenigen Wochen gesagt. Und ich sage, wenn Jüdinnen und Juden Angst um ihre Sicherheit in Deutschland haben, wenn Musliminnen und Muslime unter Generalverdacht stehen, wenn meine Mutter mich fragt, was ist unser Plan B, nachdem ein AfDler es in meiner Heimatstadt Schwerin geschafft hat, in die Bürgermeisterstichwahl zu gehen, wenn mir täglich Menschen mit Zuwanderungsgeschichte, auch in unseren Reihen, auch heute wieder sagen, wir sitzen gedanklich aufgepackten Koffern, dann darf uns das nicht kalt lassen, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen. Das Herbeisehen des Asylkompromisses, die Kampagne gegen die Reform des Staatsangehörigkeitsrechts, die Entmenschlichung von Geflüchteten in der Debatte, der Überbietungswettbewerb von Vorschlägen zu Asylrechtsverschärfungen und Abschottung. Die 90er erleben rhetorisch und ideologisch ihr Comeback. Menschen, die teilweise in dritter Generation hier leben, wird ständig ihre Zugehörigkeit abgesprochen. Das sind 20 Millionen Menschen. Das ist jede vierte Person. Das sind wir. Wir müssen diesem Rechtsruck unserer Gesellschaft etwas entgegenstellen. Wir dürfen nicht einsteigen in den Chor, der Menschen verunsichert, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen. Wir als Sozialdemokratinnen und Sozialdemokraten haben doch ein Versprechen abgegeben. Das Versprechen von einem Leben in Sicherheit, in Würde, von Aufstieg und Bildung, von Gleichheit, Gerechtigkeit und Solidarität. Und darum ist es richtig, dass der Antrag mit dem klaren Bekenntnis beginnt: Deutschland ist ein Einwanderungsland. Wir haben in den vergangenen Monaten sehr viel mehr dafür getan, als in den 16 Jahren davor passiert ist. Wir setzen uns ein für ein modernes Staatsangehörigkeitsrecht, für Fachkräfteeinwanderung, für echte Perspektiven mit dem Chancenaufenthaltsrecht für Geduldete. Dieser Antrag zeigt, was sozialdemokratische Migrations- und Integrationspolitik bedeutet. Mit Humanität und Ordnung, mit Integration von Anfang an, mit Unterstützung der Kommunen, mit einem harten Kampf gegen Rassismus. Denken wir neu, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, denken wir die Dinge zusammen, wenn es um bezahlbaren Wohnraum geht, um gute Bildung, um gerechte Chancen auf dem Arbeitsmarkt, dann betrifft uns das alle. Wir brauchen jetzt ein neues deutsches Wir-Gefühl mit klarem Bekenntnis, ja, wir sind ein Einwanderungsland, waren das schon immer. Das ist eine Stärke, keine Schwäche, das ist keine Bedrohung, sondern eine Bereicherung. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, die Sozialdemokratie ist als Antwort auf gesellschaftliche und soziale Missstände entstanden. Lasst uns auch künftig eine Antwort auf gesellschaftliche Herausforderungen geben. Wir sind gefordert, jetzt mehr denn je. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank, Rehm. Ihr folgt jetzt Matthias Schulz und dann kommt Michelle Reismann. Und ich erinnere noch mal an die 3-Minuten-Regelung.
Ja, danke für die Erinnerung vorab. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, allein im letzten Jahr haben wir ca. 1 Million Menschen aufgenommen und die Aufnahme jedes Einzelnen war für uns alle selbstverständlich. Doch jetzt in den letzten Monaten erleben wir eine Diskursverschiebung. Wir erleben eine Debatte voll von alten Vorurteilen und neuen Angriffen auf das Recht auf Asyl. Rehm hat es schon gesagt, wir hören zu oft Scheinlösungen, wir hören zu oft den Begriff Obergrenze und Integrationsgrenze, die konzeptionslos sind und nichts im Inhalt haben. Unsere Aufgabe als SPD ist es, einen demokratischen Konsens zu finden, um Migration besser zu organisieren und die Bürgerinnen und Bürger dabei ehrlich mitzunehmen. Dafür braucht es aber zuerst einmal eine andere Rhetorik, zum Beispiel der Begriff der irregulären Migration. Nachdem die AfD diesen Begriff im Jahr 2017 zum ersten Mal geprägt hatte, hat er Eingang gefunden in die Sprache nahezu aller demokratischen Parteien. Mit diesem Begriff wird uns vorgegaukelt, dass schutzsuchende Menschen auf legalen Wegen hierher kommen können und sie nur diese illegalen Wege nutzen würden, weil sie eh nicht geschützt werden können und auch keinen Anspruch darauf haben. Das ist aber faktisch falsch. Die große Mehrheit der Geflüchteten muss auf eben diesen Wegen einreisen, denn de facto gibt es diese legalen Wege nicht. Die Menschen, die zu uns kommen, haben doch erstmal die Chance verdient, ihre Potenziale hier in dieses Land einzubringen und in die Gesellschaft. Dafür braucht es konstruktive Vorschläge, die der Antrag zum PV auch macht. Dafür schon mal vielen, vielen Dank auch für die Vorbereitung und die Übernahme einzelner Änderungen, die wir eingebracht haben aus Berlin. Wir haben auch noch weitere Änderungsvorschläge gemacht, denn der Begriff sichere Herkunftsstaaten kommt in dem Antrag nicht vor, ist aber ein relevanter Punkt, den wir gerne mit einfügen würden hier in diesem Antrag, denn auch der gaukelt vor, dass diese Länder Sicherheitsversprechen, die sie gar nicht bieten, vor allem für queere Menschen wie mich, sind Staaten wie Senegal auf jeden Fall in der Gefahr, dort leben zu müssen. Zweitens, es gibt keinen Beleg dafür, dass die Entscheidung zur Flucht davon abhängt und beeinflusst wird, ob es hier in diesem Land Geld, Gutscheine oder Bezahlkarten zum Überleben gibt. Es gibt drittens keine Belege dafür, dass ein Absenken von Sozialleistungen oder der Ausschluss bei der Gesundheitsvorsorge zu weniger flüchtenden Menschen führt. Die Menschen kommen nicht, weil sie zum Zahnarzt gehen wollen. Sie fliehen vor Krisen, Krieg und Verfolgung aus Syrien, Afghanistan oder der Türkei. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, bei der Wahl eines bestimmten Ziellandes fragen sich die Menschen doch, werde ich da gut behandelt? Ist es ein Land, das mir gewisse Möglichkeiten bietet? Die Kommunen brauchen dabei die volle Unterstützung von uns allen, damit die Menschen genau diese Chance bekommen hier in diesem Land. Bei der Sprachvermittlung, bei Bildung, Ausbildung, Weiterbildung, bei Zugang zu bezahlter Arbeit, bei der sozialen Teilhabe, beim Bau von Wohnungen und Unterkünften, bei Schul- und Kitaplätzen und bei dem Support der ehrenamtlichen Arbeit, die vor Ort geleistet wird. Und für all das muss auch die Schuldenbremse fallen. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, noch ein letzter Punkt, die Auslagerung von Asylverfahren in andere Staaten. Dabei ist die Rückkehr nach Europa nicht vorgesehen. Ein Befürworter ist derzeitiger regierender Bürgermeister von Berlin. Der hat das zuletzt bei der MPK mit seinen CDU-Kumpels vorgeschlagen. Und ich kann mich als Mitglied dieser Koalition in Berlin dafür nicht schämen, dass das vorgeschlagen wurde im Namen des Landes Berlin. Der Punkt hat mich an ein Essay erinnert von Hannah Arendt, das heißt We Refugees, und sie schreibt darin, vom Recht, Rechte zu haben. Nach Hannah Arendt ist dies wohl das einzige wirkliche Menschenrecht, was existiert. Für mich ist klar, unsere Antwort auf die Herausforderung dieser Zeit darf nicht sein, Menschen in diesem Land auf und auf diesem Kontinent ihr Recht auf Schutz zu verwehren und ihr Recht auf rechtsstaatliche Verfahren. Die Antwort muss sein, wir brauchen solidarische Migrationspolitik, die den Menschen als Mensch in den Mittelpunkt stellt. Und ich bitte euch um Zustimmung zu unseren Änderungsanträgen. Dankeschön für die Aufmerksamkeit.
Vielen Dank, Matthias. Sehr gut. Dann bitte ich jetzt Michelle Reismann und dann folgt darauf Georg Mayer und dann Birgit Sippel.
Liebe Genossinnen, ich möchte uns hier alle an den Winter 2015 erinnern. Wir haben uns in Sachsen auf den Straßen fast tagtäglich vor Menschen gestellt, die sich in Deutschland mit uns gemeinsam ein neues Leben aufbauen wollen. Menschen, die bei uns Schutz suchen. Es ist die Verantwortung des Staats, hier ankommende Menschen respektvoll zu behandeln. Als SPD ist es unsere Verantwortung, dafür zu sorgen, dass die Armen nicht gegen die noch Ärmeren ausgespielt werden, unabhängig davon, welchen Pass sie besitzen. Wir als Sozialdemokratie treten nicht nach unten. Ein gemeinsames Asylsystem in Europa funktioniert nur über eine solidarische Verteilung. Eine GEAS-Reform war deshalb überfällig. Aber trotz Jahren des Stillstands heißt machen in diesem Fall eben nicht automatisch gut machen. Dafür kann man nur die politischen Mehrheiten in Europa verantwortlich machen und hätte damit natürlich teilweise recht, macht es sich aber auch viel zu einfach. Die Partei ist nicht dafür da, Regierungshandeln nachträglich zu bestätigen, sondern eine eigene Vision zu entwickeln. Deshalb begrüßen wir im Antrag, dass wir uns klar zu sicheren Fluchtrouten bekennen und es eine Einigung zur aufschiebenden Wirkung von laufenden Verfahren gab. Um das zu komplementieren, ist es aber elementar, dass wir besonders die 3 Änderungsanträge der Jusos gemeinsam unterstützen. Und das nicht, weil die Jusos nachträglich der Regierung einen Denkzettel verpassen wollen, sondern weil wir uns als Partei entscheiden müssen, ob wir an unseren humanistischen Idealen und gelebter Solidarität festhalten oder den Abschiebefantasien von Merz, Söder und Kretschmer hinterherlaufen, ganz abgesehen von den Ideen derer, denen 2015 schon nur Geschrei eingefallen ist. Wir als SPD müssen das Menschenrecht auf Asyl konsequent schützen, statt den Rufen der rechten Kräfte zu folgen. Der GS-Vorschlag muss deshalb kritisch betrachtet werden. Wir wollen eine Reform des gemeinsamen europäischen Asylsystems, welches seiner Verantwortung nach Schutz von Geflüchteten, Humanität und der Wahrung von Menschenrechten gerecht wird. Nichts weniger darf für uns tragbar sein. Das Recht auf Asyl steht für uns nicht zur Debatte. Die europäische Grenzschutzbehörde Frontex ist nachweislich seit 4 Jahren dysfunktional, wobei das wohl eher eine Untertreibung ist. Wir sagen explizit nicht, dass es keine Institution zum Grenzschutz der EU geben soll. Aber Frontex als Behörde ist jenseits jeder strukturellen Reform. Der erste Kontaktpunkt von hier ankommenden Menschen mit einer Behörde der Europäischen Union, die sich auf Menschenrechte und Freiheit beruft, darf keine Truppe sein, die gegenüber dem Europäischen Parlament in Erklärungsnot geriet und nachweislich in die illegale Rückführung von Geflüchteten, in die Organisation und Durchführung von sogenannten Pushbacks verwickelt war. Das ist eine Schande. Frontex als Symbol und Struktur ist gescheitert und muss deshalb überholt werden. 2015 war die Botschaft dieser Partei klar. Refugees are welcome here. Ihr seid willkommen und ihr habt uns an eurer Seite. Wir müssen uns als Bewegung und als Partei weiterhin schützend vor MigrantInnen und Menschen auf der Flucht stellen, auf die Straßen und in den Parlamenten.
Vielen Dank, Michelle. Als nächstes hat Georg Mayer das Wort, Birgit Sippel und dann Fabian Kors.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich möchte einen Blick aus der Praxis auf dieses Thema werfen. Ich bin nicht nur Innenminister, sondern seit 1. Dezember jetzt auch Migrationsminister in Thüringen. Das hat etwas damit zu tun, dass Migration in Thüringen bisher nicht optimal organisiert war. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, Migrations- und Integrationspolitik kann nur gelingen, wenn sie auf Akzeptanz in der Bevölkerung stößt. Und es ist leider so, aktuell ist diese Akzeptanz teilweise, würde ich sagen, nicht mehr gegeben. Woran liegt das? Das hat natürlich etwas damit zu tun, dass rechte Propaganda stattfindet, aber es hat auch etwas damit zu tun, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, dass die Kommunen am Limit sind. Es gelingt den Kommunen kaum noch, vernünftigen Wohnraum zur Verfügung zu stellen, um Geflüchtete unterzubringen. Es sind auch die finanziellen Lasten, die dadurch für die Kommunen verbunden sind. Insbesondere, es ist ja eine Aufgabe, wenn es darum geht, Geflüchtete aus der Ukraine unterzubringen, des sogenannten übertragenen Wirkungskreises. Das müssen die Kommunen teilweise selbst finanzieren. Deshalb ist es gut, dass die MPK jetzt das sogenannte atmende System beschlossen hat, um die Kommunen an dieser Stelle zu entlasten. Aber auch die Länder sind momentan sehr stark belastet. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, unsere Erstaufnahmeeinrichtungen sind voll. Wir suchen händeringend nach Unterkünften. Und wir schaffen es gerade nicht, das muss ich leider so sagen, dass wir die Menschen, die Geflüchteten, so unterbringen, wie es notwendig wäre, nämlich menschenwürdig. Gleichzeitig sterben sehr viele Menschen im Mittelmeer. Wir haben das eben gehört. Geflüchtete begeben sich in die Hände verbrecherischer Schleuserbanden. Man muss bis zu 10.000 € bezahlen, um einen Platz auf einem Schlauchboot zu bekommen, das gegebenenfalls den Tod bedeuten kann. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir müssen diese Form der Kriminalität, das ist organisierte Kriminalität, bekämpfen, mit Macht bekämpfen. Deshalb brauchen wir auch Frontex. Und damit sage ich nicht, dass Frontex, so wie Frontex bisher aufgestellt ist, in Ordnung ist. Das Gegenteil ist der Fall. Wir müssen dafür sorgen, dass Frontex zu 100% rechtsstaatlich agiert. Und liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, versteht mich nicht falsch, ich rede hier nicht einer repressiven Abschottung das Wort. Wir brauchen natürlich Einwanderung, wir brauchen geordnete Einwanderung und auch Asylverfahren. Was ist noch zu tun, um die Akzeptanz zu erhöhen? Wir müssen es schaffen, die Geflüchteten so schnell wie möglich in Arbeit zu bringen. Dann wird das gelingen. Ich danke euch.
Danke, Georg. Birgit, Fabian und dann folgt Susi Mebeck.
Vielen Dank, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen. Eine Frage ganz vorweg. Gibt es tatsächlich zu viele geflüchtete Menschen in Europa? Und den einen oder anderen mag es überraschen, aber meine Antwort ist ganz klar nein. Es gibt nämlich in Europa keine Migrationskrise, Genossinnen und Genossen. Es gibt eine Krise mangelhafter Verantwortung, mangelhaften Demokratieverständnisses und zu viele Regierungen, die ihre Verantwortung nicht bereit sind zu übernehmen. Und deshalb, Genossinnen und Genossen, für die, die es nicht wissen, ich verhandle als Europaabgeordnete das neue europäische Asylpaket. Und wenn ich an die Mitgliedstaaten denke, für die all das zutrifft, was ich gerade gesagt habe, dann kann ich euch sagen, das ist kein Spaß. Und ich möchte schon jetzt all denen danken, die sich mit dem Thema auseinandersetzen und schon in den letzten Wochen ihre Unterstützung deutlich gemacht haben. Genossinnen und Genossen, Olaf hat heute Morgen sehr klar das individuelle Recht auf Asyl deutlich gemacht. Und im INI 01 sowie in weiteren Anträgen beschreiben wir, was es dafür braucht. Wir brauchen ein Verbot von Pushbacks mit klaren Kontrollen, gesicherten Zugang zu Beratung und rechtlicher Vertretung, den Schutz von Kindern, die nicht in Haft und nicht in Grenzverfahren gehören. Seenotrettung darf nicht kriminalisiert werden. Und Genossinnen und Genossen, es darf nicht sein, dass ein Asylantrag ohne individuelle Prüfung einfach abgelehnt werden kann. Doch wie bereits angedeutet, es gibt zu viele Akteure in Europa, die das Asylrecht massiv aushöhlen, rechtsstaatliche Grundsätze nicht anwenden wollen. Und leider fehlt uns manchmal auch die Kommission, die als Hüterin der Verträge genau da eingreifen sollte. Da weht uns ein rauer Wind entgegen. Und auch deshalb bin ich dankbar für diesen INI 01 und andere, denn sie sind eine klare Unterstützung für alle, die das Asylrecht in Europa ganz konkret verteidigen wollen. Es gibt natürlich weitere wichtige Punkte, die Arbeitsmigration, die Situation der Kommunen, darauf kann ich wegen der Zeit gar nicht weiter eingehen. Aber ich will einen Punkt noch einmal an dieser Stelle ganz deutlich hervorheben. Rechtsextremisten und Faschisten stellen sich mit entmenschlichten Begriffen, die allzu oft auch von Mitgliedern mancher demokratischer Parteien übernommen werden, nicht nur gegen geflüchtete Menschen. Sie zeigen an diesem Beispiel, was ihre Strategie ist. Angst erzeugen, Hass säen, ablenken davon, dass sie keine Lösungen für das Leben der Menschen haben, nicht für geflüchtete Menschen und nicht für alle anderen. Und deshalb ist unsere klare Botschaft: Hass und Hetze spaltet und nutzt nur sehr wenigen. Wir wollen gemeinsam unser Europa mit Respekt für die vielen gestalten. Darum geht es beim Asylrecht und weit darüber hinaus. Und dafür, Genossinnen und Genossen, lohnt es sich zu kämpfen. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank, Birgit. Als nächstes hat Fabian Kors das Wort, Susi Möbeck und dann folgt Stefan Weil.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen, auch wir als Jusos danken für die grundlegend guten Einigungen in diesem Antrag. Und das ist ja nicht unbedingt selbstverständlich bei diesem Thema. Und dennoch braucht es aus unserer Sicht dringend noch einige Änderungen. Die EU-Grenzagentur Frontex steht stellvertretend für vieles, was falsch läuft in der EU. Angefangen bei der Diskussion, ob nicht lieber Private statt Beamten die Grenzen sichern sollten, bis hin zu nachgewiesener Beteiligung an völkerrechtswidrigen Pushbacks. Frontex produziert seit Jahren vor allem Skandale und liefert Futter für rechte Narrative. Und ja, als Reaktion darauf gab es auch einzelne Reformschritte. Dennoch bleibt weiterhin die politische Haltung falsch, aus der heraus Frontex geschaffen wurde. Für uns muss klar sein: Menschenrechtsverstöße, Pushbacks und gewaltsame Übergriffe sind eine eklatante Verletzung des Völkerrechts und müssen konsequent geahndet werden. Statt militarisierter Außengrenzen braucht die EU eine wirksame Strategie, um Fluchtursachen zu bekämpfen, außerdem legale Fluchtwege und gute Perspektiven für die Menschen, die zu uns kommen. Und ganz im Ernst, liebe Genossinnen, was war da eigentlich los in den letzten Wochen und Monaten? Was wurde da plötzlich sagbar in der Debatte? Und zwar eben nicht nur von Rechten, sondern teilweise auch von Stimmen aus unserer eigenen Partei. Gruselig, zum Teil schauerlich. Und dann kommen immer die Stimmen der scheinbar so Besonnenen, übrigens meistens Männer, zum Vorschein, die alle Meinungen im Diskurs für zu extrem halten und sich mehr Maß und Mitte wünschen und nach pragmatischen Lösungen suchen wollen. Aber wenn sogar der Papst sagt, es müssen Einwanderungsmöglichkeiten geschaffen werden, wenn er vor Abschottung warnt und Migration eine Gegebenheit unserer Zeit nennt, ist das dann extrem? Und wenn ein Ruf nach so grundlegender Menschlichkeit eine Randerscheinung ist, wo stehen dann eigentlich alle anderen in dieser Debatte? Liebe Genossinnen, wir sind die Partei des Internationalismus, die Partei der Solidarität und der Gerechtigkeit. Also scheuen wir uns auch nicht, die Politik der Mauern und Zäune und geschlossenen Tore aus vollem Herzen abzulehnen. Wir stehen für eine offene Gesellschaft der offenen Tore, in der sich Menschen frei und selbstbestimmt bewegen können und in der alle ihren Platz finden. Deutschland ist und bleibt ein Einwanderungsland und Europa eine Einwanderungsunion. Und lasst mich zum Schluss trotz alledem sagen, liebe Genossinnen, natürlich braucht es auch weiterhin Beamte, die an der Grenze selbst oder in ihrer Nähe ihren Dienst tun. Die entsprechende Organisation, die dafür steht, darf aber nicht mehr Frontex sein. Frontex als Symbol und als Struktur ist gescheitert und muss abgeschafft werden. Freundschaft und herzlichen Dank.
Vielen Dank. Als nächstes hat Susi das Wort. Ja, Susi, du bist schon da. Stefan Weil und dann Sarah Mohamed.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, in der Tat, wir erleben in den letzten Monaten einen schwer vergifteten Diskurs, in dem vor dem Hintergrund der tatsächlichen Belastungen und zum Teil auch Überlastungen von Kommunen, von rechts gegen Geflüchtete gehetzt wird und so getan wird, als würden in Deutschland viele Probleme dann gelöst, wenn wir tatsächlich deutlich weniger Flüchtlinge hätten hier. Und ich bin vor dem Hintergrund dieses Diskurses stolz und dankbar, dass unsere SPD gerade mit dem hier vorliegenden Initiativantrag in dieses Horn nicht bläst und sich auf diesen verkürzten und hetzerischen Diskurs nicht einlässt. Darüber bin ich sehr froh, da bin ich sehr dankbar und allen denen dankbar, die daran im Vorfeld in diesem Parteitag mitgewirkt haben. Genossinnen und Genossen, in dem Antrag wird deutlich, Migration ist ein Zukunftsthema, ist auch ein Thema, was wir nicht verkürzen können, nur auf die Frage der Asylmigration, sondern es geht darum, wie wir unsere ja jetzt schon vielfältige Gesellschaft erfolgreich gestalten, wie wir Integration organisieren, wie wir unser Zusammenleben auch besser organisieren. Es geht darum, wie wir insbesondere diejenigen, die in ganz besonderer Weise gefordert sind, nämlich die Kommunen, dabei unterstützen, finanziell, strukturell, wie wir sie entlasten. All das ist total wichtig und wir müssen eben auch darüber reden, wie wir die gefährliche Fluchtmigration reduzieren, wie wir einen europäischen Ansatz dazu finden, vor allem natürlich, wie wir Fluchtursachen reduzieren, aber auch, wie wir legale Fluchtwege schaffen, wie wir Resettlement besser organisieren, Aufnahmeprogramme organisieren, um eben die gefährliche, die menschenfeindlichen Wege der Fluchtmigration zu reduzieren. Das ist unsere Perspektive als Sozialdemokratinnen und Sozialdemokraten. Und wir wollen auch darüber reden, wie wir legale Zuwanderungswege schaffen, die wiederum den Druck auf Fluchtmigration nehmen. Das Beispiel der Westbalkanregelung ist hier ein gutes. Es geht auch darum, wie wir für Geflüchtete schnelle und gute Integrationsmöglichkeiten eröffnen. Das ist angesprochen worden, wie wir Arbeitsverbote abschaffen, wie wir dafür sorgen, dass Geflüchtete schnellstmöglich Bildung, Ausbildung, Sprache und dann eben auf dem Arbeitsmarkt ankommen und damit Integration organisieren. Es geht aber vor allem auch darum, wie wir unser Land so weltoffen gestalten und so attraktiv machen, dass Menschen zu uns kommen, die wir brauchen, viel mehr Menschen zu uns kommen, die wir brauchen, die hier als Fachkräfte und Arbeitskräfte zur Verfügung stehen, damit Deutschland eine Zukunft hat. Und diese Themen, die gehören zusammen, und das ist in diesem Initiativantrag gut gelöst, wie ich finde. Genossinnen und Genossen, ich bin dankbar dafür, für diesen Ansatz, aber was ich mir wünsche, ist, dass wir künftig noch viel stärker, auch in der Öffentlichkeit, denen entgegentreten, die behaupten, Grenzschließungen und Abschiebungen würden die Probleme in Deutschland lösen. Kein einziger Kita-Platz, kein einziger Lehrer, kein einziges Wartezimmer wird geleert. All das funktioniert nicht nur deshalb, weil wir uns von Geflüchteten abschotten. Genossinnen und Genossen, wir wollen eine sachliche Debatte und wir wollen vor allem auch öffentlich, offensiv diese Debatte führen. Lasst uns das auch gegenseitig versprechen, denn es gibt in der Gesellschaft genügend Menschen, die mit uns gemeinsam verbündet sind in der Zivilgesellschaft, die mit uns gemeinsam diesen Weg gehen wollen. Lasst uns davon nicht bange machen, dass Union und rechtsextreme Kräfte immer besonders laut an dieser Stelle hetzen. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank. Als nächster bitte Stefan Wall, dann Sarah Mohamed und dann Sebastian Hartmann.
Liebe Genossinnen, liebe Genossen, mir ist sehr bewusst, dass man zu dem Thema Migration und Zuwanderung einen sehr unterschiedlichen Blickwinkel haben kann. Deswegen kann ich auch manche gut verstehen, die sagen, so richtig glücklich sind sie mit dem Antrag nicht, wie er vorliegt. Das ist bei mir auch der Fall, aber vielleicht aus anderen Gründen. Ich vergleiche mal die Situation, in der wir jetzt sind, mit der Situation 2015, 2016. Und da kann ich verstehen, warum reihenweise bei uns im Land Bürgermeisterinnen und Bürgermeister mir erzählen, dass es richtig, richtig schwer ist für Sie und dass Sie richtig Unterkünfte durchkämpfen müssen und dass Sie, wenn das so weiterginge, irgendwann am Ende Ihrer Möglichkeiten wären. Und das sind Leute, die kenne ich lange, die nehme ich ernst und erzählen auch kein dummes Zeug. Das ist einfach auch Ausdruck dessen, was in den letzten Jahren passiert ist. In den letzten 8 Jahren, also seit 2015, haben wir in Deutschland mehr als 2,5 Millionen Menschen aufgenommen. 2,5 Millionen Menschen, das ist eine ziemlich große Zahl. In der gleichen Zeit hat sich was auf dem Wohnungsmarkt geändert. Wir hatten 2015 entspannte Wohnungsmärkte, jetzt haben wir angespannte Wohnungsmärkte. Das ist ganz wichtig für den weiteren Umgang. Und wir sehen sehr deutlich, dass die Aufnahmebereitschaft in unserer Gesellschaft eine andere ist als vor 8 Jahren. Wir führen als Land bei uns auch jetzt gerade wirklich einen hartnäckigen Einsatz für Zwischenunterkünfte. Ein paar Tausend davon brauchen wir. Und ich kann euch sagen, überall, wo wir aufschlagen mit unseren Plänen, schlägt uns wirklich großer Protest entgegen. Und deswegen müssen wir ernst nehmen eine Perspektive, die, wie ich finde, hier noch nicht ausreichend wirklich diskutiert worden ist. Nämlich, ist es nicht so, dass der Aufstieg der AfD in den letzten 2 Jahren durchaus damit in einem Zusammenhang steht? Alle Umfragen, die ich kenne, bejahen das. Und zwar nicht deswegen, weil Leute den Eindruck haben, uns interessiert das alles nicht. Die gleichen Umfragen zeigen, Leute sind nach wie vor bereit, beispielsweise Kriegsflüchtlingen Schutz anzubieten. Aber sie legen Wert darauf, dass Regeln eingehalten werden, und sie legen Wert darauf, dass die Zuwanderung insgesamt unter der Kontrolle unseres Staates ist. Und das ist meines Erachtens der entscheidende Punkt. Wir sagen, und zwar sagen wir es zum Glück inzwischen in Deutschland als Bund und Länder, wir sagen, wer schutzberechtigt ist, der wird auch in Zukunft in Deutschland Schutz erhalten. Liebe Genossinnen, liebe Genossen. Und diese Aussage ist keine Kleinigkeit. Sie betrifft etwa 60 bis 70% aller derjenigen, die zu uns kommen. Aber bei den anderen, nach Durchführung von rechtsstaatlichen Verfahren, wird festgestellt, nein, da gibt es tatsächlich kein Schutzrecht. Das heißt nicht, dass überall dort Abschiebungen stattfinden, wie wir genau wissen. Da gibt es vieles, was dabei immer noch danach zu prüfen ist. Aber was wir nicht aufgeben dürfen, ist der Anspruch zu sagen, wer in Deutschland kein Schutzrecht hat, wer nach unseren Regeln kein Aufnahmerecht finden soll, der wird auch nicht bei uns bleiben können. Das, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ist wirklich eine Erwartung, die meines Erachtens zu Recht ganz, ganz viele Bürgerinnen und Bürger in unserem Staat haben. Und wenn ihr euch in Europa umschaut, rings um uns herum, dann können wir sagen, dass wir auf dieser Linie wahrscheinlich die zuwanderungsfreundlichste und auch humanitärste Regelung finden. Aber dass wir in einem europäischen Konzert sein müssen, das wird ein Land, das sich im Zentrum Europas befindet, niemals aufgeben dürfen. Alle anderen Länder freuen sich derzeit darüber, dass sie von sich behaupten können, sie hätten es in dieser Hinsicht leichter. Ich gebe zu, an einer Stelle hat es bis jetzt eine entscheidende Lücke gegeben. Und diese Lücke war folgende. Wenn ihr euch engagiert gegen Zuwanderung, die nicht unseren Regeln entspricht, wie könnt ihr das vertreten, wenn es keine legale Zuwanderungsmöglichkeit gibt? Diese Frage war völlig berechtigt. Aber, Genossinnen und Genossen, genau das ist es, was wir jetzt als Sozialdemokraten durchsetzen, nämlich eine legale Alternative, eine legale Zuwanderung anhand der Regeln, die wir setzen. Und das ist der richtige Weg, um unsere Demokratie zu schützen und unsere Humanität zu bewahren. Herzlichen Dank.
Als nächstes hat Sarah Mohamed das Wort, Sebastian Hartmann folgt und dann Lena Odell.
Liebe Genossinnen, vor über 3 Jahren brannte das Lager Moria. Die Insassen hatten das Lager aus Verzweiflung, zugespitzt durch die Angst vor Corona, angezündet. In einem Lager, das ursprünglich für 2.800 Menschen konzipiert war, waren zeitweise 20.000 Menschen interniert. Moria galt als Symbol für das Elend an den EU-Außengrenzen und als Symbol für eine menschenfeindliche Politik der Europäischen Union. Als wir damals sahen, wie das Lager brannte, wie Menschen, Familien mit Kindern verzweifelt vor den Flammen flohen und auf der anderen Seite griechische Sicherheitsbehörden ihnen den Weg versperrten, damit sie nicht in die Stadt fliehen können, da waren wir uns doch als SozialdemokratInnen einig. Es muss Schluss sein. Schluss sein mit den Elendslagern und der Gewalt an unseren europäischen Außengrenzen. Und jetzt wollen wir uns hinter eine Reform des gemeinsamen europäischen Asylsystems GEAS stellen, die für mehr Leid, mehr Lager, mehr Gewalt an unseren Grenzen führt. Verpflichtende Asylverfahren mit beschleunigten Zurückweisungsverfahren an den Außengrenzen, wie es die GEAS-Reform vorsieht, untergraben das individuelle Recht auf Asyl und führen zu Lagern an den Grenzen, wo Geflüchtete ausharren müssen. Zu Demokratie und Politik gehören Kompromisse. Aber es muss dabei auch immer rote Linien geben. Das ist ein Kompromiss, den wir als SozialdemokratInnen nicht schließen können. Ein Kompromiss, der so viel Leid für Schutzsuchende bringt, der Menschenrechte verletzt und der weiter die Festung Europas manifestiert, dem können wir nicht zustimmen, liebe Genossinnen. Der Antrag sagt ja selber, dass Kinder und andere vulnerable Gruppen diese Grenzverfahren nicht durchlaufen sollen, weil wir eben wissen, dass es grausam und unmenschlich ist. Aber deswegen dürfen wir sie auch nicht anderen Schutzsuchenden zumuten, denn es sind Schutzsuchende und keine Verbrecher. Ich will ehrlich sagen, wie teilweise leichtfertig SozialdemokratInnen eine Schärfe gegenüber Schutzsuchenden, gegenüber MigrantInnen und Menschen mit Migrationsgeschichte an den Tag legen, das schockiert mich und das verletzt mich. Wenn man darüber spricht, dass man Menschen im großen Stil abschieben will, dann will ich dazu sagen, Menschen, die man im großen Stil abschieben will oder die so aussehen wie Menschen, die im großen Stil abschieben will, das sind Menschen, die sind Teil dieser Gesellschaft und die sind auch Teil dieser Partei. Wir sind Menschen, wir sind Individuen mit unterschiedlichen Wünschen und Vorstellungen. Und wir sind nicht nur dafür da, den Wohlstand dieses Landes zu generieren und zur Befriedigung die Nationalhymne zu trällern. Wir engagieren uns hier im Ortsverein, machen Wahlkampf. Auch wir brennen für die Sozialdemokratie und geben so viel für diese Partei. Liebe Genossinnen, ich bitte euch, bei den Änderungsanträgen gegen das Votum der Antragskommission zuzustimmen, damit wir uns gegen GEAS positionieren. Lasst uns heute schon ein starkes Zeichen Richtung Europa senden. Lasst uns deutlich machen, für was ein Europa wir stehen. Für ein offenes Europa, für ein Europa der Solidarität. Es darf keine leere Phrase sein. Lasst es uns mit Leben füllen. Hoch die internationale Solidarität.
Vielen Dank, Sarah. Dann bitte jetzt Sebastian Hartmann.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich glaube, dass diese Debatte unserer Partei gut zu Gesicht steht. Ich glaube, dass wir stolz darauf sein können, wie wir um die beste Lösung ringen. Aber zur Wahrheit gehört auch, Genossinnen und Genossen, wenn wir daran denken, wo wir uns als Sozialdemokratie schon positioniert haben, wir waren in diesem Land schon mal weiter. Wir waren weiter in einer öffentlichen Zustimmung zu unserer Politik, zu Lösungen, die wir gefunden haben. Und auch das, was Rechte in Umfragen haben, zeigt uns, wir sind dabei, einen Rückschritt zu erleben. Und deswegen sage ich, dass diese Debatte nicht im luftleeren Raum stattfindet, sondern wir müssen um neue Mehrheiten dafür ringen, was wir politisch wollen. Und ich bin als Nordrhein-Westfale stolz darauf, dass es ein Ministerpräsident Johannes Rau war, der als Bundespräsident mal eine sehr, sehr grundlegende Rede gehalten hat, schon vor über 23 Jahren, als er sagte, zur Einwanderungsgesellschaft ohne Angst und Träumereien. Und das ist, glaube ich, eine sehr, sehr gute Linie, wenn wir über Humanität und Ordnung sprechen, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen. Und ich werbe dafür, diesen Initiativantrag so zu beschließen und auch das Votum der Antragskommission zu achten. Ja, Genossinnen und Genossen, wir sind aufeinander zugegangen. Aber ich glaube, das ist kein schlechter Kompromiss. Denn wir organisieren hier etwas, was beides zusammengehört. Wir müssen eine Realität anerkennen, dass wir vor einer sehr, sehr großen Herausforderung stehen, und diese hat nicht in diesem Jahr begonnen. Wenn wir 2015, 2016 betrachten, einen Ukraine-Krieg und dann darüber hinaus noch Zahlen von 360.000 und 400.000 Menschen, die in diesem Jahr alleine Asyl beantragt haben, dann wissen wir, dass es Kommunen sind, die diese Last stemmen müssen, die aber gemeinsam es auch wollen. Und wir müssen sie in die Lage versetzen, es auch zu können. Und darum ist es richtig, dass alle Kommunen von Bund und Ländern von den Kosten freigestellt werden, damit diese Aufgaben erfüllt werden, Genossinnen und Genossen. Aber Geld alleine löst es nicht. Geld alleine wird es nicht lösen. Und für diejenigen im Raum, die sagen, man muss nur mehr Geld geben, die dürfen nicht hinwegtäuschen darüber, dass ein Asylsystem auch entscheidet zwischen schutzberechtigt und nicht schutzberechtigt, Genossinnen und Genossen. Und hier müssen wir uns nicht verstecken. Wir haben gute Ergebnisse erzielt. Und deswegen will ich in aller Klarheit sagen, die Alternative zu GEAS ist viel schlechter, nämlich keine Einigung auf europäischer Ebene. Und das können wir nicht hinnehmen, nachdem das Dublin-System 2015, 2016 gescheitert ist. Ich bin stolz auf eine Bundesregierung, die es geschafft hat, endlich auch die Regierung dazu bringen, Solidarität in Europa. Alle haben Menschen aufzunehmen. Und dann sind 2 Millionen Geflüchtete bei 448 Millionen Europäerinnen und Europäer nicht so viel, sondern jedes Jahr machbar, Genossinnen und Genossen. Und lasst uns nicht verstecken. Wir haben ein Chancenaufenthaltsrecht geschaffen. Wir werden jetzt das Staatsangehörigkeitsrecht auf den Weg bringen, eine Fachkräfteeinwanderung, eine Arbeitskräftemigration. Wir geben Milliarden für Integrations- und Sprachkurse aus. Und dennoch müssen wir es schaffen, klarzumachen, für diejenigen, die in Zweifel sind: In diesem System wird es auch Menschen geben, die am Ende nicht schutzberechtigt sind. Für die haben wir legale Fluchtwege geschaffen. Wir haben nicht Fluchtwege geschaffen für Arbeitskräfte und Fachkräfte, sondern wir haben Fachkräfte- und Arbeitskräftemigration ermöglicht, Genossinnen und Genossen, damit niemand sich auf diesen gefährlichen Weg machen muss. Und das gehört zur Humanität und Ordnung auch dazu, Genossinnen und Genossen. Eine Sache kann ich in Europa überhaupt nicht nachvollziehen: Dass in diesen Tagen, und das steht in unserem Änderungsantrag auch drin, dass in diesen Tagen Milliarden für Ungarn freigegeben werden. Ich finde die Idee, die in diesem Antrag drinsteht, einen europäischen Fonds zu schaffen. Jeder Staat in Europa, der Geflüchtete aufnimmt, muss europäisch finanziert werden. Und diejenigen, die nicht aufnehmen, die müssen dafür bezahlen, aber keine Milliarden für Orban, Genossinnen und Genossen. Und darum werbe ich sehr dafür, ohne Angst und Träumereien diese Realität anzuerkennen, den Änderungsantrag anzunehmen. Es ist ein guter Kompromiss, und der steht uns gut zu Gesicht. Glück auf!
Ja, als nächstes hat Lena Odell das Wort, dann Mike Luhmann und dann folgt Irena Rudolph-Kokott. Und ich versuche immer noch dezent auf die Redezeit hinzuweisen, liebe Lena, damit das fair bleibt. Da machen wir noch die 3 Minuten und danach müssen wir, glaube ich, so langsam auf die 2 Minuten zusteuern, weil wir landen nicht immer bei den 3, sondern halt bei den 4. Für dich bleiben jetzt erstmal noch die 3.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, in München haben wir über 40% Menschen mit einer Migrationsgeschichte mittlerweile. Und ich sage euch ehrlich, wenn wir die Forderung einhalten sollten von Kubicki, die Kevin gerade zitiert hat, dann könnten wir München zusperren. Wir sind ein Einwanderungsland, wir als München sind eine Einwanderungsstadt, eine bunte Stadt. Wir leben genau davon, dass wir so bunt sind und dass wir Menschen von überall her haben, dass wir auch Menschen haben, die zu uns kommen und die Jobs machen, die dringend gemacht werden müssen. Und ich glaube, die einzige Aufgabe, die sich uns doch wirklich stellt und über die wir heute diskutieren und zu der auch ganz, ganz viel richtig Gutes in diesem Initiativantrag steht, ist die Einwanderung menschlich zu machen. Menschlichkeit für die Menschen, die zu uns kommen, egal aus welchem Grund sie zu uns kommen. Deswegen möchte ich euch 2 Änderungsanträge vorschlagen und würde mich sehr um eure Unterstützung freuen. Erstens, ich bin ein selbsternannter Sprachnerd und weiß, dass Sprache einfach ganz, ganz viel ausmacht, Formulierungen ganz, ganz viel aufmachen. Und wir haben in dem Satz, wo es um besonders schutzwürdige Personen geht, haben wir den Satz, dass diese Programme dazu führen, dass wir genau wissen, wer kommt. Dieser Satz ist, glaube ich, an der Stelle gar nicht so gemeint, wie er rüberkommt. Aber ich würde euch bitten, dass wir diesen Satz an der Stelle einfach streichen, damit der nicht falsch zitiert werden kann. Das wäre also die Streichung des Satzes führen dazu, dass wir genau wissen, wer kommt, und dann noch das Sie, weil dann ergibt es im Zusammenhang wieder Sinn. Wir reden hier von Schutzwürdigkeit von Menschen, von nichts anderem. Der zweite Änderungsantrag, den ich euch vorschlage, da geht es um das Thema Arbeitsmarkt und Deutschkurse. Da würde ich gerne das Thema Wohnen noch ergänzen. Wir haben kommunal, das ist angesprochen worden, massive Probleme, auch wir in München. Ich bin dort kommunalpolitisch aktiv. Wir haben ganz große Themen, wenn es darum geht, wie lange Menschen in Erstaufnahmeeinrichtungen sind und wo sie denn dann hin sollen. Aber natürlich haben wir auch das Problem der überfüllten Einrichtungen. Wir haben aber immer wieder Fälle, wo Menschen privat unterkommen könnten, es aber nicht dürfen. Daher die Bitte, dass wir den Änderungsantrag annehmen. Die Ergänzung wäre, der dritte Baustein zur früheren und besseren Integration ist selbstständiges, selbstbestimmtes Leben und Wohnen. Wir wollen daher, dass die Menschen baldmöglichst aus Erstaufnahmeeinrichtungen ausziehen dürfen. Insbesondere, und das ist der wichtige Teil, wer anderweitig privat unterkommen kann, darf nicht weiter in einer Unterkunft wohnen müssen. Es gibt noch eine entsprechende Änderung dann in der Überschrift. Ich bitte euch um Unterstützung. Ganz, ganz herzlichen Dank und Freundschaft.
Vielen Dank, Lena. Dann folgt jetzt Mike Luhmann und dann Irena Rudolph-Kokott. Mike, schaffen wir das in 2 Minuten?
Ja, sicher.
Auf geht's.
Ja, sicher. Ja, sicher. Liebe Genossinnen, liebe Genossen, ich bin als Unterbezirksvorsitzender eines Unterbezirks aus dem Ruhrgebiet sehr dankbar, dass der Parteivorstand diesen Antrag initiiert und auf den Weg gebracht hat. Warum? Erstens, weil wir Sprachfähigkeit herstellen. Und das ist in dieser Situation als Sozialdemokratie unglaublich wichtig. Zweitens, dieser Antrag ist der beste Beleg für eine sozialdemokratische Herangehensweise, wie wir das heute diskutieren, wie wir das im Vorfeld diskutiert haben. Und dafür auch noch mal vielen Dank. Denn es macht doch gerade das Politik und Demokratie aus, dass wir darüber sprechen, welche unterschiedlichen Interessen gibt es, welche unterschiedlichen Wünsche gibt es, und das dann am Ende zu einem guten Ergebnis, zu einem guten Kompromiss für die Menschen zu führen. Das ist unsere Aufgabe als Sozialdemokratinnen und Sozialdemokraten. Ich denke, das ist gelungen, weil dieser Antrag wirklich inhaltlich gut ist. Es werden Dinge klargestellt, nämlich Deutschland ist ein Einwanderungsland und das ist gut. Wir stehen ohne Wenn und Aber zum Grundrecht auf Asyl. Auch das ist gut und richtig. Unsere Migrationspolitik baut auf dem Grundsatz der Humanität. Wir stehen für eine moderne Einwanderungspolitik auf deutscher und europäischer Ebene. Und da hat Sebastian Hartmann alles Richtige zugesagt. Aber, und dafür bin ich eben dann als Kommunalpolitiker auch dankbar, dass wir nämlich auch anerkennen, dass mancherorts Belastungsgrenzen erreicht werden. Weil Kommunen sind an ganz vielen Stellen am Limit. Das zu erkennen ist gut und richtig, weil, und das wissen wir doch auch mittlerweile alle, wenn Strukturen und Kapazitäten an Belastungsgrenzen gelangen, dann kann das, was wir nämlich wollen, nämlich die Integration, doch nur ganz schwer gelingen. Integration passiert vor Ort, in den Städten, in den Gemeinden, in den Nachbarschaften. Und deswegen ist es richtig, dass wir als Sozialdemokratie dafür einstehen, dass Kommunen finanziell und in ihren Strukturen gestärkt werden. Und das sage ich auch dann als Nordrhein-Westfale. Dieser Antrag macht deutlich, wo der qualitative Unterschied liegt zwischen einem zukunftsgerichteten politischen Antrag der Sozialdemokratie und dem, was beispielsweise an Chaos diese wüste Landesregierung in Nordrhein-Westfalen anrichtet. Und deswegen möchte ich, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, dafür werben, diesen Antrag in der Fassung der Antragskommission anzunehmen. Ich bedanke mich für eure Aufmerksamkeit. Glück auf. 18 Sekunden. Okay, ne?
Von den 3, nicht von den 2 gerechnet. Wir üben aber noch. Wir üben noch. Vielen Dank. Wir lassen die Uhr jetzt umstellen, weil sonst irritiert das den Redner, weil er nämlich seine rücklaufende Uhrzeit da sieht. Irena Rudolph-Kokott hat als nächstes das Wort. Ihr folgt dann Hakan Demir und dann kommt Serpil.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wann, wenn nicht jetzt, ist die Zeit, sich für Humanität und die Zukunft unseres Landes als Einwanderungsland einzusetzen? Und wer, wenn nicht wir als Sozialdemokratinnen, müssen dies tun? In einer Zeit des Wettbewerbs der Abschieberhetoriken müssen wir Sozialdemokratinnen uns klar zukunftsorientiert und im Sinne der Wahrung der Menschenwürde und Menschenrechte positionieren. Ich komme aus Sachsen und ich trete im nächsten Jahr für die sächsische Landtagswahl an. Und ich wünsche mir von meiner Partei eine klare Linie, und zwar ohne Abschiebe- und Abschottungsrhetoriken. Das würde mir den Rücken stärken. Deswegen ist der Initiativantrag aus meiner Sicht und aus Sicht der AG Migration und Vielfalt, für die ich heute spreche, ein sehr wichtiger und richtiger Schritt. Wir begrüßen viele Punkte des Antrages und danken Kevin für die Initiative. Ein uns wichtiger Punkt ist, dass der Antrag klarstellt, dass eine Gängelung mit Geldkarten, Kürzungen bei Leistungen oder mehr Sachleistungen kein sozialdemokratischer Weg sein kann. Auch wenn wir uns hier noch eine klarere Formulierung gewünscht hätten. Denn das Bundesverfassungsgericht hat unumstößliche Vorgaben gemacht. Deswegen bitten wir, den Änderungsantrag aus Berlin, der das Ansinnen aufgreift, zu unterstützen. Das schon eingeführte Chancenaufenthaltsrecht und den Spurwechsel betrachten wir nur als einen ersten Schritt in die notwendige Richtung. Denn es ist absolut unverständlich, warum Menschen, die hier durch Ausbildung und Arbeit eine neue Heimat gefunden haben, weggeschickt oder in Kettenduldung gehalten werden sollen, egal wann sie zu uns gekommen sind. Hier sind wir mit dem Antrag noch nicht zufrieden und wollten eigentlich 2 Änderungsanträge stellen. Das eine, dass wir für die dauerhafte Lösung zum Spurwechsel eintreten. Hier gibt es dankenswerterweise einen Kompromiss. Das Zweite, daran halten wir aber fest, wir schlagen euch vor, einen Satz aufzunehmen, dass unser Ziel ist, das Chancenaufenthaltsrecht zu entfristen und zu einer stichtagsunabhängigen Regelung weiterzuentwickeln. Denn damit es nicht immer wieder zu Stichtagsregelungen kommt, die notwendig werden, weil wir schon wieder einen Berg von Kettenduldungen aufgebaut haben. Wir wollen doch Bürokratie abbauen, und das ist ein Riesenbürokratiewust. Und die Ausländerbehörden sind so schon überlastet. Wir sind uns sicher, dass dies auch ein Integrationsmotor sein kann, denn die Betroffenen bekommen dadurch endlich Sicherheit. Und es stellt die Möglichkeit, ganz abgesehen von der humanitären Betrachtung, die wir selbstredend in den Vordergrund stellen, auch einen Schritt zur Überwindung des Arbeitskräftemangels dar. Das ist aus unserer Sicht es ist ein wesentlich geringerer Aufwand, Menschen, die schon im Land sind und hier unsere Sprache oft sprechen bzw. verstehen, zu qualifizieren, als bei zweifelhaften Aussichten Menschen ins Land zu holen. Also es ist eigentlich auch eine ganz pragmatische Lösung. Und wir verstehen nicht, warum das immer wieder auf Widerstände stößt. Also gebt den Menschen Sicherheit, holt die aus diesen Kettenduldungen raus und stimmt bitte unseren Änderungsanträgen zu. Danke.
Danke, Irina. Als nächstes hat Hakan das Wort, dann Serpil und dann David. Wir müssen immer noch ein bisschen an der Zeit arbeiten.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, auch von meiner Seite vielen Dank an Kevin und die vielen, die mit an diesem Antrag geschrieben haben. Dieser Antrag ist gut geworden. Und wenn wir die Debatten in den letzten 6, 7, 8 Monaten uns angehört haben, dann können wir auch heute feststellen, dass wir wieder den sozialdemokratischen Ton getroffen haben und dass das eine Botschaft ist, die auch heute nach draußen geht. Das ist gut so. Aber wir haben es aber auch in den letzten 8 Monaten oder noch weiter es nicht geschafft. Wir haben ein Thema im Bereich Migration immer wieder auf die Agenda gesetzt oder auf die Agenda setzen lassen. Es ging um Rückführungen die ganze Zeit. Und am Ende, muss ich auch hier ganz offen sagen, um es einzuordnen, am Ende sind 50.000 Menschen tatsächlich heute ausreisepflichtig. Das ist weniger als 0,1%. Aber wir haben in den letzten Monaten nur über dieses Thema gesprochen und all die anderen Themen, die wir jetzt gestern und heute stark gemacht haben, ein bisschen vernachlässigt. Wir müssen also in den nächsten Monaten, Wochen und Jahren auch diese Themen weiterhin behandeln. Wir haben 2 Gesetze jetzt vor uns in der Fraktion bei den Berichterstattergesprächen. Zum einen geht es um das Rückführungsverbesserungsgesetz. Da muss es klar sein, ist auch im Antrag benannt, dass die Abschiebungshaft natürlich Ultima Ratio sein muss und dass auch Kinder da nicht reinkommen. Das ist auch ein ganz wichtiger Punkt. Der zweite Punkt beim Staatsangehörigkeitsgesetz, das sage ich hier ganz offen, und das ist auch ein ganz sozialdemokratischer Punkt: Wir können nicht der Mutter sagen, die ihr Kind pflegt, du kannst nicht eingebürgert werden, weil du keine Lebensunterhaltssicherung leisten kannst. Wir können nicht der Person, die alleinerziehend ist, 32 Stunden arbeitet und aufstocken muss, sagen, du kannst nicht eingebürgert werden. Das ist auch nicht eine gute Sache. Und wir können nicht sagen an die vielen Menschen, die eine Behinderung haben und deshalb nicht Vollzeit arbeiten können und deshalb nicht den Lebensunterhalt sichern können, auch denen können wir nicht sagen, ihr könnt nicht eingebürgert werden. Die Sozialdemokratie wird sich für diese Menschen einsetzen, und das ist auch eine Botschaft, die heute rausgeht. Dankeschön.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kann. Als nächste Rednerin hat Serpil das Wort, dann folgt David Kolesnik und dann schließlich Katja Klybowskaja.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich will mich auch zunächst einmal bei Kevin bedanken für die Einbindung. Und ich muss aber auch gleich sagen, warum nicht gleich so, lieber Kevin? Dann hätten wir uns wahrscheinlich andere Debatten gespart. Und dennoch möchte ich mich aber noch mal bei Kevin bedanken, weil, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir haben ein Problem. Das kann nicht sein, dass wir diejenigen, die an dem Änderungsantrag oder am INI-Antrag sehr, sehr, wie soll ich sagen, eindrucksvoll gearbeitet haben und da wirklich Herzblut und Kraft reingesteckt haben, weil wir auch über die Vielfalt und die Diversität dieses Landes miteinander dann auch einig sind, was unsere Themen sind, was uns bewegt. Und wir POCs alle über das Thema, wir sind ein Teil dieser Gesellschaft, reden. Und bis auf Kevin, die anderen, ihr Mehrheitsgesellschaft, nur über Geflüchtete gesprochen habt. Das geht so nicht, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen. Und das ist genau das, was uns die ganze Zeit über stört. Und lieber Stefan Weil, wenn ich durch diese Tür herausgehe, dann steht hier nicht stellvertretende Parteivorsitzende, weil wenn immer nur über Geflüchtete geredet wird, dann werde ich auch draußen genauso behandelt wie alle anderen auch. Und das ist das Problem, lieber Stefan Weil. Und lieber Stefan Weil, wenn wir jetzt eine angespannte Wohnungslage haben, dann müssen wir mehr Wohnungen bauen. Nicht nur für die Geflüchteten, sondern auch für all die Facharbeiterinnen und Facharbeiter. Weil genau das ist doch auch unsere Antwort auf die sozialen Fragen. Wenn jemand sagt, mein Kühlschrank ist leer, was sollen meine Kinder essen? Dann kann ich nicht sagen, die müssen weniger essen. Dann muss ich als Sozialdemokraten dafür sorgen, dass der Kühlschrank voll ist, lieber Stefan Weil. Denn genau darum geht es. Und liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, bitte, 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 lasst uns nicht, und das ist das, was ich mit diesem Überbietungswettbewerb und dieser Härte und Schärfe der Sprache gemeint habe, wenn wir uns jetzt auch noch Gedanken darüber machen, ob die Geflüchteten, die Menschen mit Migrationsgeschichte, sozusagen das Problem sind, dass die Zahlen von der AfD weiter steigen, dann müssen doch in den Ländern, wo kaum Geflüchtete aufgenommen worden sind, in den europäischen Ländern, dann müssen doch da überhaupt gar keine Rechte geben, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen. Das stimmt doch nicht, wenn wir diese Vergleiche miteinander machen. Und eins möchte ich noch einmal sagen wollen. Es ist ein Kompromiss, das wurde ja mehrfach gesagt. Und ich möchte euch ausdrücklich bitten, diesem Antrag auch mit den Voten der Antragskommission zuzustimmen. Ich habe auch einen Schmerzpunkt. Das sind die Grenzverfahren. Das ist mein persönlicher Schmerzpunkt. Ich habe viel mit Katharina Barley gesprochen, ich habe mit Birgit Sibbel gesprochen. Und es ist im Grunde genommen das, was wir jetzt in der Ausgestaltung danach auch machen. Und ich vertraue auf Birgit Sibbel, ich vertraue auf Katharina Barley, dass das herauskommt, was wir uns vorstellen und uns wünschen, weil es ist ja noch nicht fertig. Da bitte ich euch auch darum, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, es war ein schwerer Weg, aber es ist der richtige Weg. Wir stehen für eine humane Geflüchtetenpolitik und ich bin stolz, ein Teil dieser sozialdemokratischen Partei zu sein. Dankeschön, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen.
Vielen Dank. Jetzt hat David das Wort und dann Katja Glubowskaja.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, die Debatte wird ja sehr unterschiedlich geführt. Ich glaube aber, es ist uns allen klar vor Ort, dass wir es immer sachlich machen müssen und dass es natürlich Blödsinn ist, wenn erzählt wird auf der einen Seite, es gibt keine Kita- und Schulplätze wegen den Flüchtlingen und auf dem nächsten Satz kommt dann, das seien alles alleinreisende Männer. Das ist ganz klar, da muss jedem gesagt werden, was Sache ist und was nicht. Es heißt aber auch, und das macht der Antrag, glaube ich, sehr gut, dass man eben die Dinge sachlich zusammenführen muss und dass wir am Ende einen Kompromiss finden, den wir alle gemeinsam mittragen können, mit dem wir in Brandenburg auch nächstes Jahr eine Landtagswahl gehen können und mit dem andere Leute an einer anderen Stelle auch mit den ganzen Initiativen und so weiter arbeiten können, machen können und die Sache gut umsetzen. Denn das ist am Ende das Entscheidende, was für Akzeptanz sorgt. Wenn die Dinge funktionieren, wenn sie geregelt sind und die Regeln auch eingehalten werden. Denn was die Leute vor Ort ja verrückt macht, ist, wenn das Gefühl entsteht, dass da keine Kontrolle mehr ist. Wenn das Gefühl entsteht, man weiß nicht, was kommt als nächstes. Wenn der Bürgermeister, die Landrätin, wer auch immer da ist und sagt, sie kommt damit nicht mehr klar, dann verstehe ich auch, dass die Bürgerinnen und Bürger denken, das funktioniert so nicht. Und deswegen ist es gut, dass Bund und Länder sich verständigt haben, wie man die Kommunen unterstützen kann, damit die Zeit haben, die Dinge vernünftig umzusetzen. Wir wollen keine 500-Leute-Massenunterkünfte in der Turnhalle. Wir wollen vernünftige Unterbringung. Aber dafür ist Zeit nötig, dafür ist Regelung nötig. Und es ist nun mal so gewesen, eine Zeit lang jetzt, dass zum Teil 80% der Leute, die ja ankamen nach Deutschland, obwohl sie schon Länder der Europäischen Union durchquert haben, nirgendwo registriert waren. Und das heißt nämlich, dass die Schlepper machen können, was sie wollen, dass sie Milliarden verdienen und dass eben nicht ausreichend dagegen vorgegangen wurde. Und gegen dieses menschenverachtende Gewerbe müssen wir vorgehen. Denn das müssen wir bekämpfen, genauso wie Fluchtursachen und eben nicht die Menschen. Und uns ist ganz besonders wichtig, das ganz kurz als letzter Punkt, dass das Thema Arbeit in der weiteren Entwicklung des Antrags auch deutlich prominenter noch sich niedergefunden hat. Denn das ist der entscheidende Punkt, der für Akzeptanz sorgt. Wenn die Leute die Möglichkeit haben und wenn sie es natürlich auch können, das ist klar, dass das nicht bei allen ab dem ersten Tag geht oder nach einem halben Jahr bei manchen auch nicht. Aber wer es kann, dass er es auch machen darf. Denn das sorgt für Akzeptanz. Es hat keiner was dagegen, wenn da jemand ist, sich selber das Geld verdient, wenn die Leute in den Spurwechsel gehen, wenn sie sich hier ihre Zukunft erarbeiten. Das ist das Versprechen, was wir allen geben müssen. Das ist auch im Antrag drin. Lasst uns den Antrag, wie von der Antragskommission vorgeschlagen, beschließen. Das ist, glaube ich, sehr, sehr gut und wichtig für uns alle.
Vielen Dank, David. Jetzt hat Katja das Wort, dann kommt Fabian Fischer und danach Patricia Selig.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, Deutschland ist ein Einwanderungsland. Dieser Satz im Initiativantrag trägt eine wirklich wichtige Botschaft. Eine Botschaft für Menschen mit Einwanderungsgeschichte und für alle Menschen in Deutschland. Über 25% der Menschen in unserem Land haben eine Einwanderungsgeschichte. Diese Vielfalt ist ein Schatz für unser Land, denn diese Vielfalt bedeutet Stärke. Diese Stärke kann sich dann entfalten, wenn wir allen Menschen umfassende Teilhabe in unserer Gesellschaft ermöglichen. Wichtige Schlüssel dafür sind Spracherwerb, sind Bildung und der Zugang zu Arbeit. Und machen wir uns mal eines klar, wir brauchen Zuwanderung. Ich komme aus Thüringen, ich arbeite bei der Arbeiterwohlfahrt und ich kann euch mal eins sagen. Ohne die Unterstützung unserer Kolleginnen und Kollegen mit Zuwanderungsgeschichte könnten wir die Arbeit schon längst nicht mehr aufrechterhalten. Wir müssten Wohnbereiche in Pflegeheimen schließen und wir müssten die Öffnungszeiten von Kindergärten einschränken. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, die Integration von Menschen mit Einwanderungsgeschichte ist nachgewiesen erfolgreich. Migration steigert unseren Wohlstand. Migration sichert unsere Rente. Und Migration macht uns zukunftsstark. Und eines müssen wir mal deutlich machen. Migrationspolitik steht natürlich vor großen Herausforderungen, wir haben es gehört. Aber ganz ehrlich, die Debatten der letzten Wochen und Monate, auch in unseren Reihen, diese Debatten beschäftigen mich sehr und ganz ehrlich, sie erschüttern mich. Solche Debatten machen Diskriminierung und Ressentiments mehrheitsfähig. Und wie oft müssen wir es denn noch deutlich machen? Statt Flüchtlinge zu kriminalisieren, müssen wir Fluchtursachen bekämpfen. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, es sind doch gerade wir Sozialdemokratinnen und Sozialdemokraten, die die Erfolgsgeschichten unserer Einwanderungsrealität erzählen können. Lasst uns die Geschichten unserer Genossinnen und Genossen erzählen. Lasst uns die Geschichten von Oleg erzählen, von Emöke, von Jewon, von Anna-Maria, von Polina, von Heba, von Anab. Alle sind hier in diesem Raum und alle stehen für die vielen Geschichten, die es zu erzählen gibt, unserer Genossinnen und Genossen. Und, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir müssen auch die Strukturen sichern, die Integration fördern und alle unterstützen, die sich für ein weltoffenes Deutschland einsetzen. Aber, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir haben es heute schon mehrfach gehört. Der fehlende Haushalt und die drohenden Kürzungen, auch im Migrationsbereich, sind ein Riesenproblem.
Katja.
Hier müssen wir ganz klar der Bundesfamilienministerin Paus und dem Finanzminister Lindner in die Pflicht nehmen. Betroffen sind 2000 Einrichtungen, Migrationsberatungsstellen, Jugendmigrationsdienste und Asylverfahrensberatungen. 700.000 beratende Menschen, 400.000 Jobs. Ich habe eine Kollegin, die arbeitet im Landkreis Sonneberg. An der Spitze dieser Verwaltung dort sitzt ein AfD-Mann. Und ich weiß nicht, ob ihr euch vorstellen könnt, wie es ihr jeden Tag geht in dieser Migrationsberatungsstelle. Und sie weiß heute, am 9. Dezember nicht, wie es mit ihrem Job am 01.01.2024 weitergeht. Leute, das geht so nicht. Und das müssen wir ändern und darüber müssen wir reden und dafür müssen wir uns einsetzen. Ich möchte nach Hause fahren und dieser Kollegin sagen, die SPD setzt sich ein dafür, dass wir Einwanderungsland nicht nur sind in Überschriften, sondern dass wir es gestalten, dass wir die Voraussetzungen dafür schaffen und auch die Finanzierungsgrundlage für sichere Jobs im Migrationsbereich schaffen. Danke.
Danke, Katja. Dann jetzt als nächster Fabian, dann Patricia und dann Birhat Kacar.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, auch ich möchte am Anfang Kevin und allen aus Beteiligten für diesen guten Kompromiss danken. Das waren sicher schwierige Beratungen. Ich möchte aber gleichzeitig auf einen Aspekt eingehen, der mir in diesem Antrag noch fehlt. Es tut mir jetzt fast ein bisschen leid. Ich unterstütze jedes Wort oder unterschreibe jedes Wort von Serpils Rede, möchte aber hier trotzdem noch mal auf das Thema Geflüchtete eingehen. Und zwar auf das Thema Gesundheitsversorgung von Geflüchteten, die mir in diesem Antrag komplett fehlt. Was ist passiert in den letzten Wochen und Monaten, was mir wirklich wehgetan hat und was mich wirklich geschmerzt hat? Der Parteivorsitzender der größten Oppositionspartei, der Name ist hier schon oft gefallen auf dem Parteitag, Friedrich Merz, hat sich in eine Talkshow gesetzt und hat gesagt, wir haben ein Problem mit Geflüchteten, weil die sitzen in den Zahnarztzimmern in Deutschland und nehmen den Deutschen die Arzttermine weg. Die Reaktion darauf in seltener Einmütigkeit von Ärzten, Zahnärzten, Krankenkassen war Bullshit, stimmt nicht, wir haben kein Problem damit. Und was ist wenige Wochen wiederum danach passiert? Bundesregierung und Länder haben sich darauf geeinigt oder verständigt, die Gesundheitsversorgung von Geflüchteten einzuschränken, das Asylbewerberleistungsgesetz einzuschränken. Ganz konkret die Wartezeit im Asylbewerberleistungsgesetz von 18 auf 36 Monaten zu verlängern. Ich finde das falsch. Das setzt das falsche Signal. Es setzt das Signal, dass hier ein Mensch einer demokratischen Partei rassistischen Bullshit erzählen kann, die überhaupt kein Fundament hat und dass dann Bundesregierung und Länder darauf eingehen. Ich bin auch bei Stefan Weil und bei Georg Meyerz, die sagen, wir müssen auf unsere Kommunen achten. Wir können nicht die Bürgermeisterinnen und Bürgermeister überfordern. Ja, diese Änderung wird nichts dazu beitragen, dass Kommunen überfordert sind. Null. Da kommt auch nicht mehr Geld rein. Wir werden auch nicht mehr einsparen. Es ist einfach nur eine falsche Reaktion, um irgendwie das Gefühl der Menschen, dass hier irgendwas falsch läuft im Land, darauf einzugehen. Und ich glaube, dass das falsch ist. Daher bitte ich darum, dass der Änderungsantrag aus Berlin unterstützt wird, wo wir sagen, wir wollen eine bessere, eine gute Gesundheitsversorgung für Geflüchtete. Auch das ist ein Zeichen von Humanität. Auch das ist ein Zeichen von Menschenwürde. Vielen Dank.
Danke, Fabian. Jetzt Patricia, Selig, Birhat und Katrin Heschler ist dann die nächste.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich weiß, es ist spät. Ich verspreche, ich halte mich an die Zeit.
Lasst uns einmal eine Sache vorstellen. Stellt euch vor, euer Kind oder eine andere euch sehr nahestehende Person kommt zu euch und sagt, Sommerurlaub diesmal im Irak. Ich glaube mal davon abgesehen, dass wir vermutlich alle die gleiche Antwort darauf hätten. Was würde denn passieren, wenn es soweit ist? Wir würden umkommen vor Sorge, auf Nachrichten warten und hätten viele schlaflose Nächte zu Recht. Es gibt Menschen in diesem Land, die täglich mit dieser Angst leben. Denn ethnische Minderheiten wie JesidInnen, an denen im Irak ein Völkermord begangen wurde, religiöse Minderheiten und Frauen unter anderem fürchten bei einer Abschiebung in den Irak Gewalt, Folter und sogar den Tod. Und warum kommen für uns Abschiebungen in den Irak überhaupt in Frage? Weil wir ein Problem haben, unsere Kommunen sind überlastet. Wir alle wollen unsere Kommunen entlasten. Und ich sage das auch eben als Kommunalpolitikerin. Nur lasst uns mal einen Blick auf die Zahlen werfen. Wir hatten zwar eine Anfrage im Bundestag, Stand August 76 IrakerInnen zu diesem Zeitpunkt abgeschoben. Hochgerechnet aufs Jahr kommen wir da auf 114. 114 Personen in 2023. Bei über 300.000 gestellten Asylanträgen in diesem Jahr. 114 Personen verteilt auf über 10.000 Kommunen in Deutschland. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, Abschiebungen in den Irak entlasten unsere Kommunen nicht. Sie bedrohen einfach nur Leben. Und liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, aus diesem Grund stellen wir als Jusos einen Änderungsantrag, die Zahlen 380 bis 386 so zu verändern, dass wir die Aussetzung von Abschiebungen in den Irak fordern. Wir bitten an dieser Stelle um eure Unterstützung. Vielen Dank.
Als nächstes ein bejahrtes Wort.
Vielen lieben Dank. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich möchte den Fokus auf aktuelle Abschiebungen in den Irak legen, wo es hauptsächlich um Jesidinnen geht. Im Januar hat der Bundestag den notwendigen Schritt gegangen, den 74. Völkermord an einer der ältesten Religionen der Welt anzuerkennen. Was ist passiert? Der sogenannte Islamische Staat versuchte im Jahre 2014 im Irak erneut, eine ganze Religion systematisch durch Massenmorde auszulöschen. Männer wurden vor den Augen ihrer Familien enthauptet, Kinder entführt oder als Kindersoldaten verwendet. Ältere Frauen wurden getötet, junge Frauen und Mädchen entführt, Triggerwarnung, vergewaltigt, misshandelt und auf widerlichen Sklavenmärkten verkauft. 10.000 ermordete Menschen, 7.000 entführte Frauen und Mädchen, 2.500 davon bis heute vermisst. Viele der Jesidinnen, die damals durch den mutigen Kampf der Kurdinnen und Kurden flüchten konnten, leben heute unter anderem in unserem Land. Mit 200.000 Menschen ist unser Land die größte Diaspora der Jesidinnen und Jesiden. Deutschland steckt aktuell in einem für mich unbegreiflichen Abschiebewahn. Je höher die Zahlen, desto erregter und zufriedener Rechtsradikale und Konservative sowie eine Regierung, die sich treiben lässt. Eine Abschiebung hat Folgen: Perspektivlosigkeit, eine zerstörte Heimat, menschenunwürdige Zeltlager, strukturelle Unterdrückung in ihrer Religion im Irak. Jesiden, die vor Terror fliehen mussten, sollen in den Staat abgeschoben werden, wo sie knapp dem Tod entkommen sind. Das ist schlicht und einfach zynisch und unmenschlich. Dass ein SPD-geführtes Innenministerium zu diesem Thema keinen Handlungsbedarf sieht und die Forderung nach einem Abschiebestopp ignoriert, entspricht keiner sozialdemokratischen, sondern einer menschenunwürdigen Asylpolitik. Jesidinnen sind keine Gefahr für dieses Land, sondern schutzbedürftige Menschen. Wir Jesidinnen feiern in diesen Wochen unser wichtigstes Fest, Ida Ezdia. Lasst mich deshalb passend dazu zum Schluss einen Satz aus einem jesidischen Gebet zitieren. Lieber Gott, schütze erst die 72 Völker und dann uns. In diesem Sinne, lasst uns endlich anfangen, dieser Religion in ihrer qualvollen Historie einmal etwas zurückgeben, und das ist Schutz in unserem Land. Wir brauchen einen sofortigen Abschiebestopp in den Irak. Widerstand heißt Leben. Berkhodan Giane. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank, Beat. Katrin Heschler, dann Apostolos Salastras. Genau.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, Entschuldigung, wenn ich zu schnell war, ich wollte die 2 Minuten nutzen. Ich möchte mich als allererstes zum einen bei Olaf Scholz für seine Rede heute bedanken und für die Debatte, die wir hier führen, leider Gottes ziemlich spät, aber ich halte sie für extrem notwendig. Und wir sollten die nicht nur heute Abend um diese Uhrzeit führen, sondern wir sollten sie in den nächsten Wochen und Monate führen. Weil wir müssen, wenn wir ein Einwanderung sein wollen, was wir sind, Integration, Migration anders definieren und aufhören zu glauben, wenn wir Abschiebung behindern oder wenn wir Abschiebung durchführen, retten wir die Welt oder ändern die Welt. Wir haben Ängste in dieser Gesellschaft. Und wir müssen die Strukturen schaffen, diese Ängste abzubauen, und zwar auf allen Seiten, um diesen Zusammenhalt der Gesellschaft wieder hinzukriegen. Wir haben heute sehr deutlich von Respekt geredet. Das gehört auf allen Seiten dazu, da brauchen wir Strukturen. Und ich möchte als Kommunale deshalb eins sehr deutlich sagen, an dem muss ich auch leider dir, lieber Herr Weil, widersprechen. Schon 2015 hatten wir keinen Wohnraum. Aber wir haben Strukturen geschaffen. Die haben wir mit viel Energie und für Millionenkosten wieder abgebaut. Jetzt bauen wir sie wieder auf, wieder in demselben Tempo. Und diesen Fehler dürfen wir nicht wiederholen. Wir haben auch bei der Einwanderung zu anderen Zeiten Migration Fehler gemacht, weil wir Integration nicht ernst genommen haben. Dass heute der Migrantenanteil in den Haupt- und Realschulen so hoch ist, ist ein Fehler und zeigt, dass unser Bildungssystem nicht funktioniert. Da gibt es ganz, ganz viel zu tun. So, und meine Bitte ist, wir müssen uns die Zeit nehmen, nicht nur heute den Antrag zu diskutieren. Das muss der Anfang einer offenen und ehrlichen Debatte in der gesamten Gesellschaft sein und unter unseren Genossinnen und Genossen. Und das Zweite, was ich mir wünsche, ist, dass wir endlich verlässliche Strukturen auf kommunaler Ebene hinbekommen. Die haben wir nämlich nicht. Im Moment zahlt jeder im SGB II 50% der Kosten der Unterkunft, auch für die ukrainisch Geflüchteten, für die wir alle eigentlich sagen. Und das sind Millionen an Kosten, auf denen wir vor Ort sitzen bleiben. Und wenn wir dann noch nicht mal verlässliche Strukturen haben, um verbindliche Arbeitsverträge machen zu können, haben wir ein großes Problem. 50% der Menschen fallen durch die Integrationskurse durch, weil wir nicht fähig sind, gute Integrationskurse. Und so gibt es ganz, ganz viel, was fehlt, um eine gute Integrationsarbeit zu machen, um wirklich ein Einwanderungsland zu sein, um Respekt vor allen Menschen zu haben, was ich ganz, ganz wichtig fand. Es geht um viel, viel mehr als um das Asylgesetz. Wir wollen eine gute, solidarische Gesellschaft sein. Und um das zu schaffen, haben wir viel zu tun. Wir sollten es gemeinsam anpacken.
Vielen Dank, Katrin. Jetzt hat Apostolos das Wort und ihm folgt dann Stefanie Minkley.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich bin jetzt fast 40 Jahre Mitglied dieser Partei und in der ganzen Zeit habe ich vielleicht aufgrund meiner Herkunft mich mit Migrations- und Integrationsarbeit beschäftigt, war Vorsitzender des Ausländerbeirats meiner Heimatstadt, habe die antifaschistische Initiative da gegründet, war beim AWO-Bundesverband zuständig für Grundsatzfragen der Sozialpolitik und habe in dieser Zeit jede Migrations-Asyldebatte, die Diskussion über das kommunale Wahlrecht, die doppelte Staatsbürgerschaft und die Mehrstaatlichkeit erlitten. Ich will es mal so sagen an der Stelle. Trotzdem, und ich kann jeden Antrag, der hier gestellt worden ist, auf Änderung dessen, was wir hier jetzt vorgelegt haben, durch die Antragskommission und derjenigen, die diesen Kompromiss erarbeitet haben, verstehen und hundertprozentig nachvollziehen, einfach aus der Vergangenheit, die ich auch selber mitbringe. Trotzdem möchte ich euch bitten, aus 3 Gründen der Vorlage, wie sie jetzt hier ist, diesem Antrag so zuzustimmen, wie er vorliegt. Der erste ist, und das hat vielleicht etwas damit zu tun, dass ich Stadtkämmerer einer der ärmsten Städte in unserem Land bin. Es hat damit zu tun, dass wir natürlich in den Kommunen extrem belastet sind. Das zu verneinen und einfach zu sagen, ja, dann gebt doch mehr Geld und dann klappt das alles schon, so einfach ist das nicht. Wir sind finanziell, räumlich, organisatorisch, sozial überlastet, was diese Frage angeht. Wir schaffen es trotzdem, aber es ist verdammt hart. So, und das darf man nicht ignorieren an der Stelle. Das Zweite ist, wir haben es mit einer Bevölkerung zu tun, anders als 2015, die krisenmüde ist, die uns nicht mehr versteht, wenn wir diese Bemühungen machen, weil sie selber nämlich leiden unter der sozialen Situation, wie sie im Augenblick stattfindet und kein Verständnis mehr aufbringen für das, was wir an Migrations- und Integrationsarbeit machen. Das müssen wir auch bedenken. Und das Dritte, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, das ist ein Kompromiss, der alle Interessen in unserer Partei zusammenführt. Alle Interessen. Das hat nichts mit rechts und links zu tun, sondern das hat damit etwas zu tun, wo wir politisch aktiv sind. Alle haben da mitgearbeitet. Und ich glaube, diese schwierige Debatte können wir in der Öffentlichkeit nur gewinnen, nur für uns entscheiden, wenn wir geeint das tun. Und dieser Antrag hat diese Einigung herbeigeführt. Wir sollten ihn so abstimmen, wie er gestellt worden ist. Vielen Dank, Glück auf.
Vielen Dank, Apostolos. Jetzt Stefanie und ihr folgt dann Gustav Horn. Und zur Motivation, danach sind es noch 4, also insgesamt jetzt 2, 4, noch 6 Rednerinnen und Redner. Und dann kommen wir zur Abstimmung.
Dankeschön. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, morgen ist der Tag der Menschenrechte. Artikel 15 der UN-Menschenrechtscharta besagt, dass alle Menschen ein Recht auf eine Staatsangehörigkeit haben. Deutschland gewährt dieses Menschenrecht über 120.000 Menschen nicht. Obwohl wir bereits 1954 und 1961 die Übereinkommen zur Rechtsstellung und zur Verminderung von Staatenlosigkeit ratifiziert haben, wird dieses Gesetz in Deutschland nicht angewendet. Alle 15 Minuten kommt weltweit ein staatenloses Kind auf die Welt. In Deutschland betrifft das vor allem die Sintise und Romja, Menschen aus dem ehemaligen Jugoslawien, KurdInnen, Rohingya aus Myanmar, also Menschen, die von Genozid betroffen sind oder deren Staaten aufgelöst wurden. Es betrifft Kinder von Müttern aus Staaten, wo die Mütter ihre Staatsbürgerschaft nicht weitergeben dürfen, Menschen, die bei der Geburt nicht registriert werden, wie zum Beispiel auch auf der Krim, die nach der Annexion durch Russland die Menschen keine Geburtsurkunde mehr bekommen haben. Nach Artikel 3 und 7 der Kinderrechtskonvention sollen in Deutschland geborene Kinder bei oder kurz nach der Geburt eingebürgert werden. Das wird in der Realität nicht umgesetzt. Im letzten Jahr allein waren es Zehntausende Kinder, davon sind 30 oder so umgesetzt worden. Die deutsche Ausländerbehörden, die haben nicht die Kinderrechtskonvention im Schrank stehen und die haben auch nicht die internationalen Vereinbarungen im Regal stehen. Die Anträge der staatenlosen Menschen werden abgelehnt, weil sie eben staatenlos sind. Es gibt ein Beispiel, eine irakische Kurdin, 31 Jahre alt, kam mit 3 Jahren nach Deutschland, hat keine Geburtsurkunde, wird jedes Jahr gefragt, ob sie sich nicht einbürgern lassen möchte. Sie sagt jedes Jahr ja und wird jedes Jahr abgelehnt. Das hat zur Folge, Genossinnen und Genossen, dass Menschen, die hier jahrzehntelang leben oder hier geboren sind, keine Reisefreiheit genießen. Schülerinnen können nicht auf Klassenfahrt fahren, weil sie keine Geburtsurkunde und keinen Personalausweis haben können, viele kein Konto eröffnen, keine Pakete bei der Post abholen, kein Studium antreten, kein BAföG oder kein Stipendium beantragen und wählen gehen schon gar nicht. Genossinnen und Genossen, Deutschland wird hier den Menschenrechten sowie den eigentlichen ratifizierten Gesetzen nicht gerecht und es widerspricht unserer Rechtsstaatlichkeit. Warum verwehren wir Menschen, die hier leben, die ihren Bildungsweg hier gegangen sind, die keinen Bezug zu einem anderen Staat mehr haben, die sich ganz klar mit Deutschland identifizieren, grundlegende Rechte, grundlegende Menschenrechte? Genossinnen und Genossen, bitte stimmt meinem Änderungsantrag zu. Gegen das Votum der Antragsprüfungskommission zeigt den Menschen, die hier betroffen sind, dass sie der SPD nicht egal sind. Die Antragsprüfungskommission wird euch sagen, dass es in Deutschland ein Gesetz dafür gibt. Ich habe euch das gerade gesagt, aber es wird nicht angewendet.
Stefanie.
Deshalb, letzter Satz.
Drüber.
Deshalb, ja, ich hatte nur noch 2 Minuten. Deshalb ist es genau hier richtig, bei der Staatsangehörigkeitsreform neben den Ausländern eben auch die Staatenlosen die Einbürgerung zu ermöglichen. Es schadet niemandem, diese Menschen aufzunehmen, aber es hilft den richtigen Menschen. Und weil Stefan Weil 2 Minuten länger als die 3 Minuten gesprochen hat, lasst mich bitte eine Sache noch antworten auf Stefan Weil. Wer von irregulärer oder illegaler Migration spricht, der soll das bitte definieren. Eine Migration ist dann legal, wenn man in Deutschland einen Asylantrag gestellt hat. Und wer Schlepper bekämpfen will, der darf nicht mit der libyschen Küstenwache zusammenarbeiten. Wer Schlepper bekämpfen will, darf auch nicht Menschen, die im Boot gelandet sind, verhaften. Die Verfahren dauern im Durchschnitt 37 Minuten von angeblichen Schleppern und haben oft jahrelange Haftstrafen zur Folge. Das macht Frontex. Glück auf, Genossinnen und Genossen.
Wir haben jetzt als nächsten Redner Gustav Horn und ich habe hier keinen abgewürgt und alle, egal ob sie dafür, dagegen oder was auch immer gesprochen haben, haben wir recht großzügig zusätzliche Zeit gewährt. Es ist nicht ganz einfach um die Uhrzeit. Vielen Dank für euer Verständnis auch. Ich finde die Debatte bislang wirklich super und wir sollten jetzt, glaube ich, auch zum Schluss genauso weitermachen. Jetzt hat Gustav das Wort.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, das zeigt natürlich, dass Kevin in seiner gestrigen Bewerbungsrede recht hatte, von Triggerpunkten zu reden in unserer Gesellschaft. Und eine solche Debatte kann einen solchen Triggerpunkt treffen, wo dann die Emotionen hochgehen und wo es dann auch letztlich negativ wird. Deshalb ist es für mich sehr wichtig, dass wir diesen Diskurs aus einer sozialdemokratischen Perspektive bestreiten. Und aus meiner Sicht ist die sozialdemokratische Perspektive die Perspektive der Arbeit. Das heißt, für uns als Sozialdemokraten sollte Migration doch eng damit verbunden sein, dass wir Menschen durch Arbeit in unserem Lande integrieren können und ihnen die Möglichkeit geben, auf eigenen Füßen ihr Leben in diesem Land zu gestalten und sich weiterzuentwickeln. Und unserer Volkswirtschaft hilft das ja auch. Wir reden von Fachkräftemangel, wir reden davon, dass unser Arbeitskräftepotenzial in den nächsten Jahrzehnten schrumpfen wird. All dies